This podcast is brought to you by the Arte Media Pantheon. Please head to artemedia.org to see all kinds of podcasts from our great friends. And if you'd like to start your own podcast, they can provide you with the tools and resources to do so there. So please head to artemedia.org. That's ARETE media.org. Joe, we don't have time. We don't have time for the typical intro. Hi there, everybody. It's the Spur of the Moment podcast. I'm your host, Justin Spurr. It's comparable. Joe, we don't have time. We don't have time because on today's show, it was D23 this weekend. And holy shit, normally nothing happens at D23 that I give a shit about. But this year, Disney busted out all the stops. They were like, yeah, man, we're going to do everything. So there's too much shit to talk about. I'm going to miss something. I'm sure I've missed something. If we miss something, let us know, and we can talk about it next week. Today is also our season 6 finale, so at the end of today, we will announce whether or not we will be back for season 7. We're going to leave you in suspense, and then later we're talking DC because I thought it would be funny to follow up a bunch of Marvel shit with DC, and we're going to talk about Supergirl. We're going to do a big review of Supergirl. Spoiler alert: it's bad. Anyway, that's later. But first, let's start and Jordan, I couldn't decide. Again, there was so much shit. I didn't even know where to begin. I wanted to talk about this and this. There's so much to. It was like a Swiss Army knife of stuff. Just like every time I thought we were at the end of stuff, there was more stuff. I was like,
it was really just an example of pretty much you think of any Disney movie that you thought of that you were like, I wonder if they're gonna make a sequel to that.
They were like, yeah, we are.
Yeah,
they were like, hey man. And then when I was like, Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, bam, Moana 3. I was like, what the fuck? Anyway, let's start with the thing I've been dying to talk about all week.
Haley says so much happened at D23. It was nuts, and yes, it was.
Much fucking happened. Like we're not gonna hit it all. We're not. Hopefully, when I go do Haley's podcast, she'll have it all because. There's just so much. So let's start with I think the thing that dominated D3 the most. I think it's the thing that people are talking about the most, and it's certainly the thing I've seen the most information of. Kingdom Hearts 4. It's really funny because the last time we talked about Kingdom Hearts 4. We talked about it for like a solid 25 minutes, and I wasn't really feeling that first trailer. Like obviously, I'm always gonna have a love for Kingdom Hearts, but we kind of I would describe our reaction to that first trailer as tepid, right? That feels like a fair. We were like we're excited, but not.
Yeah, well, it was a trailer. So. What the last trailer they did. It was kind of just a further continuation of that original kind of tech demo-y trailer that they did like 10 years ago.
Right.
And so It was like we didn't really see that much new. It was just more of Quadratum, which like we know Quadratum is going to be weird.
Right.
So seeing just more of it being weird isn't that surprising. We want like. Yeah, the concept of what are the Disney worlds going to be like? What are we doing? Right. Is it more Pixar? Is it straight Disney? Like, what kind of theme are we looking at? I wasn't expecting
this. This caught me off guard in so many ways. The first trailer, because they did 2 trailers. They did 2 trailers this weekend, incredibly. They're more or less the same trailer, but like the fact that they came out and they were like, yeah, we're going to make Coco 2. Oh, and by the way, Coco's in Kingdom Hearts 4. And you're like, what the fuck? Like, as is, I guess we'll meld in some of the... we'll come back to Coco 2 because I've heard stuff about Coco 2. We're gonna come back to the movies, but Coco. Initially, I was like, wait, that's weird, but it just makes so much sense thematically for what this game is gonna be, what this game is gonna be about, which is clearly it's a game about death, and that is cool.
Haley says, I'm kind of disappointed in Coco being a world in it this time. To which I would say, why? Why are you disappointed?
It makes total sense.
It totally fits the theme.
It makes themes. It's a game about death. That's what it's about.
Yeah, well, that's what the theme is this time. Yeah, and so knowing that that's the theme, I think there's going to be an Atlantis world.
I think I could see that. It's going to be a question of what are the worlds. What are the worlds that are going to be introduced? Is it going to be about movies that are about death, or are we going to maybe see? It would be kind of neat if they could incorporate maybe some dead franchises in there. That'd be kind of neat as well.
That'd be interesting too.
But then is it a game though? Sorry,
my reasoning for why I say Atlantis though, because I need to see if this makes sense to anyone but me. Is so the reason why Sora is where he is because he tampered with the natural forces and thought he could control something that wasn't meant to be controlled that way, right? Which was the power of
Yeah.
waking. When and Atlantis, the whole reason in the movie why they get sunk below the ocean is because the dad or whatever, the king,
Yeah.
thought that he could control the magical crystal powers.
I mean,
So it's very synergistically similar of like why, and so like the idea that maybe it's like a maybe there are what will be defined as like border worlds, which like lead to the other side
I
kind of
think.
thing.
Well, I think
And that's what Coco
I
is.
could see that because there's so much to digest in these trailers. There's so much to pull out of it. But the interesting thing is, I think these worlds exist underneath the underworld, and so I think you're right. I think it being under, and you could do a thing where the king sunk the Atlantis world to underneath the actual world, and that's where
Yeah,
these worlds exist. And I do think that that is possible. And
kind of like
what's interesting about I mean, again, so much to dive into. But the number one thing I think that's the most interesting to me is how these trailers, these moments, they're the beginning of the game. Definitely, they're definitely the beginning of the game.
I would say so.
Like
Uh,
I wouldn't get your hopes up to terribly much of playing Donald and Goofy a ton.
I think it'll be one of those like they have moments where we cut back. Basically, you remember how in the first game, when Sora is going around
Yeah, Traverse Town.
and yeah, Traverse Town and Donald and Goofy keep showing up. I think it'll be the
I don't
PlayStation
think
or the
so.
Kingdom Hearts 4 version of that, where like we'll in that first part. I mean, the first part
Yeah.
of the game, where basically like we'll keep cutting back to them and play with them for short periods,
Yes.
and then it goes back to Sora
I
kind of
think
thing until
Sora's.
they eventually, clearly in the Coco world, is where they meet up
Well,
again.
I saw a theory. So
Also, real quick, um, Haley said, "It just doesn't make sense to me. I'm hoping we go back to Atlantica or we go to Lilo and Stitch's world." She said,
would make
"I've
sense.
never seen Coco, so I don't know that movie that well."
No, yeah, Coco is a movie about death and about the underworld. And right now, Sora canonically is dead. He is dead. He's in the spirit
Yeah,
world.
he's in the afterworld or
And you could
whatever.
tell, and when you watch this trailer, number one, the Quadratum bits. Remember how I said no, I don't think so about Quadratum being the first level of the game. There's so much of these trailers that made me go, I was wrong. The Quadratum, because I saw a theory, or I saw Tetsuro Nomura said that there was initially going to be a world that they put into the DLC that they chose not to. That they wanted to fully flesh out and develop for the next thing. And
That's
I saw a
Quadratum.
video that was definitely Quadratum. And so I saw a video where a person was like, that would have been similar to Aqua being in the world of darkness. It would be similar to that in functionality. So I think instead of releasing that as its own thing, like they did with that, I think they learned the Kingdom Hearts 4 seems so much to be we're learning lessons, the game, because like it seems like they took that idea, that concept, and I think from what I can tell, my theory is I think Sora doesn't remember anything. I think he
Yeah,
thinks
well, I think he remembers like kind of like a dream kind of thing. So
yeah,
when he
yeah.
sees the Donald and Goofy,
That's
he's like
yes.
it's like a flash basically, and
Yes.
that's why he freaks the fuck
Yeah,
out.
absolutely. And I think
Um,
him working with the
basically,
dandelion, because the dandelions is what
it's a
the
reference to the
crossing,
the
right?
yeah,
Yeah.
basically at the end of Crossing or whatever when the mission that he gives to the small one, the pink one, I don't remember who she was. Um,
Nobody does.
I don't remember who she was.
Names are
Anyways,
unimportant.
the one who basically had the mission of find the unique ones, the
Yeah.
weird ones, the different ones, and create a different faction entirely, which were called the Dandelions.
Yeah. Well, isn't that
Um,
what the Keyblade wielders
the
were
idea was
called in
supposed to
Crossing? They were
be
called dandelions.
well, those are the people that she specifically goes off and finds from all of the groups.
Right. But
Basically,
your
there's the
character you play in that mobile game, he's a dandelion. That's the idea,
he's
right?
one of the
Yeah.
Dandelions.
Yeah. Or
And so
she, depending on
basically,
which gender you picked. But
whatever your
yeah.
character,
Yeah,
yes.
your character
I think
is a
I think
dandelion.
I think canonically, I think that character is male.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah. So basically, not Aqua. Aga,
Doesn't
something.
matter.
It's gonna drive me crazy. I'm gonna have to look that up.
Yeah,
But
it's unimportant.
she basically her role was to find the people so that when the world is destroyed with the Keyblade War, they could fly off basically and recreate the world like dandelions,
Yeah,
like the seeds that fly off and spread and multiply.
but I
And
think that
so
Sora
clearly,
doesn't remember the. I think he thinks he's part of that group. I think is what that
yeah,
is.
well, what I was going to say is clearly because in one of the earlier trailers, we see in an organization cloak, we see a female in the Quadratum world.
Yeah.
That's clearly that Master of Master, that girl one, because in the end of Kingdom Hearts 3, when all of the other masters appear with Lucio, she's not there.
Yes.
She's not with them.
Yeah.
So she's clearly in Quadratum. She set up the dandelion agency or whatever. She's going to be the leader of that,
Um,
basically.
but I,
And yeah, probably what happens is when you appear in this world, you don't remember the world that
yeah.
you came from. And so Sora's going to appear in this world, not remember who he is. They'll have found him because he appears like it's because if you watch, and this is where that missing link thing is really the missing link because it shows like they appear from that bubble of darkness or whatever, and then they're in Quadratum. My theory is when you appear like that, which is probably this is what happened with Sora,
Mhm.
when you appear like that, you don't know who you are. And
No. I think him traveling to the dead worlds is him trying to get back. And I think that
I think so.
I think when Riku, because I think Riku is going to be more of a character. I think when Riku shows up, that's the instigating incident to get him to go on the journey.
Like,
And I think that the Coco world is the first world that you go to. I'm
like
pretty positive.
if
I wouldn't have been that positive had they not done that extended trailer where you see
Where you
Donald
saw-
and Goofy show up in Coco
yeah,
World.
in Coco.
I think by the end of Coco World, Donald, Goofy,
So-
and Sora are going to be back together.
yes, I absolutely agree
they're
with
going to be
that.
back. I thought for sure
I
they would be
have-
apart for longer, but it looks it's not going to be very long. Absolutely not
I
gonna be very
have-
long at all.
I have a weird way of explaining how I think he's looking at the worlds, which is probably too smart, but I'm gonna say it
Yeah,
anyways.
he's opening portals with the key.
But the way that I guess I should say maybe the way that like I am interpreting it basically is if you were to layer pieces of paper on
yes,
top of
he's
each
moving
other,
up the layers. Absolutely,
he's moving up the
for
layers.
sure.
So like
Because they say something about being below.
if at the bottom is Quadratum, basically, then I think he's essentially going to the one above, which is like the dead worlds, with the Coco
Absolutely.
worlds,
Absolutely.
the whatever
Totally.
worlds,
Totally.
and then above that, I think is the world of darkness, and then above that is the underworld,
I think
and then
so.
above that is the rest of the light world.
Also, yeah, I wouldn't get
That's my theory.
I wouldn't get your hopes up for playing. I guarantee you that bit where you're playing Mickey, Donald, and Goofy is the beginning. It's the beginning of the
I
game.
don't know about Mickey because the Mickey stuff seemed more fleshed out, but definitely the Donald and Goofy stuff. I think that's just going to be like
That's
one
just
section.
when you're
in the
when you're
beginning.
in the underworld for sure.
Yeah.
But what's interesting is when you watch the gameplay. I love watching the gameplay. You look at the bar. There is something. There's different commands on there that we've never seen before. So with Sora, there's a point where there's a build command. With Donald and Goofy, they have a switch playstyle command. So like, maybe there'll be more to them. That'll be more fleshed out. But I just don't think so.
I'm guessing, knowing how game development works, the switching between the Donald and Goofy thing at least, that comes from the Final Fantasy VII remake,
Yeah,
where
absolutely
he's
does.
definitely gotten some gameplay cues from. So on the one hand,
Oh, that's a good point. Maybe it will be like fun, and you will
Yeah.
on the fly be able to switch between. You know what? That's totally a good point. I mean, I never would. I would always just play
I
Sora.
wouldn't necessarily
but
do. I mean, I might, but like
That's a
where
good
I'm like,
point. Maybe it is going to meld in some shit from Final Fantasy VII Remake. What's
they
fascinating
have
about
that,
this
and it's the
is
same development team, right? So it
Yeah.
makes sense that they would,
well, it's weird because Tetsuya Nomura
especially.
he
Sorry.
showed up. He was there.
Especially
That's
because
crazy. He's never done that before.
the reason, well, I mean, he kind of, I guess maybe he wants to reassure people that it's still being
Well,
made.
this was what you're gonna say, but,
but,
there's bizarre shit with this. What happened at D Plus with King D23? There's bizarre shit, truly bizarre. Shit.
The reason why I think they might implement some of the being able to switch between characters from Final Fantasy VII, not just Final Fantasy VII either, but also the one with Noctis.
Yeah.
You could switch between people and stuff too. But at least I think you can.
No,
Anyways,
that one I don't think you
definitely.
could, but I think in 16 you could.
Oh no, it was the weapons. It was the weapons you could swap between, which was
Yeah,
basically the same thing.
basically. That's what
Uh,
led to the Keyblade
uh,
ability in
but what I was gonna say is the reason why I think they might set that up even before you get Donald and Goofy back is because
yes, I do too.
where he is, all those people have
Yep,
Keyblades.
absolutely. When they
So
introduce
to
Riku, that's why Riku's being introduced into Quadratum. You'll be able to swap between Riku and
You'll
Sora.
switch between
Yeah,
Riku, Sora, and probably some of the other
absolutely,
Keyblade people that are there.
absolutely.
And each of them will have a different fighting style, and they'll feel different, and that'll be like one of the things
I
for it. That's
did
my
not
guess.
see Mickey, Donald, and Goofy being playable. That
I no that
did
no
not.
no.
That has ignited people's interest in a way I haven't. But it's so weird how into Kingdom Hearts Disney is now. It's bizarre. It's a weird, like, it's with this franchise they've seemingly sequestered
I'm
and
fascinated
ignored
by
for
the show.
hold on, we're gonna get there. In literal decades. Like, there's so much investment in Kingdom Hearts at this D23. Again, I'm gonna go back to this. Tetsuya Nomura showed up in person. That's I saw a lot of people who said that it's because the Final Fantasy remake is finally done. He's putting all of his focus and energy into Kingdom Hearts. The fact that they were like, it's coming out next year. I've seen so many people who were like, yeah, I'll believe that when I see it. I went. They were like late 2027. I went early 2028. Like, but apparently they insisted it's like done. Like, they've apparently streamlined the process. It's pretty much done. I was surprised to see the English voice cast had done so much work. You could tell it's early because the trailer, some of the line insertions are a little fucking wonky. Like, the Sora, Donald, Goofy, and Hades. That conversation is awkward sounding. It's very odd.
Yeah.
It sounds placed in, and the guy who plays the grandpa, his in Coco's world, lips don't match up. But I think the audio sync is still. I think it's still early. I still think it's in relative, like, they're still syncing it and localizing it. But it's the.
I was just impressed the animation style that, like, the Coco.
Well, it's the original voice actor. I'm interested who's playing.
No,
Coco.
I mean the animation style. Like,
I'm not all that impressed by that because they have the models. So, like.
But when I go back and I look back at, like, you look at the Frozen models of the game versus the movie, but it doesn't look like exactly the same. This looks pretty much exactly when you put them side by side.
Or you notice it. It reminded me of the Frozen world.
I didn't. No, I thought they were way closer.
I did see a funny comment that was like, I can't wait till Miguel plays Remember Me, a sad version of Remember Me, while Sora awkwardly stands in the background.
I mean, we saw that in the trailer where he did the
that was funny.
Un Poco Loco.
That was really fun. I'm curious who's playing Miguel because he sounds just like the original. Like, I'm wondering if they used B-roll from the original movie.
Oh, that might be.
But it's the original voice. That's what's cool about Kingdom Hearts 3. Clearly, there's money being put into this because they're getting. Well, Kingdom Hearts 3 was the same way. Like, clearly they're getting money put into this because for so many of these worlds, it's got the original voice cast. Like, that wasn't a thing in those original Kingdom Hearts games. Not really, anyway.
Now this is the part where we do the fun thing. What worlds do you think should be in it?
Well,
knowing that at least one of the worlds seems to be focused on the idea of death.
I don't know. See, I'm of two minds when it comes to selecting worlds. Knowing that Coco was selected because they're using it to promote Coco 2, they've never openly admitted that is an not an impact, but an inspiration for what causes them to pick worlds. So with that in mind, I already said Incredibles, but I'm like, are we restricted to one Pixar? Like, do we only get Coco, or are we going to do a couple Pixar? Because I'm like, Incredibles, I suspect we're probably going to go back to Toy Story because they kind of left that world in kind of a little bit of a limbo.
I just somehow don't think that we're going to get that, Haley. Haley is like, I want Atlantica. I want to go back to Atlantica. That is like the most hated world in all of Kingdom Hearts. I just do not think they're going to do that.
Not only was it the most hated world, it was technically cumbersome. It didn't play well. The only thing they could possibly do in the Little Mermaid world is perhaps the second one. maybe, but that wouldn't match thematically with what
Or
they're
you
going
come up
for.
with a completely new thing.
Unless you're gonna do a thing like, unless you're gonna do a thing like Kingdom Hearts 3, where the Disney worlds have nothing to do thematically with the, or they don't impact the overall story anymore, which it looks like that's not the case. It looks like it is gonna. They have learned that lesson. It will impact the world. So, I do think perhaps Moana. I do think that Keyblade is Moana because that is spiritual. It is a spirit of. It is an idea of renewal. So thematically, it matches up.
It also Moana. Sorry, real quick. Haley says, didn't they say we're going back to the underworld to Hades? Yes, they did. That has nothing to do with Atlantica.
Yeah.
But no, I definitely. The other reason why Moana works is, and they do this in the movie where Lola Toa or whatever, the monster world is layered underneath. It fits into that layer theory,
that layer, it being underneath,
where
exactly.
it's underneath. So the idea that like maybe there's another world, like
also,
the world that he's
Tamatoa
in.
boss battle just makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
Also, it was a lava keyblade in that gameplay. So Moana makes sense. Plus with them having
I could see it being a thing where
Frozen
I could
already.
see it being a thing where Quadratum ends up being sort of like Traverse Town from the first game, where it's like
it's the place
the
you go
hub
back
world
to.
or the place
definitely.
you go back to or whatever. And all of these worlds that he's going to is him trying to find his way back to the upper world.
I would, yeah. Because I number one, do you think the gummy ship's coming back? I don't. I think the gummy ship's done. I don't think it's coming back.
I don't think the gummy ship is. I don't think the gummy ship is. I think we're gonna have it because they have had this in a few different things where he rides that keyboard like it's like a jet board.
Yeah,
I think we're gonna get like a birth by sleep kind of thing where he opens portals and like the story thing is him flying
there's not
through.
gonna be like a gameplay where you're playing
but
a
I don't
ship.
think
No, there's absolutely
I'd be surprised if there was.
I really
but
don't.
also I wouldn't be surprised because he's kind of obsessed with shoehorning
Well,
it in.
but that's the thing that's so strange about Kingdom Hearts 4 is it's doing what the fans want. Right, that's what's so at least thus far it is, and like it's like he's like, oh, I heard what you were saying. I heard that you were concerned there wasn't enough Disney in this trailer. It's like he's hearing this for the first time.
I mean, it might have been a thing where either Disney or whoever, someone above him, was like, you have to do these things.
Yeah, nobody wants the T-Dog. Nobody wants the gummy ship.
Yeah, nobody
wants
the gummy ship.
Nobody likes the gummy ship. You can dress it up and try to make it as fun as you want, but nobody is in the middle of slicing through Heartless with their Keyblade and is like, you know what I'd much rather be doing right now? A terrible spaceship minigame. Nobody likes the gummy ship.
The closest they did was the third one, and it's still
the third one is all right.
Tedious.
And to be fair, I do like the second one. It's just a completely different game, and it's tedious. And
it's derailing.
The thing is, like, the games are aware that nobody likes it because it makes it skippable. Like, once you've done it the first time, it's completely skippable from then on. So it's like, well, if you know that nobody likes this, why are you doing it? It's like, yeah, I saw someone say this about the Mary Jane escort missions. It's like, they were like, well, if we don't do it, that's giving in. But no, they so specifically show him opening up portals in that gameplay. He's just going to open up portals, and it's just going to be just like, you're right, just like Birth by Sleep or Kingdom Hearts 3D, where it'll pull out to a separate sub-menu, and you'll just go to the world. There'll be no game.
I mean, I also want to add, for like, if you get rid of the gummy ship, that's a whole area of game that they can fill with something better.
Right? Exactly.
Or they can, like, you know, maybe put more worlds in.
Right? But, like, yeah, I
or go back to worlds, or, you know, like, it means that there's room for more things when we don't have to fill disk space with a useless minigame that nobody wants.
Like 5 people like, exactly. As for worlds,
also,
I want.
Also, one thing that I really don't want to do is I do not want to go back to Winnie the Pooh.
No, find a new world that you can do. I do and I don't. Like, obviously from a story standpoint, I like checking in on those characters and I like their relationship to Sora. So I like, in terms of story, yes, I do like going there. But if we are going to go there, put some effort into the fucking minigames. Don't do like 3 different versions of Bobble Bobble. Like, actually put some effort into it. But no, you're right. There isn't really anything to be gained by going there. But like, I don't like those characters. I like Winnie the Pooh. I like
Sure,
Tigger.
I love
So
Winnie
like,
the Pooh, but I don't want to go back to that world again.
I like there to be some sort of like reference to them, but like no, in terms of worlds, there's
Yeah,
a
like
difference between like
Merlin's
worlds I
been looking
want
after the
and
book or
worlds
whatever, and he's like, no, don't worry, Pooh's been fine.
Yeah,
That's good enough.
Like there's the worlds I want, and then there's the worlds I think they would do. Like I want a Star Wars and Marvel world. Like I'm pretty sure they're gonna do a Star Wars world. Like I think in the first teaser trailer, there's an environment that looks suspiciously like Endor. But like of the two, I want a Marvel world way more. But like that's where I'm like Marvel or Incredibles. I kind of would prefer Marvel. But I would like them to do a Marvel world. That's like that's the one I want that I don't think is gonna happen. But it's the one I want. I would love Sora, Donald, and Goofy to interact with Spider-Man and Iron Man. Like that would be so much fun. Like I want more of like putting now that we have the technology. Like I as much as I didn't care a ton for the Pirates of the Caribbean world, there was something really funny about its weird like photorealism that I would love to bring back for another world. Like I would love to see like more photorealistic Donald and Goofy. I think that's funny.
So what okay, now this is me saying my unrealistic, like what I would like them to do is I would like it to basically be two things, and he can have his gummy ship in the game this way too if he absolutely has to. This can be how he shoehorns it in, but to me there's two ways. Like there's two things that you do basically. You have it be where there are the worlds that are basically on the same if we're talking about paper levels or whatever, there are the worlds that are on the same paper level as Quadratum, and that's where he can use their version of whatever a ship is to go to the worlds like Midgar, which is the Final Fantasy world. You have like the Star Wars, the Marvel, the realistic ones or whatever, right?
Okay.
And
right.
you have it where those are on that side of reality,
Yeah,
and then whenever he's trying to get back to the other world, that's when you have the weird Disney ones like Atlantis or like Coco like those ones,
smart.
right?
That's way
but
too smart.
That's where I'm like, I don't see them
way
doing
too
that.
smart, and it's explaining way too much. Don't expect any explanation for how the worlds work. Like I'd expect very little, and then be surprised when things wind up different. Is how I would say.
Haley says Anastasia is technically Disney now. They could do a world of that.
I mean, that would be
Russian Revolution.
That I could get behind. That'd be kind of fun.
I'm just saying, in terms of a Kingdom Hearts villain, he uses weird light-based things, which could easily be like he's controlling the Heartless or something else.
It's also the first time we've ever seen. I'm interested to see. Again, there's so much to unpack.
There's so much in this trailer. Where, like,
so
some of those Heartless, Some of those Heartless, I don't think are Heartless, not in the true sense of the word.
But like, it's interesting that the Keyblade, you actually see the Keyblade transform in cutscene. Like it's only ever happened like once, and there's never really been a narrative explanation given for it. I thought that was interesting. Is there anything else?
I mean, there's a lot. That's not even talking about the missing link opening thing where we see, they've got the what I guess are called the dandelions.
I mean, it is,
what?
But I said that missing link trailer is not worth talking about. I mean, it is worth talking about, but it's not. To me that was. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. To me that was just nothing. Like there wasn't anything to like ground it in anything. Like the less Disney a Kingdom Hearts thing is, the less I've discovered, the less I care about it. The more generically Final Fantasy, and that looked really generically Final Fantasy.
Right,
like
but
it's all
I
the
only
least
care
interesting things about that universe.
I only care about it because it definitely takes place in Quadratus, and it definitely sets up what's going on.
No, it doesn't. That game very specifically does not take place in Quadratum.
The first part of it does, absolutely.
They wind up in Quadratum, but the rest of the trailer is in Skellimel Column.
Right, but I'm saying the parts where they're in the suits and stuff and they're going into the darkness, that's Quadratum.
I was like, I mean, it looked pretty and it looked cool, but I was like...
But no, it's only relevant because now in this trailer, Sora and them directly reference the dandelions, which is clearly what those are as the ship is flying overhead. Like they're like the dandelions are going to
It's too much.
That's definitely referencing to that.
It's that I'm like, Unless that game comes out, I don't care. Like
No, I'm not interested in it in reference to what it was. I'm interested into how it will play
oh,
into Kingdom Hearts 4, which
not
it
really.
definitely does.
I'm not. No, no, I'm not really. Not. I no. All the Quadratum stuff is minimally interesting to me. I did not become invested in this until the Disney stuff started showing up. That's when I became. And to be fair, that's not really a uncommon feeling when it comes to Kingdom Hearts. Most people don't care about the Dandelion, all that shit. Nobody cares about that. Like I'm like, I will say visually it looked cool. Like visually, I'm like, oh, yeah, it looks cool. It doesn't look like Kingdom Hearts, and that's a bad thing. But it looks
Yeah, so
neat.
that's the other thing that we can talk about is I don't like how Sora looks in any part of this.
I'm pretty indifferent.
I mean, that's great. That doesn't change what I just said.
To me, he looks the same. I don't.
No, he doesn't. He's suddenly not not a brown-haired person anymore.
That's nitpicking, as far as I'm concerned.
It's not.
I'm like, I saw a side by side where someone was like, he looks different. I'm like, yeah, he's an adult now. He doesn't dress like he's 12 anymore. What do you want
Right,
from him?
but I'm not talking. I'm talking about actual physical details that would not change.
I mean, his hairstyle and hair color are different. Like, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, no, it bothers me.
It's a thing that it's another thing.
See, Haley agrees. Sora looks weird.
I'm utterly indifferent. He's in a different location. It's really just more a further continuation of his design. I didn't like it in Kingdom Hearts 3. I've adjusted. That's just one of those things where I'm not bothered by it.
It doesn't. Like
Like people are
different.
comparing him to Kingdom Hearts 1. I'm like, he's like 16 now. Of course he looks different.
No, but he looks different than he did in Kingdom Hearts 3.
I don't
What do you?
think he does.
Yeah, he does.
He looks the same. To be fair, he looks generically Final Fantasy. They all do. They've always looked generically Final Fantasy. Like
No,
he
he's
doesn't look
got-
any
he's-
less
he's-
generically. His
No,
hair's slightly less pointed.
He's gotten worse.
I don't. This is an example of I don't know what you're talking about. He looks exactly.
Yes, you do. You absolutely
No,
do.
I mean, yeah, like in terms of the design, like he no longer dresses and is shaped like he's a child. That's a difference I notice. Yeah, he has longer limbs and has longer arms and he's taller. That I noticed. But like,
I mean, there's also
he wears different clothes.
To be fair, Kingdom Hearts is historically known for changing what their characters look like because at one point Riku was had blue eyes and then he changed to having green eyes.
Yeah,
so
that shit. Who cares? Like, I'm not saying like royal you. Like, who cares? Like, who cares? Like stuff like that is so inconsequential. Like,
no, it's not. In a series like this, no, it's not.
Yeah. I do, like I say, I saw it. Obviously, he looks different from Kingdom Hearts 1, but he looked different in Kingdom Hearts 2. So, like, yeah, he got older, and he no longer looks like he's 12.
Yeah, but that's not
what
that's not what most of us are talking
But
about.
nobody has adequately articulated what they mean when they show the side by side. Like, yeah, the side by side they do look different.
I've shown you a side by side where it's fucking it's even just his profile picture thing where it goes from Kingdom Hearts 1 to Kingdom Hearts 3 or Kingdom Hearts 4 and in Kingdom Hearts 4 he has black hair.
It looks nominally different.
He has black hair.
Yeah.
He has a completely different hair color.
He's affected by darkness. Who cares?
You can't say that you don't see. Right, I don't care that it doesn't bother you, but you can't pretend you don't see the difference.
I never said I didn't see the difference.
Yes, you did. You said I don't.
I said it was
you
nominal.
literally said that you literally said that you didn't see what people were talking about.
I said the difference is negligible. It's barely noticeable.
You literally said you didn't see what people were talking about.
No, I don't get what people are complaining about. That's what I said. Which I don't. He looks nominally different. Yeah, the design changed over the years. Like, I don't get what people are complaining about. Like, I saw people do memes where it was like, this is what he used to look like in Kingdom Hearts 1. And yeah, he had the big goofy Mickey shoes. Yeah, he doesn't wear the big goofy Mickey shoes anymore. He wears regular runners now. Because he lives in a regular city. That's what I mean when I say I don't understand what people's beef is.
Right,
yeah,
and when he was in Quadratum, it didn't bug me as much because I was like, oh, maybe it's just for that world that he looks weird. It's like when he goes to the Nightmare Before Christmas and he looks like a skeleton dude. Okay, that's fine. Yes, he does.
No,
Justin.
but he doesn't.
Yes, he does.
He looks different in the way that he's an adult now. And he was a teenager.
He looks different enough that even I'm gonna assume that she doesn't literally have a tattoo of it tattooed on her body and is not as much of a fan as me. So even Haley notices that he looks weird.
And it's negligible as far as I'm concerned.
He looks weird.
But to be fair, this is not just you. You're not the only person I would say I don't get it, who cares to. Like, you're a face representation of a group of people on the internet who keep complaining about this thing that doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter. Like,
no, it doesn't. It doesn't matter to you.
It just generally doesn't matter.
There's such a thing as consistency, where it's like, yeah,
who cares?
But there's such a thing as consistency, where I want my aesthetics to continue to look similar.
But it does look similar.
And it doesn't. No, he doesn't look right.
But he does look. He looks just fine.
No, he doesn't.
He looks like a person who's changed his style from moving into a new city and has been existing in a new plane of existence and is now.
And again, if they come up with a story reason and they justify it, then that's one thing. But no,
who cares?
He has a completely different hair. He has a different, completely hair color.
Who cares?
I do.
Yeah, this is not directed at you. This is one of those examples of you're just a representation of a group of people who I would say the same thing to, of who cares? Like, there's so many other things to, like, care about in that franchise that are worth caring about, that his hair color being different is not one of them.
Thank you, Haley. Haley says lots of people don't like changing things. Lol, I'm one of them.
It doesn't. The change is nominal. It's nominal.
To you. To you.
Generally, it's nominal.
No, to you.
It doesn't really look that... Like, I'm not going to say
yes,
it doesn't look different. You know, he does look different. But, like, when I see the side-by-side of people comparing, I'm like, yeah, that's because that's a grown-ass adult and that's a 12-year-old. Like if you want to compare...
Again, there being a style change, him wearing a different outfit, that's never bugged me. They've done that with each game.
His face still looks the same. He still has the same eyes. He still has the same facial structure. His body shape is still the same. Like, his hair color looks different. People change their hair color. It's not really that big a deal. He doesn't look that different otherwise.
I disagree.
I don't.
His feet look like normal feet now. He's not a clown anymore.
He always had normal feet.
No, he didn't.
He went from having big...
He had huge feet.
Yeah, he had huge feet in the first one, and then the second one he had normal feet because he grew
he
into
had
his
big
feet.
He had big feet.
He absolutely did not have big feet in the second one.
Yes, he does.
That was a big thing when he went from that. Like, this is one of those, like, people trying to rewrite history type things. But him going from having big goofy shoes to normal shoes from the first one to the... Yes, now he has completely normal shoes. They were still kind of goofy shoes, but they were still like it was made apparent that he just had big shoes. Like, he had normal size feet, he had big shoes. But the shoes have been getting smaller as those games have gone on. Now he's just wearing a sensible pair of Converse because he lives in a regular city now. Like, he grew up. He grew up out of wearing big shoes. Like, you can absolutely headcanon your way out of him looking different, which I guess I have.
For me, it's the hair.
But the hair doesn't look that different.
Yes, it does.
It's a different color, sure. And even if it did look different, people change their hair. He lives in a normal human city now. He could have just changed his hair. Like, I guess that's my point is, this is the bit that people can't suspend their disbelief. A guy went from being 12 to being 18 and now looks different. Like, this is what you can't suspend your disbelief on.
The hair thing is annoying because they made that deliberate choice. Like, why? Yeah, well, why? Why is his hair wrong?
Maybe because he went through the world of darkness. Who cares?
I do.
The thing is, why do you need an explanation for hair?
His hair is wrong.
Why does that bother you?
Because from a design standpoint, it means they went out of their way. It's the equivalent of, like, you're making a live action character and you specifically make one thing about them inaccurate. I'm sorry, no. Canonically, his hair is brown. I mean, in every other game, it's brown. Why is it now randomly black?
It's a very weird thing to get hung up on. That's all I'm saying.
No, it's not.
It is. It is an absolutely strange. It's strange from every person who's got hung up on it.
Let me put it this way. No. Fuck you, Justin. Let me put it this way. Spider-Man. Yeah. His suit has to be exactly perfect for you, doesn't it? Or else you think it looks wrong.
I'm weird. I'm fully willing to admit that.
His hair has to look right, or it's wrong.
I mean, but it's hair. Who cares?
It has to look right.
He's not iconically known for his hair.
It's the equivalent of if you took Cloud, who is very famously blonde, and suddenly made him into a brown-haired person. Yeah, I know it's wrong.
It'd be equally as weird to be hung up on that.
Okay, no, Justin, you don't get to sit on your hypocritical tower of hypocrism and say that you're obsessed with a Spider-Man outfit having to look a particular way.
It's weird. It's weird that I think that way.
And then act like it's weird when someone else has a thing.
It is weird.
No, it's not. It's not.
It's weird when I think that. It's very weird that I think that way. It's an OCD thing that belongs to me. But I acknowledge its weirdness that I'm obsessed with it. But no, being obsessed with some kid's hair, it's weird. It's a weird nominal design choice that they've gone with. That, like, and again, it's not you. It's not you. You're not the only person. At least you're like, no. From Kingdom Hearts 3 to 4, he looks weird. And I'm like, I accept that. That's why I'm not ragging you for this.
I'm not saying
it's the people who are like, he looks different from Kingdom Hearts 1. And I'm like, of course he does.
Between two generations of content.
Right, yeah, that's an idiotic thing to compare. You're like, no, of course he looks completely different.
But no, between 3 and 4,
like, I'm guessing they decided to give his hair more texture.
Which is fine if they're like in quadratum, he looks weird. But for me, it's when I see him in. It's when I see him in the Coco world and he still looks weird. That I'm like, he looks weird, especially beside Donald and Goofy, where he doesn't look weird.
Suspend your disbelief on the hair color. I guess is how it was. What I would respond to with that. But like.
But it's not even just the hair color, Justin. It's like when he's in the Coco world, and it's the equivalent of from Kingdom Hearts 2, when you have him in the Pirates of the Caribbean world, and he stands out. He stands out now. He looks weird.
I don't see what you're talking about whatsoever. Like, none whatsoever. Do not say it. To be fair, I haven't seen it since people have been complaining about how he looks since that first tech demo trailer, and I didn't understand it then, and I don't understand it now. He looks, at best, and I'm being very generous when I say this, nominally different. Like negligibly different. Like whenever people do these side by sides, I'm like, yeah, the difference. Sure, when you put something side by side, you might notice some more differences, but like it's negligible at best.
But it's not, and it's hard to articulate. The thing, like,
that's
for
what
me,
makes it negligible, anyway, though. If you can specifically articulate it, it's negligible.
Shut up and let me talk. For me, it's probably different than what it is for a lot of other people. For me, again, it's the equivalent of like. So you know how he looks in Kingdom Hearts 1 or 2, how he looks in the main game, and then the stylistic difference, not the design, but like the stylistic difference of how he looks in those final cutscenes where it's like super realistic, or at least for the times it was, and it's like, yes, he looks the same. He's wearing the same costume. He's supposed to look the same, but stylistically, it looks different in the way that a comic book or an animated thing looks stylistically different from when you put it in live action.
It doesn't, though.
Right? To me, it looks weird. It looks jarring. It looks different.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I really.
Yes, you do. Nope, I have just explained it to you.
Yeah, I don't see what you see. I don't see it. It looks fine.
Okay. But you can't say that you don't know what I'm talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You do know what I'm talking about.
I don't know
I've just spent 10 minutes explaining it to you. You know what I'm talking about it. You just don't see it. Yeah. Those are two different things.
You're splitting hairs on the phrasing.
No, I'm not. You're being an ass.
I'm not.
You are.
I'm being fair here. I have not seen it since the first one of these. People have been trying to royal me in this case, been trying to convince us that this thing looks different, and it just doesn't.
It does.
It does look different. You represent right now a segment of people on the internet who are being weird and nitpicky for some reason. I don't know why.
I mean, don't misunderstand me. I'm still excited for this, and I will get used to it, but I think it looks weird.
I don't know what you're talking. I don't see it. It doesn't look any.
But to be fair, I thought it looked weird when we took it to Kingdom Hearts 3.
It looks. I
thought it looked weird.
You know what this is, Jordan? This is my Stewart.
That's fair.
This is my Stewart. I don't find it jarring. I did find it jarring in Kingdom Hearts 3 when he all of a sudden looked realistic, but this just looks like an extension of that.
It
doesn't look any different than the third one. It really doesn't.
Yes. This is an extension of that, and I found that weird.
Yeah, I'm already over it.
And I'm not.
That's the difference. I'm already over it.
I still don't like it. I prefer the cartoony style of 1 and 2. Yeah, I don't like that we're doing this weird, unnecessary, hyper-realistic thing.
They want him to look more human. That's so that when he's around other Final Fantasy characters, he doesn't look weird. Is what it is. That's why. That's what it is. When he was around cartoon characters more, so he needed to look more cartoony.
I understand why they're doing what they're doing.
You do. That's why I'm not yelling at you.
But my point is that they can have their cake and eat it too.
You're smart.
Especially because they've set up this idea that when they go to different worlds, they change.
Yeah, I know.
So they can absolutely have it where in Quadratum he looks weird and realistic, and they can have it be where he can look more soft, rounded, and cartoony.
That's where we
But he's in the
differ.
cartoony world.
That's where we differ. I don't think he requires that. But with that, I think that I don't know. I don't know if there's anything else we can theorize on, other than, and then we'll wrap up Kingdom Hearts. This
And
big
there's the
ass
only
Kingdom
thing
Hearts video.
the only thing we can continue with that we can theorize on is you never said all the worlds that you think would be in it.
I give a few. I mean, I don't know how many there are gonna be, so I don't want to like stand here and list. I said Marvel, Moana, probably Incredibles. I don't think there's really anything left from the classic. I'd like to see a dedicated Mickey. It'd be kind of neat if they did a Disneyland world.
Interesting.
Like you go there and it's regular people, and it's kind of like do like a night at the museum kind of thing as a way to incorporate Oswald. I think Oswald should be incorporated. We're gonna talk about Oswald. I have theories for that show. I think Oswald is gonna. I think Oswald will definitely show up in Kingdom Hearts 4. Definitely.
That's the thing too. Is like how many of the other Keyblade wielders are we like? Are we gonna be Roxas? Are we gonna see what's going on with Axel? Are we gonna see what's going on with any of those ones? Right?
I
like,
don't think they.
What are they doing?
I don't think we're gonna get jumping perspectives, because that was a huge critical. That huge thing that they were critical of in the last one. I don't think they're gonna do that this time. I think a lot of lessons were learned from the third one, and I think we're gonna see that implied. That having been said, another thing they dropped, and
I wanted
the
Atlantis
crowd reaction to this news was colossal, because nobody saw this coming. Nobody. And that is a Disney Plus Kingdom Hearts anime, and I did relook at the image, Jordan. You're right. That isn't Sora. That's Brain.
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 Which the guy with the hat?
Who is going to be the guy?
Yeah.
It's him. I guarantee you it's him. It's not Sora. But here's my two minds, right? You're right. This is the place to do that fucking shitty ass crossing shit that nobody likes. This is the place to do that. But the audience doesn't want that. All the comments are like, we want a Sora, Donald, and Goofy dedicated story, and we want an adaptation of the first game. That's never gonna happen. Get that out of your brain right fucking now.
That's a logistical nightmare.
Not what this is. Yeah, exactly. That is a logistical nightmare. That will never happen. That is not what this is going to be. You need to get that out of your brain right now. Now, here's the deal. If that is what this is, I will come here and eat shit. And I will be like, I was wrong, and I'm excited to be wrong. But they haven't said who's making it. They haven't said which studio. I think they should let the studio. Here's my controversial hot take. I think they should let the studio that did that Avatar movie make it. I think they would be the most ideally. Can you imagine that art style, that animation style, Keyblade fights? They should do the Keyblade War. That's what they should do. That way we can have Keyblade fights. Beautifully animated, gorgeous, beautiful, hand-drawn anime fight. Like, because they've done Star Wars anime, so like that's the blueprint, right? Do that. Like this could be.
If they're smart.
Brilliant.
If they're smart, which they're not, but if they're smart, then I mean, those cross games between all the different versions of them and how far they go and all this and that.
It's kind of the spot.
This is the spot.
They've
to
already
do
done
that.
a movie, technically.
And then like you can especially if Disney is the one it's going to be on Disney Plus.
But nobody wants that though. That's the thing.
They're already in on it, so like you can then have it be. You can have them go to some of the Disney worlds and have Disney things, and it's like that Wonderland show where like they have the Disney theming in it, even though it's an anime. Right?
I just like, nobody. No, that's what's crazy about this. Right? I'm like, yeah, you're right. You could easily like I don't know to have like an occasional Disney character. It's having Donald and Goofy. That's a lot for a whole show.
Like especially because that story.
And Tetsuya Nomura is heavily
games.
He's heavily involved in it allegedly, which tells me that it's gonna have all that cross shit in it. It's gonna like it will.
All that
if he's involved in the writing of this, it will.
All that stuff is already an anime. Right? Like in its design, in the way that it's written.
Right.
So to just take that and animate it,
right,
absolutely makes sense. And then it also just logistically makes sense. It also just logistically makes sense. Like if I think about it, that maybe they were like instead of having this missing link thing be a game.
Yes.
If they were like, why don't we just take this and make it into a show?
Absolutely. It is a weird coincidence They've never canceled a game ever in the history of this franchise, even when they were the worst ideas. Like if they didn't cancel, oh shit, what's the shitty one? The Recoded. If they didn't cancel Recoded, there's no way they were gonna like if they let those crossing games last as long as they did when nobody was playing them. There's no way that they
Why would they suddenly cancel this one?
Why would they shelve this, especially when so much of that fourth game involves it?
Especially
if sitting there, why would they not?
Especially if those opening cutscene things, those look expensive,
right?
So
it's weird that they. Well, I saw some people saying that it was fake though, like those cutscenes weren't real, that they were AI.
That's certainly possible, but I mean, pretending that they are, it would be weird to even make something that expensive for what was apparently a mobile game.
Right, but the gameplay, they had gameplay, and the gameplay they had, it was like
3D.
It was 3D. It was like, I was trying to think of a good comparison. It was probably comparable, a slightly more expensive looking version of the DS game. Like it was 3D. It wasn't 2D. And you were playing as that guy with the hat. And it looks like him. But I could see
I know
the
is
argument.
that the
I could see
image
if you told me it was Sora, though. I'd be like, I could see how that could be Sora.
I was gonna say I could see the argument, like maybe that's Riku or something. But
I could see that's anime Sora, and they've added a bit of flourish and a bit of volume to his hair to make him look more like an anime protagonist. I could absolutely believe that was a thing, because it does appear to be the Kingdom Key that he has. So I mean, just
that
don't
doesn't mean anything.
I mean, he's the only one who has the Kingdom Key, so it absolutely means something.
Right, but if they're making an anime, that might not be true.
Yeah, I just don't. I wouldn't get your hopes up and expect it to be an adaptation of the first games. Is what I would say. Just in the event that it likely isn't that, because I just don't think it's gonna be that. I'm hoping it's that. I want it to be that. I would love for it to be that.
I'd like it for it to be
but
that.
That just feels like a logistical night. Oh, apparently another thing they said that I didn't realize. Apparently Tetsuya Nomura said that.
I should say. It depends. Okay, it being a logistical nightmare depends on how heavily Disney is influencing it.
Yeah.
If Disney is really has their thumb in it a lot, then no, not necessarily, because they own the rights to everything that would be in it.
I suppose, yeah. Well, most of it anyway.
Yeah.
The only thing they don't is Tarzan.
But then that's where I'm like, at that point I don't know what the breakdown is, like, of how much Disney owns of it all, because they own a lot of it.
They own all of the Kingdom Hearts original stuff. So any character that is Kingdom Hearts original, Disney owns. And apparently, but the thing is, Tetsuya Nomura likes to, what I've discovered about him is he likes to throw Disney under the bus a lot.
Kingdom Hearts 1, though, is that specifically has a lot of Final Fantasy.
That's the thing that Disney doesn't own. But again, Tetsuya Nomura is reported. He was at D23, which I just cannot stress. Yes. You people don't understand what a big deal it is that he came to America to promote Kingdom Hearts. He's never done that before. That's fucking crazy. But he apparently said that, he's heavily involved in it, which means it's going to be convoluted and batshit. Another thing he said that I forgot to mention in the Kingdom Hearts 4 section was that apparently Maleficent is going to be majorly involved in Kingdom Hearts 4.
Interesting.
So that makes me wonder if Pete will be as well, if we're going to see Pete come back.
Makes me wonder if they found the box.
Yeah, maybe they found the box. Yeah.
Because wasn't that what they spent all of 3 doing, was looking for this mysterious box that we know nothing about?
The box that ended up being a plot point in Recoded. I think them looking for the box that I think ended up being the plot of that it did come back in something. I think there's a lot of that was the thing about Kingdom Hearts 3. There's a lot of concepts that didn't go anywhere because they were clearly delete. Anyway. We have talked about Kingdom Hearts for an hour, Jordan.
Yeah, what else is
time to move on?
What else is at D23, Justin? There's a lot.
There is a lot, Jordan. There is a lot. Some of this is going to be rapid though, so
maybe we will have to skip DC, Justin. Jeez.
No, we're just gonna accept the fact that this is gonna be a 5-hour podcast today. Just accept it now, Jordan. Accept it.
I mean, we'll go until my batteries die.
I mean, you've got the thing that keeps your thing alive.
Yeah, kind of, but
It's fine. It's fine. We're
anyways,
moving on.
it's more of a life extender.
Jordan. It's okay. A lot of these announcements are going to be very rapid. They're not going to be quite that in depth. Very unexpectedly, expectedly, I think this was something people were expecting. But they announced the cast for the new X-Men movie, directed by the gentleman who directed the Thunderbolts. I am sorry, the new Arte just went up. I am cautiously optimistic for it because I really like Thunderbolts, and he did a really good job of blending an ensemble cast that was an ensemble cast that we knew. So this is a new cast. This is introducing a new cast. So I'm not gonna bother you with who's playing who because you've not heard of any of them, which I think is a good thing. Like I realized that this morning. I much prefer when your comic book like heroes anyway are people we've never heard of, because then you're not distracted by it being a famous person. Like with like Ghost Rider, for example, you're like, oh, all you can think about the fact is that he's Nicolas Cage, and that's the thing that dominates that character's characterization and performance is that he's Nicolas Cage. So anyway, so I'm going to tell you the characters that are in this, and you're going to tell me whether or not you're excited about this. Number one, obviously, Sadie Sink is Jean Grey, which she's an example of. She, I think, is too famous. I think she's too famous to be Jean Grey. This is a carryover from the Spider-Man movie because you're distracted by the fact you're like, oh, it's the girl from Stranger Things. Like, that's distracting. That distracts away from the character's performance, I think.
In that instance, no, I think she is low grade enough because if she was 11 from Stranger Things,
That'd
that's
be more
different.
distracting. Okay, no, that's valid. That's very valid. But to be fair, I've
But
heard
like
of some of these
like
people, and some of these people are famous.
it's
So
the equivalent for me of like if she was the Mike's sister. Like she's not the main person, so it's
not quite as pull you out.
not
And to
quite
be
as
fair,
bad.
like I know who Samara Weaving is, who she's Emma Frost. I know
Okay.
who so okay, so sorry, these are the people that are going to be. So we got Jean Grey, we got Cyclops, we got Emma Frost, we've got Professor Xavier, and the Professor Xavier is young. He's a young guy this time, and we've got Storm, and then the bad guy. You do. Oh yeah, sorry. And then we've got Rogue. I have not seen the girl playing Rogue. It's funny. The girl playing Rogue is the main girl from this movie Obsession, which was really big this past year. And she was in talks to be in a Marvel thing, and people were like, who's she going to be? She's going to be Rogue. I've seen clips of her in Obsession, and I'm like, oh, all right, okay. I can maybe see it. She's got kind of a unhinged edge to her that I think will suit Rogue. But what's interesting is you're probably expecting a
Wolverine.
ooh, okay, that's a solid guess. You're probably expecting, in terms of bad guys, you're expecting a
Magneto.
no Magneto. The bad guy is Adam Driver.
Juggernaut. Juggernaut.
No, the bad guy is Adam Driver as Mr. Sinister.
Oh yeah, okay, the second most famous X-Men villain.
Right? But I'm kind of okay with Adam Driver as Mr.
Sorry,
Sinister.
sorry, no, wait, no, wait, no, I'm thinking Fantastic Four. Yeah, Sinister.
Yeah,
X-Men. Right.
Mr. Sinister, he's up there. He's one of the main staple, and he hasn't been
I was
He hasn't been
gonna
done
say
on the big screen yet. He's a relatively.
I was gonna say Galactus, and then I was like, wait, no, that's
You
Fantastic
could have maybe
Four.
said Apocalypse because they technically did him on the show.
Oh
But
yeah.
how are we feeling about this X-Men lineup though? So there's no Wolverine, there's no Magneto.
I mean, there's no Wolverine that they've told us about.
That they told us about. Also, here's what's interesting. I maintain my theory that they're gonna be in either Doomsday or they're gonna be in Secret Wars, and they're gonna do a passing of the torch thing where they have the Fox X-Men literally pass the torch to the new cast.
Yeah, and that'll be how Sadie Sink gets the Phoenix Force.
Something to that effect, yeah. I maintain like they're gonna do a thing where because the Jean Grey who was in the Fox universe, she's not in it, so I think they're gonna do a thing where in their universe she's dead. I've said this before, but they're gonna do a thing where in their universe she got killed, and like her being alive in the MCU universe is what causes the X-Men to want to save the MCU universe, and that's what makes them work together, or whatever, what have you.
So it's believable.
Then that dovetails nicely, Jordan, into they put out a new trailer for Avengers Doomsday that still looks. My thing with these trailers is they're not good. They are and they aren't. They would be good if like they hadn't taken so long to put them out and the internet hadn't put out a slew of AI slop trailers that look identical to this. Like, I've seen this trailer. Literally. Somebody made it with AI slop and it looked exactly like this, and it's not really doing any. It's doing stuff that we kind of expected. It's a little frustrating that I mean, obviously the Reed Richards and Doctor Doom knowing each other is obviously a thing they were always going to do. He should have been in, not necessarily physically. I mean, he is technically physically in Fantastic Four, allegedly. Apparently, the post-credit scene where he holds up the mask, apparently that is Robert Downey Jr. In the costume. So,
I don't know. I liked the trailer. I thought it was fun just seeing he was Doctor Doom.
Oh, for sure. I just wish they had done a better job of. They knew he was coming back when they were making Fantastic Four. They knew that this was the direction they were going into by that point. I don't think he needed to physically be in the Fantastic Four. I just feel there should have been like at least lip service paid to him so that we can at least seed the idea. So you don't have to waste a bunch of time in this. This movie is going to have to establish relationships between characters in a way that previous Avengers movies just didn't have to, and I do fear it will be bogged down. But that having been said, I do agree. Him going, "I am Doom," and the bit I saw an unfinished version of the bit where he raised the Sentinels. That's fucking cool. Apparently, in one of the shots in the trailer, you can see a destroyed New York, and everyone's pretending it's this big shot that the theory is that that's Tobey Maguire's New York.
Because I mean, they're definitely going the route of Doom he's a multiverse destroyer. Well, so he's going from multiverse to multiverse, destroying them.
I think what it is he's
clearly the route they're going.
I don't think it's that. I do think it's sort of that. I think it's more just the universe, or it's from what I understand, it's he's pissed off at Captain America for doing the going back in time and marrying Peggy thing, and a bunch of the incursion shit. He's pissed off about that, and he's now causing them in order to create what he sees as his perfect. So yes, yes, but I think there's more nuance to it than he's just a bomb that wants to blow up everything.
Oh, I mean, no, like when I say that, like he has his reasons for doing it. But he is doing it.
It is a little the trailer
because there's the one where there's a part where we see Captain America has like a baby or something, and I'm like, that's an alternate version of him.
It does look a little like it's shot in a cupboard. Like there's a lot of people standing on green screen backgrounds while they all look around at each other on equally green screen backgrounds, and I'm like, I'm still apprehensive. I think I will be apprehensive until I walk out of it. I don't see a version of it where I don't
know.
But they made some. Well, the thing that's frustrating about this movie is they're being so. I'm kind of done with, and I know this is a general sentiment on the internet. I'm done with secrecy. Like it's tedious by this point. Like I'm tired of actors playing coy. I'm tired of Marvel playing coy about whether or not actors are in a thing. I'm kind of done with that. Like I've seen a kind of a general sentiment of like, this is kind of getting old. Like, they did a thing where it seems that they've announced that Hugh Jackman and Deadpool are in it because they popped up.
They did like the hostage thing.
Yeah, at Comic-Con, he showed up in Jean Grey, which we sort of talked about. Deadpool, Ryan Reynolds showed up in a different Deadpool costume, which was Jean Grey, and asked to be in Avengers. Like, you guys still have room for more cast members? And then they did the same thing where, Hugh Jackman pretended he was being held hostage. And they did do you still have room for these, seemingly implying that they're going to be in it? That they will, in fact, be in it? And that does align up with several leaks which say that they're going to team up with the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man, who, again, is definitely in this, but everyone is acting surprised by that. It's very weird. Like, a bunch of people who do what we do are like, what seemingly seems to be hinting that Tobey Maguire is in it. Yeah, we all know that. He was spotted on the set filming it. Like, if you do this, like if you do the movie news thing, you know. Why are you pretending like, why are you playing stupid like you don't know that he's obviously fucking in this? Like, what are you doing? I mean, I'm excited by that. That's neat. Wolverine, Deadpool, and Tobey Maguire Spider-Man teaming up to fight Doctor Doom. It's kind of cool, but like, let's not pretend we're stupid here, okay? Are we playing horseshoes, Jordan? No, I don't think we are.
Maybe they're not pretending.
I mean, maybe they are just that stupid. Jordan, next Marvel thing.
You said it, not me.
How are you feeling about Vision Quest?
Largely indifferent.
Are you not even a little bit intrigued?
I have the perspective of, why is this a fucking show? You're shooting it like a movie. Stop doing this to me, you stupid fucking assholes.
Be a movie? This would be much more appealing to me if this were a movie. Yeah. I don't. Yes. It's just funny when I heard. It's funny because we did a bit on this when we heard that they were going to be humans, and we were like, "What's the fucking point?" I don't hate it so much. I mean, it definitely exists as a plot device so that these people don't have to. So they don't have to. My favorite bit in the trailer is when he's like, where he's like human form only. Do you think we can afford Robot Ultron? Come on, fuck off, James Spader. Put on that weird beard. Put on your weird fake beard and stop being Robot Ultron. It's too expensive. But like, I do think it's funny that they've got Dummy and he's a human guy. And he's like completely cross-eyed and looks like he's completely empty-headed. That's a funny gag. I do enjoy that. The fact that he's got a son is weird.
Dummy?
And I don't. Dummy, you know from the original.
Oh, the arm.
Dummy.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, he's one of the AIs in Vision's mind.
Oh, I must have missed that.
Yeah, he's one of the humans. When you see there's like 3 or 4 of them. One of them is Friday. One of them is Jarvis. Because I kind of had forgotten that, technically speaking, Vision is, even though he was voiced by Paul Bettany the whole time, Jarvis and Ultron, or Vision, is a combination between Jarvis and Ultron. So Jarvis, the original Jarvis, like the original program from Iron Man 1, is there as a human avatar, as a separate character.
Right.
And that's why he's kept him in his head, because these are all the programs that have informed Vision. I'm like, okay, that's kind of clever, but I can't disagree with you that, yeah, you're right, this would be better as a movie. It's just one of those things where, like, I'm watching it and it feels like a movie trailer, and then I'm like, oh, right, but this is like a show which I don't want to devote like 9 hours to. Right. Or like, this is going to be a show that, like, 4 hours of this is good. The 5th hour is you're like, there's no way that this could possibly wrap up satisfyingly, and then the 6th hour doesn't. The fact that they're advertising it as the ending of the WandaVision trilogy is very strange. That is a very strange choice that I don't understand. It's very weird for them to be like, hey, did you guys watch Agatha All Along? Yeah, this ties into that somehow. I mean, I like Agatha All Along. That show's actually good, but
which automatically means that I can't jump into Vision Quest because I never watched Agatha All Along.
But like, legit Agatha All Along.
I just have no desire to do that.
Yeah, but that show's actually good. You would actually like that show. I will, but it's weird that they don't include. It's funny that they don't include Doctor Strange 3 in there. Remember Doctor Strange 2? Nobody does. Next, Jordan, we're gonna take a break from Disney Plus because I don't feel like D23 for a few moments because I'm too lazy to rearrange these stories. Jordan, every once in a while I come on here and I have to say I'm wrong. I have to admit when I'm wrong about something. I have to admit when my own hubris has caused me to be wrong about something. Jordan, they announced that they are renewing Stuart Fails to Save the Universe for Season 2. What shocks the shit out of me? Because it only has a 70% on Rotten Tomatoes, and most of the Big Bang Theory audience can't fucking stand it, and the rest don't get it. I'm shocked. I'm shocked that it's getting a Season 2. I think it's getting a Season 2 based on the fact that Season 1 numbers were so high based on curiosity, and I don't think Season 2 is going to perform well. I think Season 2 will perform terribly, and it'll get canceled after Season 2.
Do you hear that phone ringing? Because I did call
you said they were going to come back for Season 2, and yeah, you were right. I'm shocked. I am positively
Hello?
shocked.
Hello?
Um, two quick rapid fire stories, Jordan. Apparently, even though it made a bajillion dollars at the box office, they might not make Barbie 2. Like for
I
Hollywood,
don't
Jordan. I know.
I don't see that as a bad thing.
I know you're personally no. It's not a bad or good thing. It's just a shocking thing because it's like that movie. I don't think it's funny. I like Barbie 1. I think that movie's hilarious. That they shouldn't make a sequel. That movie said everything it had to say in the first one. There's nothing more to be done with that version of that franchise. There's nothing more for that movie to say. I don't know what you could possibly do in a second one.
You don't want to have a Joker 2 do a poo, do you?
Yeah, exactly. Do you want a Joker 2 doing a poo? That's how you get Joker 2 doing a poo. Sometimes you can have just a really good standalone. I'm not saying don't ever make another live action Barbie movie, but you don't need to make a sequel to it just because it made a bunch of no. I mean if somebody has a fun idea for a live action Barbie movie that's not just this again, then fine. But this doesn't need a sequel. The first one was a good standalone movie, and that's all it needs to be. But I'm just shocked Hollywood is failing to make a sequel. It's very surprising. Speaking of failing to make something, I need to yell at Hasbro for a second. Hasbro, look at me, Hasbro, look at me.
Oh man, you sneezed all over them.
I sneezed right in your face, Hasbro. That was bad timing. Hasbro, stop being arrogant and accept the fact that you need Japan to make Power Rangers. Because, Jordan, they announced, or it's being rumored, Deadline is reporting, that the Power Rangers live action reboot is not moving forward at Disney Plus. Now, there's differing theories as to why. One of the theories is apparently I saw that Matt Damon got it pulled because he's making a movie, which I didn't read too much into this because it didn't make any sense to me, but basically there was a rumor that he got it killed because it was too similar to a movie he's making, and he wanted the movie to be, so he pulled some strings and got it killed. I don't know why he would do that, but Power Rangers hasn't been good since they ditched the Sentai. I'm sorry. Apparently, one of the rumors was they were gonna make this and it wasn't gonna involve any Zords because the Zords were too expensive, and everyone was like, "You can't make Power Rangers without Zords," and I'm like, "Well, you can. It's just Kamen Rider at that point. It's not Power Rangers, but you can. But you can't do Power Rangers without Japan. Clearly, like Japan using the footage. Like the second you guys stepped away and stopped using the footage, it got bad. The last 2 Power Rangers projects Hasbro made without Japan fucking sucked. Cosmic Fury was awful. The costumes look terrible. Once and Always a Ranger is god awful. It's embarrassingly terrible. The CGI is atrocious. I'm gonna have to talk about it for the show one day in depth because it's fucking awful. In fact, I might do it for a tokusatsu next week and in a couple weeks because it is fucking atrocious. It's embarrassingly bad. Anytime they try to not use footage from Japan, it's awful. Instead of they've spent the better part of however many years trying to disentangle themselves from Japan instead of working with Toei to make a Power Rangers that is internationally appealing, that combines the Japanese storytelling aesthetics and ideas into something that's actually good. Maybe do that instead of trying to make a bad version of a thing. I saw a bunch of people who were like, even if they did make it, it would just be Mighty Morphin Power Rangers again. Because that's all America is obsessed with. There's all these great seasons of Power Rangers that don't involve Mighty Morphin, but all they want to do is release another version of Mighty Morphin. And it's we don't need that. Make an original team. One of my favorite versions of Power Rangers is Power Rangers Hyperforce. Yeah, that borrows ideas from previous seasons, but it's its own distinct thing. Make your own distinct version of Power Rangers that has a tie-in to the legacy, but is its own distinctly American thing. Do that. Work with Japan. Let the suit designers in Japan design your suits for you. Stop trying to design your own suits. Again, I don't think this is a hot take. I think this is a lukewarm take. The Cosmic Fury suits are bad.
Go Power Rangers, am I right?
Am I right? Next. Unless you have anything to say on that.
I have nothing to say on that.
Are you disappointed that it got canceled, Jordan?
Yeah, disappointed.
Jordan,
Sure.
it didn't go on the internet, but um, John Favreau, he put out a trailer for, or at least a first look at Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, which is coming to Disney Plus
Mm,
next year,
I did see a trailer for
and
that.
it's a little three part series. Um, I'm
I saw a thing
concerned.
for that. It was where he was in the office and he was walking around and
Yeah,
climbing
he
around.
was bumping around in the office. I'm
Yeah.
concerned that the character doesn't talk.
Oh, he definitely doesn't talk.
Right, but in the show, I'm concerned that the
No, I'm
character's not.
saying from what we saw in that trailer, I would not think that he is
Well,
going to talk.
I'm thinking it's gonna be a deal of like this is it sounds based on what John Favreau has described about how about how Oswald was this character who was forgotten and that time forgotten that everyone he's like, can you imagine if you came back to the world and you noticed that everyone had forgotten you, which is exactly what we said we wanted that show to be. I'm very excited to hear that that's what it's going to be about thematically, but that leads to the possibility of he is forgotten, he comes back and he develops a voice over the course of the show, and now he's bitter and angry and now he talks. So there is room for the character to talk, but I am worried that he won't, and I just think that if he doesn't talk, the show's not going to work. Like I just I'm a lot of it, it's interesting because a lot of it was shot at Disneyland. Like they shot a lot of it at Disneyland. So I'm curious
Interesting.
as to what it's gonna be. But
What I will say is, and I didn't actually check to see if it was, but in that trailer, some of the music that plays when he's puttering around the office sounded like the music from Epic Mickey.
interesting. Interesting.
Um,
Interesting.
but maybe that's just my brain tweaking. I didn't
Maybe.
actually go. I didn't go and like pull up the actual game music side by side to see if they were the same, but it sounded they definitely made me. It sounded like the music that plays when he's up on Mickey Junk Mountain.
Interesting. I haven't played those games enough to recognize that, but that's it. Yeah, I'm obviously I love Oswald. I think that character is criminally under merchandised, and I'm really hoping that this will usher in a new era for him of being like a recognizable character. He does have a walk around in the park, but he doesn't get out too much, and he's not on it. Like he should be on T-shirts. He should have way more of a presence in those parks than he does, and I'm really hoping that this sparks that. I am very excited for it.
Yeah, they need to
Jordan,
lean into the he's Mickey's older brother thing
that's what I'm
more.
saying. Jordan, next. They've officially revealed the title for the Simpsons movie. It is going to be called The New Simpsons Movie.
Yeah, I saw they had like an unfinished animatic or whatever where they're at a football stadium or whatever, a
Yeah,
baseball stadium.
based on that, I'm my I so that was interesting. Now, number one, that clip, people were getting overly excited about it. Like I saw some people be like, "Ooh, the animation looks so impressive." Not really. Like it really looks like it's just reutilizing that effect from the first movie that they were very
I mean,
proud of at the time. The one where you
what
see.
what I saw wasn't even finished. It was just
No, but
storyboards.
there were people who were like, "Oh, look at like the big effect that the first movie was very proud of was that shot where they're chasing Homer with the pitchforks, and you see like the massive crowd shot, and you can
Yeah,
identify every character. That was a big deal for that movie because it was a very expensive effect. That footage does the same thing, where it's a big long sequence of Homer being chased by like a crowd of people that's massive. It's the same effect. It's really not all that impressive of an animation effect. They've already done it in a movie from like 10 years ago, so like it's really not all that impressive. My guess on the plot of it is because what's interesting is the first bit of footage they ever revealed of the first Simpsons movie was that bit of Homer and Bart
the house
on the house,
fixing with the nail.
and that wound up in the movie. So the fact that Bart ends up catching the ball or getting the ball, I'm wondering if the plot of this movie is the Simpsons get rich, and it's going to be like meta commentary on the Simpsons being successful, and because I don't know that the show has ever done an episode where the Simpsons get rich, And I think it's going to be Bart is the reason. But like everything about this is sort of indicated that it's going to be a Homer movie. So who knows? But that kind of seems to be because like there's a bit where he goes to catch. He's like, "Come on, make me rich." So I think their money troubles is going to be a focus in this movie. Maybe I don't know. But that's my guess on the plot.
I can see it being a thing where Bart gets them rich, and it's about Homer insofar of the fact of he feels emasculated,
Maybe
because Bart is the one who holds all the power now.
I could see that. I could definitely see that.
But to me, that just feels like an episode of show. It doesn't feel like movie level.
We're gonna cut that. We're at the point where we're cutting stories. I saw a clip of. Well, this is gonna get very rapid. They obviously announced Frozen 3. Back to D23. They announced Frozen 3, Coco 2, Incredibles 2, Incredibles 3, and am I missing something?
Probably they announced a lot of different things.
Am I missing? Oh, Lilo and Stitch 2. Oh, Zootopia. Yeah, we knew Zootopia 3 was coming. They did
Lilo and Stitch 2.
Lilo and Stitch. Apparently, yeah. Oh, yeah. So they've said what the plot is. Apparently, Zootopia 3 is going to the birds, which just kind of makes sense. We knew.
We saw it at the end of the post-credit that there was a bird.
There was a bird. Lilo and Stitch is going to have Angel. Looks like it's going to have Angel in it because she showed up.
That looks like garbage.
Here's the thing. I don't think it does. The thing that makes
you're wrong.
The thing that makes the first one garbage is it's a bad adaptation of a thing you like. The second one, if it is indeed about Angel, will be an entire. I don't have any issues with the visuals of that movie. I don't have any issues with how that movie looked, acted, behaved, with the exception of obviously Jumba and even Pleakley didn't bother me too much. But Stitch himself, never had an issue with Stitch. Most of my issues with that original movie are its story and script problems, not its visuals. So if you come at me with a totally original story that is about Angel and is a loose adaptation of the show,
then we still exist in a world where Jumba and Pleakley are wrong, where Nani was willing to give up Lilo.
I'm willing to give him if it's taking a chance and it's doing something different and it's telling a different story. I don't mind using those characters. I've heard a lot. There's been a lot of rumors that they're gonna retcon a lot of the shit that people hated about the first movie.
Too little, too late.
No, it's the sequel. This is the exact place you can fix shit.
Nope.
That's what a sequel's for, is fixing. So I'm not against this in concept because in the same way I wasn't against Lion King the live action 2 because it was telling a story we hadn't seen before. If this is telling a story we haven't seen before, and it makes a couple of tweaks here and there, I can maybe get behind this. I'm cautiously optimistic. I don't know why I am. I hated the first one more than you did. So, but we'll see.
It's going to be garbage.
Garbage is such a strong word.
Yep, and it fits perfectly.
Because it's not a live action remake. That's the thing. It's not remaking anything. It is
continuing a story that was bad.
But the story isn't bad. The story's good.
Yes, it was.
Because it's based on the original. So the story wasn't
That's
bad.
what made it bad, is they changed too much from the original.
Yeah, but again, there's nothing to change here. This is anyway.
Yes, but it's continuing the things that it did change, which were bad.
But you can't say that for sure. You don't know that it's
yes, we can. That's how sequels work.
No, but it can come in and it can absolutely massage and fix things and be like, oh, Nani decided
then it's still
to go
massaging. You're still polishing a turd.
No, again, you can. A sequel is definitely a place where you have the space to. You can absolutely write it where Nani decided she didn't want to go to it, which they absolutely, I guarantee you, they will write it. So she's going to an in-state college now. She lives at home. I guarantee you, Nani will be back living at home. They're gonna bring back Nani. They'll probably
double down on what they did.
Disney is really going through an era of like more or less listening to the audience. So I don't. Maybe perhaps if Moana had, I think the only reason why this exists is because the first one made money. Otherwise, it wouldn't exist. And I'm willing to give it a chance. Let's wait for a trailer.
I'll watch it on streaming like God intended.
I mean, yes, absolutely. I'm gonna watch it on streaming like God intended.
On a shirt.
Put it on a shirt. We might be putting that on a shirt.
Whoa! Don't give the game away.
We might be. Maybe. That's a hint to the future. Next, Jordan. Next, Frozen 3. There's I saw a trailer for it. The thing is, they didn't put out all the trailers that they showed at D23. A lot of these leaked online, but so it looks like they're introducing a bad guy for the first time.
An actual ice queen.
An actual ice queen. Yeah. Apparently, she's gonna be like the anti Elsa, where it's gonna be about basically it's gonna be about her trying to steal Anna and Elsa's hearts or something, and it's gonna be like she didn't have the support of somebody, so that's why she's evil. But an interesting thing is they're giving Olaf a love interest.
Are they?
Yeah. So there's gonna be a girl snowman. That's why he has the line in the little bit of footage where he's like, "I'm gonna fall in love with the first person I see." So I'm guessing the villain will have a little snow sidekick. But yeah, he's allegedly gonna get a little. Apparently at D23, Josh Gad sang a song about it. Apparently he's gonna get a little love interest, which that does sound kind of fun. I like Frozen 2. I know that wasn't very good. This feels like it's gonna be a case of this should have been Frozen 2.
Yeah,
it has that vibe to it. It very much has that vibe to it. So is Elsa not queen anymore? Is Anna the queen now?
No, she leads the spirit area. Yeah. She leads the spirit area where the fire salamanders and stuff live.
Because it's been a minute since I've seen Frozen 2,
Elsa
but don't
lives
they break up at the end?
Elsa, yeah, well, that's what I just said. Elsa lives in the spirit area with all the fire people and the stone people and the elemental people, the place they went to in the second movie.
Do you think the idea is that
she lives there, and she's the fifth spirit, the ice spirit or whatever.
Do you think that
and Anna, let me finish, and Anna goes back to the kingdom and becomes the queen.
Do you think that the third one is they haven't seen each other in a while and she's just there for the wedding?
Well, they kind of set up the idea at the end that they stay in constant communication, but I think maybe they haven't physically seen each other in like a week or so.
Oh no, I think it's gonna be at least a few months. It's gonna be a while. It's gonna be like, oh no, we haven't seen each other in forever.
I think it's gonna be, when I say haven't seen each other, like I think they're still gonna have the equivalent of like they've been talking on the phone.
Oh, fair. Yeah, no, fair. And then finally, Jordan, finally, they said they revealed the villain for The Incredibles 3. They kind of showed them a bit, and then Edna kind of interrupted it. There was rumors that at one point this was going to be about they were going to age up Jack, and it was going to be about teenage Jack, and he was going to be the main character of this.
I didn't actually watch anything to do with this one.
Nothing worth seeing. It's just a bad guy goes, I'm evil and I'm going to fight the Incredibles, and then Edna goes, we're not supposed to be. I'm paraphrasing, but it's like I'm blah blah blah. I'm Edna mode, and then he interrupts a big villain monologue. And so apparently this is going to be about the kids. They follow the kids of the franchise as they look to prove that they're ready to become superheroes. It will apparently feature the inclusion of the Superhero League, and we will see the heroes becoming. This is just the plot of the second one. The heroes becoming much more corporatized. The villain of the movie also got a brief tease and will be someone who believes heroes are not as good as they pretend. Yes, this is just the second one.
That sounds like the second one.
It just sounds like the second one.
But now it's not focused on the mom. It's focused on the kids.
Right. This and by extension, it kind of sounds like the first one again, where it's like it's a hero. Yeah, no. I had this as a story quite a while ago, and for whatever reason we didn't end up doing it. But the director of the Incredibles came out and said that they're not going to age Jack, and everyone's still going to be the same age. And I'm like, and he's like nobody that wouldn't. It sounds something effective like it wouldn't be a good idea to age up Jack, and nobody wants that. And I just remember seeing him say that, being like, you're wrong. I don't understand where in media we got this idea that people want static, non-status quo change. The world evolves. Like I'm so glad that so many of these we've said the same thing about King of the Hill, but like people are done with static, non-changing times. It becomes harder to suspend your disbelief when Bob Parr sounds like he's 10 years older but doesn't look like he's aged today. Like, we don't want to see the characters stay in the same place that they were in the last movie. We want to see where they go, where they wind up, where they evolve. So yeah, so it's funny. Unless because I know in the past sequel. I've been like, I can't stand time skips, and I can't stand time skips. But sometimes a little bit of one is necessary. Like sometimes when a character's life is kind of status quo samey, you don't need to show every bit of their life, right? So like I think Incredibles needed a time skip between the second and third one, and if there isn't one, that is a mistake. Like even if you want to time skip the kids, so like Violet's 18 and not Jack, the other one, Dash is now like 16 and Jack is like a toddler. Fine, that's fine. That's a perfectly. But like you need to move them to a period where you're exploring different ideas. This is the same shit you've already done. You've already done this. These are all the same themes and ideas you did in the last two movies. Like, what is different about this other than, you're right, now the kids are the main characters? Like,
I mean, yeah,
I don't want to be like, who cares? But who cares?
If you don't do a time jump, too, then you got to think that in terms of a story, like when you're making a movie, yes, doing a time jump allows you to do different stuffs with the main characters specifically, but it also means like, yeah, if we go from Violet being 16 to her being 18, a lot in the world can happen in 2 years.
Right.
You can do different things
Right.
that have happened since then, right? Geopolitical things that have happened, like superheroes are popular again. Oh, they're allowed again. That's a very different world 2 years into it,
right,
than when they're freshly allowed again.
Much more interested in seeing 18-year-old Violet navigate. And to be fair, we don't know that that's not what this is going to be. But I'm far more interested in seeing, like, if we're, because the thing, I saw someone say that the Incredible movies are great conservative movies, and I don't necessarily disagree with that. But the notion of superhero being a metaphor for life transition, it would make more sense for like, you know, as the first one is, I haven't seen the second one nearly as much to be able to, but the first one is very much about infidelity. Like that's what that movie's about. This one could I guess you could maybe make the argument. I've only seen it once, so I'm doing this kind of out of my ass. But you could maybe perhaps make the argument that the second one is about marital communication. I guess maybe you could maybe loosely.
Partially, you could say it's about women empowerment versus masculinity.
I guess
being emasculated, that sort of thing.
Learning
Yeah,
to
there's
accept.
a lot of different.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different things. Gender stereotypes.
I guess I'm gonna have to rewatch that second one again. But so if you wanted to do it, the superpowers are a metaphor for becoming an adult. You don't have to do that with Jack. You can absolutely do that with Violet or Dash. Like if you want to be, it's about his sophomore years. Like that to me is way more interesting than she's still the same Violet from the first one. I'm like, that's boring. The thing,
like, if you're gonna do that, I actually think it works better with Dash, because you don't have to do as big of a time jump. He was like, what, 8 in the first one?
Something like that.
So yeah, you age it up like 4 years. He's 12. That's right in the middle of when, you know, a lot of things are changing for a young man.
Yeah. But I mean, I'm always for it. To me, my favorite transition.
It's less of a time jump than if you wanted to do the same thing with Jack and have him be 12. Then all of a sudden that's like an 11-year time jump.
I like your idea of taking Violet and moving her from 16 to 18. I like that idea way more.
Yeah.
I like the idea of her. She's about to graduate high school and she needs to decide what she's going to do with her life versus being a superhero. How does being a superhero tie into her real life? And then if you want to maintain this idea of like joining the world of superheroes, that's a great. But that doesn't look like that's what based on the description, that's not what this sounds like. This just sounds like they're going to be the same age. They're doing the same. Like that was a big criticism of the second one. It's just the first one again, but like less interesting. That's it. That's the news. That's all of D23. That went on for way longer than I meant it to. That was an hour and a half, Jordan. Kingdom Hearts was an hour. That was 50 minutes of footage. That is going to be its own video coming out tomorrow. Um,
According to my thing, this was only an hour 36.
it's about to be an hour 36. Yeah. No, an hour 34 is what.
So it's not the 2 hours we thought it was going to be.
Did we say 2 hours? Did we think
You
it was
said
gonna be
2 hours.
Did I say 2 hours? Oh,
Yeah,
I
you
just said
did.
I knew it was going to run long, which it did.
You said, and I quote, maybe we should just cut the DC because the news is going to end up being like 2 hours just on its own.
I mean, it's an hour and a half. It's close, and
You're close.
And it's only because I like ramrodded through the rest of it because I was like, okay, the rest of it doesn't matter. I just want to talk about Kingdom Hearts for way too long because I feel like the last time we talked about Kingdom Hearts, we didn't talk about Kingdom Hearts enough, so I needed to make it up. You know what I mean?
I get you. I get you.
Yeah. I have it tattooed in my heart. That's what it is.
I have it tattooed on my arm.
That's what I did there. Yeah, I can't commit.
I'm a heartless.
I can't commit to that. Today's show, as always, is brought to you by Wild Education. You've heard us talk about Wild Education enough. You don't need us to hear talk about it more. If you want to buy rats, if you want to support them, all that fun stuff, they're in the description. We like shouting them out every week because won't you think of the animals? But today
somebody think of the animals.
I don't have any. I have some of the, what's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of the word. But I think this is the time where we're loosely ready to make this announcement. But in October, if you are in the Indianapolis area, we will be at VoltCon 2026.
Hopefully.
Yeah. As of right now, we have every intention of being there, barring any unforeseen circumstances that I can't think of. We will be there. We don't know what shape, form that is going to take quite yet. We will have more details for you as that gets closer, as we formulate plans. Right now, we're ready to say that we have every intention.
We have the intention of maybe, possibly, potentially being there if it's possible.
I mean, I would say it's quite a bit firmer than that, but
for one of us, it's firmer than that. The other is terrifying.
It's quite a bit firmer than that. Barring any extreme unforeseen weather circumstances, like
or anything else,
we will be in Indianapolis at VoltCon. We don't know what that's going to be yet. We don't know what we're doing there exactly yet. There's been the suggestions of there being live panels. We will have a table. You can come up to us and say hi, spur of the moment, guys. We will, like the Mega Powers, we will finally meet Jake. You will get to experience me, Jordan, and Jake, and the Goosebumps crew, Shawin, meeting for the first time in person. That will be an experience that we will definitely get on camera.
I was gonna say, we're gonna have to try and get that on camera.
We'll absolutely be getting that. I want to get like the moment where me and Jake shake hands for the first time on camera, because I think it'll be funny. But we will have footage all for that.
You'll have to bring your Star Trek uniform, and he'll have to bring his, and you guys have to.
I will also be there representing the Final Frontier podcast,
and then do the Live Long and Prosper.
I mean, I have to bring my Star Trek uniform because we're supposedly gonna be filming something, but we've already hinted at we might be we might have some con exclusive shirts that you will only be able to buy at VoltCon 2026.
We'll see.
We're working on the details of that. We're working on various things that we will have at our table, at our booth. So if, again, you're in the Indianapolis area, you want to know how to start a podcast, you want to yell at one of us in person about our bad takes on the internet, that is your chance. You have to go to Indianapolis to do so. October 11th and 12th, we will be there, hopefully, theoretically.
Live long and prosper.
But yes, we'll be there. We'll be wearing our shirts, and we might have other things on our table. I'm looking into getting a banner.
We'll see what we can pull off.
Yeah, this is early. It's not early stages, but we're still figuring out. We're working out exactly what's going to happen once we're there. But we're very excited. This is our first convention appearance. We're very excited to have been invited to be there in October. So that is coming. We're going to be talking more about that as.
So just remember, if we can drive halfway across the world to go to a place in a different country and show up for this, you have no reason not to as well.
Right. And, unless you, of course, live on the West Coast where we live, in which case that's a fairly reasonable excuse.
No, you have no reason not to also
hop on a plane
3 days.
and get your ass down to Indianapolis.
You get there.
You get to Indianapolis and you come sit with the 5 other people who are going to come watch us maybe do a live podcast.
I mean, I was just saying more just come to the booth and say hi.
That too.
But,
Come. Hey, man, a not inconsequential amount of our audience is American. So maybe some of them live in the Indianapolis area.
That's why I say they can get there. If we can get there, they can get there.
If we can drive halfway across the country to go to Indianapolis, you can hit that subscribe button.
And the like button.
And
write
share.
A comment.
And comment. But like nice comments. Don't leave mean comments.
Yeah, don't be a dick.
Also, maybe we are incoherent. Maybe that's the fun. Maybe that's the fun. Maybe I like being incoherent.
That'll be taken out of context somehow.
That's us being incoherent. That we're drunk. That's what we were doing. We weren't doing a character from Family Guy who's offensive. Is he offensive?
Oh, I was.
Is Obi offensive?
That's not who I was mimicking. I was mimicking from Bruce Almighty when he makes Evan talk weird.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's way less offensive. That's what I was doing. I like that. Yeah, that's fair. Jordan, since we talked a whole shit ton about Marvel over the past 3 weeks, oh my god, we've talked about Marvel so much. We haven't talked about DC at all. Honestly, this episode was supposed to come immediately following Spider-Man, but then Jordan was like, I want to watch Avatar, and I was like, I also want to watch Avatar. So we watched Avatar instead. I don't want to watch Supergirl. So I just thought it would be funny to follow an ironic. And then I realized that, yeah, this is going to be our final episode of the season. We will be back next week for a bonus episode of Just News, but we will only be here for an hour to an hour and a half at best, and we will not be watching anything during the week. That's not true. I will be prepping for our Japanese episode. That's what I will be doing with my week off. But that having been said, I wanted to do this when it was in theaters. I'm kind of glad I didn't. I am and I'm not. There's part of me that wishes I had watched it in theaters only because it would have been way more fun to watch it with Jordan than I had by myself. But
Probably.
We're going to start with me and Jordan shared Supergirl, the 2026 version. And Jordan, this movie was bad. This was a bad movie. And it's the kind of bad movie that it bums me out. I really wanted to get on here and just be like, oh, all the sexists are wrong. And no, it's a good movie, actually. And
so...
No, it's bad. It's a bad movie. And it's not bad. It's not... I want to make this very clear before you say your bit. I want to make this very clear. It's not bad. Okay. It's kind of a two-part statement. It's not bad because she's a girl, and it's not bad because of her. If anything, she's the best part of the movie. She's the best part of what is otherwise a crap movie. Go on, Jordan.
Okay, so having watched the movies that I watched this week, crap is too strong. I watched much worse movies.
Really?
And
one.
Joker does a poo.
Oh God, you're right. Oh, okay, no, but no, I think that I disagree. I actually think this is worse than Joker does a poo. And here's the thing. I
also don't think this is worse than Harley Quinn and the eccentric Harley Quinn show, which also features the Birds of Prey.
I disagree. Here's why. Here's why I
disagree. This is focused. This is a Supergirl movie.
It's not focused.
It is. It is.
It's not. It's barely a Supergirl movie.
By comparison, yes, it is.
Okay.
And to be fair, I'm not arguing that it's a good movie. I just think think that it's better than what you're saying.
Oh God, no! It's total crap. Here's the thing. It's not even that it's a badly written movie, which it is. And it's not even a badly written movie. It's it's a generically written movie. It's about generic as a space adventures you can get. But what
That
makes it a bad
exact-
movie, what makes it at least the Joker 2 has
I
halfway decent.
I just wouldn't call it crap.
Halfway, oh no, total crap. Halfway decent. The thing about the Joker 2 is it has halfway decent cinematography. Like, it has halfway decent. You can see everything that's happening at one time. Everything in that movie looks all right.
But I wish I couldn't.
This looks like utter dog shit. 90% of the time, when I say it's a bad movie, it's not even just that it's a badly written movie, which it is. It's a badly written movie. It's a technically terrible movie. And the way you know it's a technically terrible movie is even you went. I came out and I went, Jordan, this is the bit I was talking about. And you're like, why isn't it focusing on Supergirl? The person I came to show up in. Like, that scene where there's multiple scenes in this movie where Supergirl is fighting a thing and more than one, Jordan. It's not even that there's one. It's not even that there's that one scene at the beginning. People have said that this contains probably the worst needle drop in the history of needle drops. And, like, it does. There's a point in this where Supergirl is doing a big fight and it's all dusty and cloudy and you can't see fucking shit. And it zooms in on the stupid little girl that nobody gives a shit about. And it plays a sad, introspective version of The Fucking Middle by Jimmy Eat World. So you cannot argue that that's not terrible.
So I hear what you're saying.
But also the Joker 2 has some of that too. So, like, I'm willing to bet on this.
I hear what you're saying, and that's why you'll note that I never once said that it was a good movie. It is bad. Like, I think it's bad. You think it's bad. We all think it's bad.
It's bad. It's not a good movie.
No, and I'm not arguing that it is. Right.
I would say to counter your point is Joker 2 is also total crap. They're both total crap.
Right. But, like, if it's a scale, one of them has to be above the other. And I just don't think that this is of the three choices that I gave you. I don't think this is the worst one. And the reason why I say that,
I watched 1984 Supergirl. So
the reason why I say that is because I actually like Supergirl and Lobo.
Oh yeah,
right?
That is completely fair. The characterization I would make of this is she's a good characterization trapped in a shitty movie. Same with Lobo. Lobo is all right. All of his scenes are bad. Like, he doesn't have a single good scene in this movie.
So my point is, like, if I'm looking at it from, like, a creative standpoint where they're all crap, which they're all crap, right? So if I'm looking at it from that standpoint, and I don't particularly care for the story of any of them, really. So if I'm looking at it from that too, then really all that leaves is characterization of characters and whether I think it's better than the others, right?
Yeah.
And I think that the characterization of Supergirl and Lobo is better than any of the characterizations other than arguably Harley Quinn.
You're not wrong. But, like, for me, I mean, to be fair, you're not bogged down by the technical shit that makes this movie bad. And then the thing is, when you hear, like, the guy who directed this, he, like, directed, like, Me, Earl, and the Dying Girl, like a bunch of teen. Hold on, let me see if I can pull up his filmography. It's got some stuff in there that you've seen, or that you're at least familiar with. And when I tell you what his filmography is, it being badly directed, it's badly directed. Like, it's horrendously directed. Like,
that's where I say
the camera work is so bad. Like, there's points where the camera, like a character is talking and the camera has fucking film ADHD because it just starts doing this, and you're like, what are you doing? Focus on your main characters, please. Sorry?
I said, or like when it's circling around them.
Right. It's like, what are you doing? Focus. Come on.
But that's where I say, yeah, the thing that saves this one for me and makes it better than the other ones, than some of the other ones that I watched, is the fact that, yeah, I actually like the characterization.
I'm surprised you like the characterization of Supergirl. I fully expected to be defending the characterization. That surprises me.
There's things about it. There's things about it that I don't love. but overall, it makes sense for the version of the character
That
we
they're going
have.
for. Exactly. It makes
And
and like I think she just
I
matches
think the reason
really
why it
well.
works for me is because she's a great counterbalance to the Clark that they
Yes.
have.
Absolutely. She's a perfect
Um,
counterbalance to this version of Superman. Like, and
so like it,
every time he's on screen with her, and every scene they're together, it's a much better movie. That movie
yeah,
where Supergirl shows up to Earth and it's her having to blend in, and Superman's a major. Like, he doesn't even have to be a major character. He could pop in just as much. But you said it. You said it. This movie's so bogged down by the fact that it takes place in space.
yeah.
Like, it looks again. It like
It just
all
feels
the
like
it has
generic
this
Star Wars.
awful like. Everything has this neon hue to it. Everything is. That's not even. We haven't talked about the shitty bad guy.
He's not worth mentioning.
No, because he's awful. Like the movie does that thing where it pretends like him and Supergirl have this connection where he's like her nemesis, and I'm like, who the fuck is this weird pimple faced man that I don't give a shit about? That's why when I came out here, I was watching you watch it. I missed the bit where she said that he was super strong, so it was driving me crazy that he was beating her up. I was like, what? And it's like the thing of like, it's another thing of, it's one of those movies where because she's a fucking atom bomb and she isn't afraid to use her atom bomb powers, unlike Superman, the movie needs to have long sections where she's depowered. So there's an entire bit where she's on a Krypton planet and she just disappears, and it becomes about the stupid little girl that nobody gives a shit about.
Like she's, well, I mean, you know why that little girl exists, Justin. It's because Kara Zor-El needed a Jamie Olsen.
Yeah, someone to make her real. And like I don't even inherently hate the plot
A
of her,
stupid,
like,
useless sidekick that nobody really cares about.
I don't mind a story
Jimmy
where
Olsen.
it's yeah. Where, no, see, that's the difference. I actually like Jimmy Olsen, but that
Well, whether you like him or not, that doesn't change their function.
no, that's the difference between him and this girl. I actually give a shit. I would actually give a
Right.
shit if
But I'm just saying,
Jimmy Olsen
functionally,
died.
they are the same
I mean, yeah,
thing.
she's a sidekick. She's so Supergirl has someone to talk to. Like, there's
Something
stuff in
to
this
lose.
I don't hate. I like her and Crypto. I like the fact that Crypto is her dog and the connection she has to Crypto. I loved all of the shit on Earth with Superman. Anytime the movie had even the remotest bit of color and didn't look like it was like low graded and looked like shit.
Sepia.
Yeah, it has this weird low-grade sepia tone because it's in space. Or when it doesn't have a low-grade sepia tone, it has this weird neon hue to it because it desperately wants to be Guardians of the Galaxy for some reason, but isn't nearly as competently directed. So yeah, this is the guy, and it's not going to surprise you when you hear this. So this is the guy who directed this movie's filmography. He did Fright Night, $1 Million Arm, The Finest Hours, I, Tonya, the Cruella, the Emma Watson one. Not the Emma Watson, the Emma Stone one.
Emma Stone.
Dumb Money, and then Supergirl. Yeah, I just think he was the wrong guy to direct this. He had no business. There's not a bit of action in his fucking filmography. He has no business directing this. What is he doing directing this?
If you're doing if you're doing the space stuff, why wouldn't you just have James Gunn come in and do it?
Right, or I mean, surely there's someone out there who could have made like if you must do the space stuff, fine, but like surely there was someone out there who could have told a personal Earth-based story involving Supergirl and a relationship to Superman. And like you again, he could be in it. Like you give her a surrounding like supporting cast, and he can be in it. He can pop in for like 3 scenes like he does in this one. He can be in it just as much. And it'll be
I guess the studio execs who meddled in the creation of this thing were probably worried that if she was on Earth, she would just feel what?
Sorry. Did you just say the studios that meddled in this thing?
Yeah, the studio execs who definitely meddled in this.
You can tell that.
It feels like it's a couple different movies.
Oh my God, Jordan! This is a transitionary moment for us. You're the one who said that, not me. I'm the one who says that. I'm the one who says that. You said that.
There's definitely a version of this where she was on Earth.
There's totally 3 separate screenplays that have been mashed together.
Yeah, there's the one where they were on Earth. And she was like what you're describing, which is what we
wanted. There's one where it's her and Lobo. There's one where road trip movie.
Yeah, exactly. And then there's one where like it's her and the little girl, and it's the one that we got.
Totally, it is. Yeah, it sucks. It bothers me. It bothers me that it's bad. I saw another person say that this is like
But what I was saying before you interrupted me was that clearly whatever studio exec meddled in the creation of this thing was afraid that if she was on Earth for the entire time with Superman, that it would just become a Superman
I
movie.
think so, and I think also that James Gunn clearly wanted to leap right into Man of Tomorrow and do another Superman movie. So I think that they that borrowed David Cornsweet's time. He's in this way more than I think in a better movie he would be in this the correct amount. He's not in this enough because it's a bad movie, but if this were an entirely terrestrial based movie and he was in it the same amount, it would be a better movie. Like honestly
Yeah.
and truly, like he is kind of the beacon, the only thing saving this version of this universe right now. He's a beacon and a shining light, and he's the only thing that's salvaging it and making it work to a point. We're gonna put a pin in that idea because we're gonna come back to it. I fucking hated this. And I hated that I hated this because I wanted this to be good so badly because they need a couple of early wins. But like you know what? You know what? This is kind of Thor. What are we laughing at?
It's funny how the times have changed so much. Because in the past with DC, I would have been you, where I would have been so fired up and
I
passionate and
fucking
like
hated this.
angry about it. But I don't know if it's because I watched so many other bad ones this week, or if it's just because DC has just historically broken me down so much that like I didn't love this by any means, but I didn't hate it.
I
It
would.
was kind of just the equivalent of like when I went and I watched Thunderbolts or another D grade Marvel one where it's like it was fine.
Yeah, I think it's because Superman was so good that this being
Yeah,
a substantial
it,
step down, and it's not the thing is I
it
can
I
get
think.
past bad writing if it at least looks good. It's
Mm,
so incompetently directed,
I,
like
I
a shocking and stunning degree that it's not even that like, again, color grading looks bad. It's
mm,
the fact that the camera won't sit still long enough for you to be able to see any. It's directed by a man who's never directed an action sequence in his life, and I've watched enough movies of decently. I think I said maybe it's because I watched Spider-Man, a movie directed by a guy who knows how to direct an action sequence, where I'm like, this man doesn't know how to know. Who wants to watch when Supergirl's punching a guy? I want to watch Supergirl punch the guy. I don't want to hold on a little girl who I
I don't
don't
want to
know.
watch a
I
little girl's reaction to her
I
punching a guy.
barely know Supergirl. I want to learn about Supergirl. Like, yeah, that's why this bothered me so much. And I
Yeah,
hate agreeing with stupid people on the. I hate validating stupid
that's
people
where
on the internet who are like, this is bad because she's a woman and it's woke. No, it's bad because it's an incompetently made movie by an incompetent director who should have never been given this movie. That's why it's bad. This movie is bad not because of a woman. In fact, the only good part about it is the woman. It's bad because of a man. Ooh, maybe that's what the title of this video is going to be. I've been struggling to think of what the title of this was gonna be. I think it's Supergirl is bad because of a man.
and
Right?
it's not Lobo.
Yeah, and it's not. Oh man, Lobo. Yeah, I saw one review that was basically like, "Do you like Lobo?" Well, I don't get used to seeing him too much. Although he was in it more than I expected. I will say that.
The only thing
Based
I
on
don't
what
like
people
about
were
Lobo.
saying, he was in it more than I expected.
My one thing with Lobo is I wish he talked more like my main man, kind of like that
Yeah, like a
more.
macho,
But
more of a macho man. Yeah, my
yeah,
thing is like they keep giving Jason Momoa these roles where they give his character fake prosthetic teeth that he can't talk through, and all of his lines sound mumbled. And this is
mm,
another. This in fact, his characterization of Lobo reminded me a lot of Flip.
I could see that.
Nobody else gets that reference. Only Jordan does.
Um,
nobody,
but
nobody knows what I'm talking about. But yes, just in the sense that
yeah, yeah.
yeah, yeah, it sounds like his mouth is
Um,
full. But yeah, bad movie. Jordan,
Again,
Jordan,
bad is a strong word. It's
bad,
fine.
not very good, terrible, no
Yeah,
good.
but like for DC, it was good for
Yes, but I'm
DC.
grading it on a new. I'm grading it on a new curve now because to me it's the new DC. So the curve that it
But
gets graded
yeah,
on.
but see, you can't.
Absolutely, you can.
No,
It's a
the
new
DC
universe, new world.
the Superman can't be held against all the other ones because it's the outlier. It's the one good
No,
one
but it's
amongst
the
the sea
new.
of shit.
I now grade from now because this is no longer the DCEU. I graded these on a curve of some of these are real bad, but they're coming at the tail end of the DCEU and the universe doesn't know what the fuck it's doing. We're gonna talk about it. This is the beginning of a new universe. So like it's tough because like to me the best comparison I could be like is I'm grading this on the curb of the last Superman movie. I've erased the rest of it from my mind because this has nothing to do with that. To me, this is like we're at the beginning of the MCU. I just saw Iron Man, and this is Thor, and Thor was not very good. That's what this is, or this is for a lot of people. This is the Incredible Hulk, or what's another one? This is Thor: The Dark World, like where it's like, yeah, is it like even except for it's worse because it's incompetently directed. But like this is the grade I'm grading on, where I'm like that last one was standout. It was head and shoulders above anything else. That's as good as what this needs to be. This is not. This wouldn't even wipe Superman's boots. That's how bad this is.
But see how I look at it is I still have to take I take even when I do Marvel I take into account
That's different.
any of the past movies, even like when I'm looking at Spider-Man, I compare it to Tobey Maguire. They're not in the same universe, but I mean they are now, but
yeah, they are now, but I don't. I would never. Well, I would only insofar as like the details, but in terms of quality and its overall like comparison to this is the DCU, so I'm comparing it in its placement in the pantheon of DCU movies. So this is now the second DCU movie, and it's a bad start. It's not good. And
yeah,
and
but like I said,
be difficult
the way
from.
the way that I work is that I do still, so I am comparing it to the old the other one,
Well,
the
I mean,
Snyderverse and
like
stuff,
an
right?
individualized sense,
So like,
obviously, yeah, you're like, is this a better movie than Batman versus Superman? Yeah, obviously. What? They're bad in different ways, but yeah, like I will say just to wrap up, just to wrap this back.
my point is that it's like for me it's bad, but I just don't think it's as bad as you're saying.
Oh no, it's yeah, no, it is. It is as bad as I'm saying.
For the common man though is what I'm saying.
No, it's as bad as I'm saying. It is a disastrously incompetently made movie, and it will likely, there's a good chance that it will tank this universe because it bombed horribly, and that's what's frustrating. Is bad movies in this climate are so much more destructive than they were. I think that's also the difference. Is like back in a Batman versus Superman, they're willing to let things be bad. Here it's like, oh man,
Yeah, because it had
bad.
men in it.
This is bad, and it will inevitably kill this Superman, which I like. That's why it upsets me because I'm like, oh, and yeah, like sometimes you're like with the Zack Snyder movies, I can be like, oh, those at least look good. Like I don't like the writing of those, but they at least, this is like the writing's bad, the direction's bad, the cinematography's bad, the color grading is bad. Like it's all bad. Like it's none of it is good. It's like this man should not have even been allowed to touch this movie. He shouldn't have even been allowed to look at it, let alone direct it. Like Matthew Vaughn would have made a much better Supergirl movie. Like it is like horrendous. What there was another thing that I had before we wrap up and move on that I cannot think of. Nope, not coming to me. Nope, not coming to me at all. Completely gone. That's it.
That's all I have.
That's all I have for Supergirl. Yeah, that's it. Jordan, I don't know what your list is. There's something I wanted you to do before I did my thing, and I'm trying to remember what it is. Who should go next? I guess I'll go next. I'm gonna regret that. I have a feeling, but fuck it. There's something
My next one is Joker 2 does a poo.
Joker 2 does a poo. Hold on, I want to pull up your list just real quick. Because there's something I wanted you to do before something I did, and I can't remember what it is now. Hold on, bear with me, and I think I might want you to go first. Oh, that was it. Okay, yeah, no, I want to go first because no, I lied. I want you to go. You go first because I want you to talk about Batman Forever before I talk about the Batman. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So yeah, you go next. I've worked this out. I've sorted this out. I think.
So
When we did Supergirl together, so you do Blue Beetle. I think that's gonna work out. Yeah.
So in 2024, there is a movie called Joker Folie à Deux, which comes
Oh, is this
out.
literally doing a poo next?
Yes.
Oh shit! I didn't realize that doing a poo was literally next. That's very funny. I love how we both. I love how now that you've seen it, you're also calling it doing a poo.
I mean,
I love how when I came in and you were watching it, you weren't quite sure that it was doing a poo, but like now by the end of it, you agree with me.
It's a frustrating movie experience.
It drops trow and is shit on the carpet.
It's a frustrating movie experience because none of them wanted to do it.
No,
and it comes across.
It comes across that it's one of those like again. I've referenced this before, and I'm
like it's a studio mandated movie that they were forced to do.
Right. There was I use it again. I've talked about this before, but it also has the like, oh, you don't like this attitude of we're just, like it reminds me in terms.
Yeah, it's
of movies,
inflammatory.
It reminds me a lot of
it was specifically created that way.
Thor: Love and Thunder, or like the Mary Jane missions in Spider-Man 2, where you're like, oh, you don't like the Mary Jane missions? Oh, you don't.
Yeah, it's antagonistic.
Yeah, where it's like, oh, you think Joker is super cool and awesome? Yeah, no, he's actually a weirdo loser. Like, you know, all those people who thought that you guys are all weirdo losers for identifying with this weirdo loser man.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's even more just meta than that, where it's like basically the creators were like, we hear what, and that's why they create the Harley Quinn character.
Yeah,
because the Harley Quinn character is basically supposed to be the audience representation of she's this person who became enamored with the character of
she's
Joker
more into the Joker than she is into Arthur Fleck. Yes, exactly.
And she wants him to be that, and she's pushing him to be that.
Jordan.
To the point where there's even the point in the movie where he's like, I don't think we're giving the audience what they want, which is a meta commentary on how they're not giving the audience what they. It's not subtle.
And in case it's
really
more on the nose, they have the court sections which are also driving that message down your fucking throat of no. Remember how they were all worried that people were gonna watch the Joker and do a school shooting or whatever? That is ridiculous. Like, yeah, there's a bunch of shit in this, which is just like everything you liked about the first one. You're stupid for thinking it, and that's not even mentioning like, well, I think all the bad fucking musical numbers, and it's easily the worst version of Harley Quinn.
Yeah, the musical numbers,
hands down, the worst version.
The musical numbers, which are in there because Joaquin Phoenix was one of the people who had a lot of choice and creative input into this movie. As a result of them basically forcing him to come back.
Yeah, I think he produces it. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he produces it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Anyways, and so clearly
produced it.
He was like music for some reason, and nobody wanted it, but he did.
So much dumb shit that the Heath Ledger Joker coming. Or you said the Jared Leto Joker. I'm positive.
I said Jared Leto, but from what I was reading, he does literally do the cutting his mouth thing, so he has the Joker smile. So yeah, he probably is supposed to be the Heath Ledger one.
I always assumed he was. He was the Heath Ledger. Which is the fact that he's like the real Joker comes in, like you're not Joker enough. You need to be more Joker. And I do tend to agree with your interpretation of it. The idea is supposed to be that the Joker has no one backstory, and this is supposed to be like he's not actually the Joker, and it's fucking dumb. And to my knowledge, it's been a while. It's been a minute since I've seen it, but from what I can recall, none of the musical numbers are exceptionally well staged or written.
There's a lot of them which just go on for entirely too long.
Yeah, right. They just go on for entirely.
Lady Gaga is
like definitively the worst
Harley Quinn.
She's like definitively like the worst Harley Quinn, right?
She's not Harley Quinn. She's Lee.
No, but
he refers to her as Lee. He doesn't treat her like the Joker treats Harley Quinn. She's manipulative. She's the one in control. She's not Harley Quinn.
I know, but
I know they call her Harleen Quinzel, but she's not in terms of characterization.
I don't disagree, but
like she's not.
In terms of the
Harley
movie,
Quinn.
the movie considers her to be Harley Quinn. Is she the worst Harley Quinn?
Yes, because she's not Harley Quinn.
She is objectively the worst Harley Quinn.
Yes, because she's not Harley Quinn.
in a world that includes several of the animated versions, which are all terrible.
Like if anything, she's the Joker.
Kinda, yeah, but one could argue that that's the
She
point.
mentally abuses him, twists him around so that he's obsessive with her and he'll do anything for her.
That's a valid point. And I think, isn't it like she doesn't even go here.
And then she drops him.
She drops him the second.
The second he stops being like, I'm the Joker, she drops him, which is what the Joker.
She doesn't even.
No, she checks herself in.
Yeah, she checks herself in, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
And then she checks herself out.
Yeah, there's a
just so that she can get close to the Joker and meet him.
And then there's the weird. There's so much of that movie I remember being weird, like the fact that the women's mental health facility is in the same building as the prison. It's fucking weird. So that
part of my problem with the movie. Part of my problem with the movie is I didn't even pick up on that because I can't keep track of what's real and what's not because they want to keep that.
But it's
going.
not in a way that's interesting. That's the thing.
No,
as you said that, you're like,
it's
I can't tell.
Confusing.
That's not no like, oh, it's like a David Fincher-esque, like David Lynch style. Like
it's because they said they did it in the first one. And so they feel like they have to continue it in this one because it's a thing from the first one. But where in the first one it was really clever and nuanced, in this one it's just confusing.
Yeah, it's one of those things where the movie, it's a technical thing of the movie can't decide which musical numbers are diegetic or non-diegetic, but the musical numbers are not dreamlike enough to make it clear as to what is diegetic, and a lot of the songs are just not very good. Like if the music was good and like the musical numbers were good, they were well staged, the vocals were good, and it sounded good, then you'd be a bit more forgiving of it. But the music's not even good.
The music
doesn't
boring.
add anything. Like the songs don't
like there's
inform
literally
the story in any
way. There's literally like a song which I think has to be 4 or 5 minutes long, maybe not, but it sure as hell felt that long. About. Where all they're singing about is building a mountain out of a hill.
Yeah, it goes
like
on
they
for
just
5
keep
minutes.
singing. They just keep singing those words, like we're gonna build a mountain out of a hill, something like that, like over and over again. And it's like, oh my god.
Yeah, no, I didn't love the first one, but this one's bad. It's bad.
I did like the first one because it was clever and nuanced.
Right? Like
I'm
not inherently against the idea of what if we took this ridiculous thing and made it real. Like I'm not inherently against that, but you have to do it in a way that's interesting and like fun to watch and like doesn't undermine the point of the first fucking movie. Like at least we know they can't make a third one.
I mean, they could.
They could. It's going to be Jacob's Ladder, and it's going to be Arthur dying on the floor.
No, I mean that's the thing. That's the thing about these movies is because we have no idea what's real. None of that could have happened.
I think in the case of the ending of this, I think the idea is supposed to be that once he gives up being the Joker, that I'm not saying this is clever or smart or well made. I think the idea is supposed to be that once he gives up being the Joker, once he admits that the Joker wasn't a separate personality and that it was all him and he did these things because he wanted to, I think the idea is that he's not actually delusional. Like I think that's what the case they're trying to make is he doesn't actually have delusions. He is fully
cognizant.
I was gonna say cognizant, but that wasn't the word I was looking for.
Aware.
Lucid. He is fully lucid. That all of the not being lucid shit was all fake. I think that's supposed to be the idea, but that has everything to do with it doing a poo. Jordan, do you have anything else further to say about Joker 2 doing that poo?
All you do? No. I don't.
Doing a poo.
It's a bad movie that really should never have existed.
It did a poo.
Right?
Okay.
Right?
What? Yes. It should not have existed. No, it's doing a poo.
All over itself.
All over itself. And other people as well. My first thing, Jordan. I really wanted to watch when they announced that Blue Beetle was going to be in Man of Tomorrow. I was like, I gotta go back and watch Blue Beetle. I remember really liking that movie. And I quite like off the back of Karate Kid. Man, I should have looked up how to pronounce this poor guy's name. Cholo? Guy who plays Miguel. He is Blue Beetle. And I really like him. This is another example of he is a good character and a good characterization trapped in a fucking nothing of a movie. Like this movie, you could play superhero movie bingo. The only thing they do that's remotely different is they at least skip over the bit where he's hiding it from his family. Like his family immediately know that he's Blue Beetle, and there's no question of him being Blue Beetle. But it does everything. It even does the like his mask gets blown off in the climax, so you can only see half of his face. He's like one part Iron Man, one part Spider Man. His backstory is like Mexican Spider Man, basically. His dad dies at a point just to complete the cliche checklist. This had the unfortunate. It had the unfortunate. What's the word I'm looking for? It came out in bad points in DC movie history. It came out right as they were ending the DCEU and starting the DCU, so its placement in the universe is sort of confused. Like it doesn't really know whether or not it's in the DCU. So like they reference Batman, but like it wants to treat Ted Kord as though he's basically Tony Stark, even though I guarantee you have no idea who Ted Kord is.
He's the first Blue Beetle.
Okay, I guarantee you most normal people don't know who Ted Kord is. Yes,
he's the one. He's the one who looks like he's got the weird '60s version of the suit.
Yes. And they eventually retconned it, so it turned out that the second one had nothing to do with him. They would just share the same name, I believe. The original Blue Beetle. Well, you know that in Watchmen,
I just know that there's a what if where the Blue Beetle makes the brother Eye.
Oh, interesting. Well, he initially was a Charleston character. So, in Watchmen, Night Owl?
Yes.
Night Owl is technically Blue Beetle.
Oh.
Night Owl is Blue Beetle. The comedian is Peacemaker. Rorschach is the Question. And I can't remember who Ozymandias and Silk Spectre are. But they were all, and then they wanted to use those Charleston characters for Watchmen, but DC wouldn't let him, so that's why he created original characters. But initially he was just a guy with the name Blue Beetle who used tech. That's where how he has the owl ship. Blue Beetle has the Beetle ship or whatever. It looks exactly the same. But eventually in the comics, when they introduced this new Blue Beetle, who is basically Iron Man, they retconned it so the scarab that he has, the original Blue Beetle had. So this is weird. This feels like it's a sequel to a movie we never saw, where they introduce Ted Kord, and the main bad guy of the movie is Kord Industries, and the leader of it is Susan Sarandon, and she does some truly reprehensible things in this movie that you're like, Susan Sarandon, you're evil in this. I respect it.
You're a bad guy.
Bad. And some of it is slightly upsetting. Like when the Blue Beetle costume first goes on him and it's covering his face, you're like, oh, this is kind of intense. And a lot of it's kind of intense. And like a lot of the action sequences are really cool. Like he does a lot of hand-to-hand stuff, which like now that I've seen Cobra Kai, I fully believe that he can do because I've seen him do it. So all the action sequences involving him are very believable. He has a lot of cool shit that involves swords. That is just cool. But yeah, he's just kind of trapped in a kind of generic story. I think this might have done the other thing that went wrong with this is it came out during the writer's strike, the SAG strike, SAG-AFTRA strike. So everyone who was in it wasn't allowed to promote it, which is why most people never saw it. And so it didn't do terribly well. That's why I'm happy this character gets to come back. I really like this character. I think he's really cool. I like that he is a combination. His costume is, again, he's part Iron Man, part Spider-Man. He's doing the fun quippy thing. It does all the shit from Iron Man. It even does the scene where he's flying and he can't control it that they do in Iron Man. They do all the shit they do from Iron Man.
Yeah, my frame of reference for Jaime Reyes, that version of Blue Beetle, comes from Young Justice.
Yeah.
And so he just kind of he's that version of him, but on the screen, is what I remember from when I watched it.
More or less, yeah.
And I like that version of him,
I
so it
think
was
he
fun.
will. I think he will definitely fit in with the David Cord Sweat Superman. Like I am absolutely very excited to see him with the David Cord Sweat Superman. I do think he will fit into the DCU. He does share like what's his face? George
I
Lopez
see it
is in
being
there
a
as his
thing.
like his crazy uncle, and the humor is very aligned with James Gunn's sense of humor. So I think it'll
I
absolutely fit right in.
I see it being a thing where there's gonna be like a scene where like he's helping out Superman or something, and then Kara shows up,
Well,
and
she's
he's
also in
like,
Man of Tomorrow, by the way.
and yeah, and he's like, "Whoa, who's that?" And he gets all flustered because he's probably still a teenage or young
No.
Jaime Reyes.
He's a college graduate. That's part of the plot
That's
of this.
still young.
And
That's
technically,
still
he has
young,
a
Justin.
girlfriend by the end of it. Technically, sort of. Technically,
Of your movie, yeah, but that's retcon. That doesn't
maybe it
matter
could be.
anymore.
It could be. Well, no, she's the love interest is the daughter of Ted Cord, and I suspect with Ted Cord, part of the plot is they find Ted Cord's. Wait, can you hear me?
Yes.
That's weird. Okay, there we go. It does that thing, and it's kind of one of those things that the DCEU kind of suffered from, where like it kept trying to layer superheroes on top of it and be like superheroes were here the whole time, and so like part of the plot of this movie is that Blue Beetle used to be a superhero who was doing superhero things, and the problem with and it's the reason why I like the new Superman movie because it doesn't have this problem. Man of Steel started at stakes too high to begin a universe. So, because this Man of Steel started from the perspective of it's a world-ending threat and it's a world-ending alien, it doesn't make any sense that any superheroes in that world wouldn't have shown up to Metropolis. But like in Superman, the new one, the problem is only affecting Metropolis. So you're like, well, yeah, if Wonder Woman is across the world, why would she show up to save the day? But like in that first movie, you're like, wait, Zod went on television and announced to everyone that he was going to destroy the world. Pretty sure Wonder Woman would have shown up for that, considering she lives on it. And so there's a similar case here. Well, wait, why wouldn't if Blue Beetle was around? Why wouldn't he have shown up to help stop Zod? It doesn't make any sense. That's one of the things I liked about the Flash. I appreciated how the Flash explained why he wasn't there to stop Zod. I like that. That's an issue that a lot of these movies suffer from. We're like, wait, if this guy was around the whole time, is there anything else I had to say about Blue Beetle? Nope, that's it. That is it. That was Blue Beetle.
Okay. I also watched the first season of the CW Flash,
Ah, yes.
which
That's
is
just
good
good.
for the most part.
It's good until the god awful finale.
Yeah.
It's bad. It's real bad. It,
Well, I
it,
mean, a finale typically wants to end in such a way where like it has an ending, and this one doesn't. It just
no,
sort of
it just sort
stops.
of stops. He spends 35 minutes talking about doing a thing that he doesn't end up doing, and then he runs up into a big expensive wormhole, and then you never see what happens in it. And if you're like, oh, season two, no, season two, they come back and there's a big time skip, and they will eventually later on reference what happens in it, but they barely show you.
He's just sort of running around in it, and then it ends, and then they come back in the next season, and he's already solved the problem. And I guess you're just supposed to be able to be like, well, he did it.
Well, no, they do
He
eventually.
succeeded. No,
Part of
I
the
know, but I'm saying, as far as you know,
yeah,
going from
yeah,
season one to two,
yeah, exactly.
right?
You're like, oh, I guess he just fixed
Well,
this.
I
Fixed this
he
thing.
just did it,
Yeah,
and then
but
they
it
talk a
raises
lot
the
about
stakes to a
it.
degree where
Yeah.
like, no, you can't just resolve this off camera. Like again, I stand by this. There's no such thing as an acceptable cliffhanger. It is an unacceptable.
I don't
It
disagree.
is an unacceptable form of storytelling. There is no such thing as a good one. They're all bad. There is no such thing as a good cliffhanger. I know you can tell me that's a hot take all you want. Nobody's ever disagreed with me though. There's no such thing as a good cliffhanger. They are
But
all bad.
that being said, Grant Gustin is the best.
Jordan,
He
We
is the
are the
best live
Flash.
action Flash no, you shut the fuck up with that.
We are the Flash, Jordan.
No, Justin,
Jordan,
that's
we
stupid.
are the
No,
Flash.
no, that's a stupid
How many
thing.
times do I have to tell
You're
you,
a
Jordan? We
you're a
are the
stupid,
Flash.
stupid man. You need
We
to
are the
stop it.
Flash, Jordan. Don't you understand?
Um,
No, Grant Gustin is great. That was one of
he's
the
probably the
best
best live action Flash
Yeah,
that
my
there's
favorite
ever
bit is
been.
all the things of him, all the clips of him at conventions being like, those last seasons, huh? Wow, those last seasons. I maybe had an issue with this thing. It was really funny.
I have never finished it.
I never have either. I the seventh season was god awful. It was really bad. There was a plot run called Armageddon that, to be fair, that show kept bringing back the Reverse Flash in increasingly incoherent ways. The problem is a lot of these shows don't assume that they're gonna get a second season, so they wrap up characters that they don't expect to come back, and then they get trapped. The Arrowverse was really bad for that. They get trapped and locked into that character being dead, and then you have to bring him back. But like, the thing that was frustrating about this was they made it so clear that he ceased to exist. Like it wasn't like they killed him or he was dead and he could come back and not be dead. Like when they did the similar turn in those Flashpoint movies, the animated ones, where like the Reverse Flash gets shot in the head and then he shows up in like a later movie that I think it's the Suicide Squad one, and he has a bullet hole in his head and it's because he's been outrunning death. Like, okay, there's an explanation there, but like it's not like he's dead. Nobody should even remember who he is, and going into the future there's no explanation given for that. Like there's no explanation given to like all of time should there's no explanation given to how he can still be around, how he can still exist. Like he comes back later and like, oh, it's a different version of it. Well no, he was wiped from existence, so you can't have like the version of him that went back in time, because the version of him that went back in time wouldn't exist.
Well, I mean, it depends on how spatial causality works, and this is how they get around it, where basically the moment that Eddie kills himself creates a ripple, where as long as he can outrun that ripple, erasing his past, basically as long as he's faster than that and he's outrunning it, he can continue, that variant of him can continue to exist until time catches up with him, but he can continue running to outrun time. That's how he's able to exist.
Stupid.
It's convoluted and it's timey-wimey.
Stupid.
But it's also how in later seasons Savitar, who is technically an alternate variant of Barry, can come back and be different.
That was a dumb twist. That was a dumb twist. That was like a good idea that they. That was a thing a lot of the times on this show was like, oh, this is a good idea that's badly executed.
Sometimes by budget.
This show kind of perfected the thing. I said this about, I can't stand the man in the chair when it comes to superheroes. I grew up, my superheroes are solo. I don't like the concept of he has a rotating cast of people who all know his secret identity. It makes the secret identity feel meaningless.
There are certain ones who had a man in the chair, like Batman always had Alfred.
Yeah. I would not consider him a man in the chair, but I do get your point. He is. He very literally is. But I don't. To me, a man in the chair is like a cast of characters that like all. Yeah, Alfred's different. I can see why you would say Alfred, but Alfred's different. It's not like Cisco or like his in this show his like 5 friends who all know he's the Flash, because he needs a cast of characters to talk to.
Right, but I'm just saying he is a man in the chair.
Yeah, not in the same way though.
Sure, he is. Batman comes back with a bunch of wounds and he patches him up.
I guess.
Batman needs somebody to do research in the chair while he's out in the field.
Because it's his dad.
It doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like he is, because he's technically his butler and he's a slave.
He's a part of the of his world that is justified and makes sense, and isn't like, oh my god, the actor doesn't want to wear the mask all the time, so we need to write in a contrivance so that the characters know who he is. It's not quite that.
Right, but he is still a man in the chair.
It would be like if like Batman, to me the CW equivalent to the man in the chair would be like if Batman had a best friend who just knew he was Batman. Like, I hate
I
that.
mean, no, if you want to be blunt, the Batman equivalent would be if they did it on the CW would be he would have his Bat family. So he would have Batgirl, he would have Robin, he would have Nightwing,
Yeah,
who all know his identity and they don't wear masks or
right,
anything.
but like,
That's the equivalent.
right, but to me, like that's what they would do. But to me, it would like they would a version of this would be like, oh yeah, Batman's got a best friend, which the Batman, the show the Batman did do, but he's got a best friend who's sassy and knows he's Batman. Like
Yeah, that
like,
would be that would
no,
be Robin.
but like because this is the CW, it wouldn't be any of the Bat family. It would just be a random guy that Batman.
I mean, it would absolutely be the Bat family, but the Bat family would be in a position in the story where they have quit being the Bat family, so now it's just Tim Drake.
No, see that's the thing is this is the CW. Maybe by season 3 or 4 they'd introduce Tim Drake and he would be nothing like he is in the comics. But like initially, no, he'd have he'd have a Cisco, a random character who has no basis in the comics and is just a guy who knows everything about Batman. And I know this because eventually they did make a Batman show called Batgirl, and she literally had, or Batwoman, sorry, and she literally had a Cisco. So I'm just saying, like this invented the concept of the Cisco, and to be fair, this didn't invent the concept of the Cisco. Arrow did. Arrow invented the concept of the Cisco.
That was Diggle.
No, Diggle's not Cisco. Diggle is more akin to Alfred, I would say. No, what invented the Cisco was I want to say the actress's name, Emily Beckett Richards. What's the character that everyone hates but I still like? Blonde hair, pretty.
Felicity.
Felicity is Cisco. She's who perfected and invented Cisco. She's the character who has an answer for everything and can solve every problem with her massive intelligence. She's basically she is the one
now,
who in like they even I think in
when you say massive intelligence, do you mean her?
I mean her big brains, obviously.
Yes, brains. Right. Yes.
But like,
did you notice that? Did you know that she's like our age?
I did know that. Yeah, they even make fun of that on
and from BC.
Yes, I did know that. They even make fun of that in one of the crossovers where the Flash goes, Felicity practically invented quarterbacking. In fact, that's probably what I would call it, quarterbacking. That's better than the man in the chair. I hate quarterbacking. I hate the fact that the Flash has a cast of like 5 people who all know his secret identity, who all talk to him in his ear, and he can't solve his own problems. I fucking hate that. I hate it with Arrow as well. I hate it in the new Spider-Man movies. There's not enough respect paid to the secret identity in a lot of these movies, in a lot of these shows, I feel. Like the secret identity had a purpose and it was necessary, and this show doesn't respect it.
That's kind of what comes with it coming to live action.
Yeah, I know, because the actor doesn't want to wear the fucking mask the whole time. I get it. I know. But it's still annoying and I hate it. Like, yeah, I hate the fact that the Flash goes and talks to 3 different... Like, it makes the pacing of the show agonizing, where he has to talk to Joe, and then he has to talk to Iris, and then he has to talk to Cisco. That having been said, Joe is a delight and a gem, and he's the only character I will accept as knowing the Flash's secret identity. One of my favorite scenes is in season 1 is the Jesse L. Martin's laugh is infectious and it's always good. But my favorite bit is where he's like, I'm pretty sure it's in season 1, where he goes to him about talking to Iris, and he's like, oh, I just vibrate my vocal cords, and Joe's like, that's so cool.
So cool.
His genuine reaction is just peak acting. Him and look, as much as I don't love Harrison Wells all the time, but Tom Cavanaugh.
I mean, the fact that he can do so many different versions of the character is impressive.
There's an episode later in the
whether you like his variants or not, right? Him as an actor, that's
there's
impressive.
A really great.
TK or whatever. One of the later ones I didn't like.
It's funny because there's a clip where they asked the cast who their favorite Wells was. HR. Are you thinking of HR?
That was it.
And Danielle Panabaker was. I hated the one with the fucking drumsticks. But then there's a real. I like HR because HR was had the most emotional depth to the Wells. He was an emotional creature, and the performance. Honestly, the one I hate the most is Sherlock, where it was like the fifth Wells, and they couldn't figure out anything to do, and Tom Cavanaugh clearly had very little interest in coming back from, so they give him this weird French accent that Tom Cavanaugh can't do. I would love to know what the origin for that version of the character came from. Like, but no, there's a bit in the final season, one of the final seasons, where they kind of permanently kill off Wells. Where this is a big spoiler, but you're never gonna finish this show.
I might give it a chance.
But basically, you got as far as Crisis, right? Crisis on Infinite Earths.
So.
Well, in Crisis on Infinite Earths, he's Pariah, and he out the back of it, all because of the all the universes getting merged into one universe. All the Wells get merged into one body, and so there's a bit where he's like in the same body, swapping between the different Wells. And it's immaculate. It's really good. Like the way he seamlessly switches between them. There's a point where the Wells get transferred into Barry, and he has to be BA or HR. I mean, and it's really good. It's really well done. And he ultimately becomes the ultimate Wells, who can travel to any point in the Wells timeline. And it's a completely different performance. And yeah, again, absolute standout. These shows would never work today, ever. Like, they are from a very particular time. They only work because of the Marvel movies, and they only work because DC failed to put out movies. Like, the funniest bit about the Flash movie is they announced the Flash movie in season 1 of The Flash, and it didn't come out until after that show had ended. Well, again, Daniel Panabaker in one of the episodes said we made 8 seasons of television before they managed to make one movie.
Don't they have a reference to the movie in the show at
one
point?
The Ezra Miller version of The Flash shows up in Crisis in a scene that was definitely from an earlier version of the Flash movie.
Right.
Because an earlier version of the Flash movie was going to be a cyborg Flash movie, and Cyborg was going to be traveling through the multiverse with Cyborg. And so that's why in that scene he makes a reference to how Victor's never going to believe it, because that was the movie where him and Victor were going to become friends. And then that eventually got pulled over into the Justice League movie. Anyway, but yeah, I still like parts of it. I appreciate this show for what it did and what it accomplished. I appreciate this universe for what it did and what it accomplished. And Marvel has never come anywhere close to replicating it. Like, if Marvel has dominated movies, DC dominated television, and Marvel has never even come close.
I mean, I wouldn't even say that they haven't come close. I would say, especially at this point in time, when this came out, they weren't even trying.
They were, but
no, they weren't. In 2014?
Oh yeah, at the time, Marvel would have had Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Okay, well, it depends on what you consider trying, but they would have had. And I'm not sure if it was still on, but they would have definitely made it. They would have made Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. You have Legion. You have Cloak and Dagger. You have the Runaways. You have Inhumans.
Yeah, so like I said, they're not trying.
Again, they're making stuff. Whether or not that stuff is any good is a different. To be fair, this went through varying stages of not being good. So, like, it's all relative. But no, this was way more successful. This went on for like a decade. Like, the thing that makes me sad about this.
This went on from October 7th, 2014 until May 24th, 2023.
That's what I'm saying. In 10 years. Pretty much almost 10 years. And I'm talking, when I say it, I'm talking about the Arrowverse generally.
I'm just talking about the Flash.
The thing that sucks about the Arrowverse.
So I'm not counting Arrow.
It just kind of, well, not just Arrow. You got Arrow, Legends of Tomorrow.
No, I know, but I'm saying Arrow is the starting point.
Oh yeah.
So I'm saying this started
after that. Yeah.
Yeah. So
during Arrow's, I want to say second or third season.
Something like that.
But it's a shame that the Arrowverse had a nice strong ending with Crisis. That's where that universe should have ended. That's my hot take about that universe. And then it kind of continued on for a couple of years until it just kind of sputtered out, and that's kind of sad. Like, the Legends of Tomorrow got canceled before they got to do a proper finale. The only ones in that universe that got a proper finale was this and Arrow. Batwoman got canceled before it got a proper finale. Legends of Tomorrow did. Black Lightning also got canceled before it got a proper finale. None of them. They all got it. Just kind of sputtered, and it's really quite upsetting. Like, oh man, this universe was like at the top of its game, and yeah, its ending was just sad. It was sad. It's sad that the last season of this show is utter garbage. It's not good. I've seen clips of it. I've seen clips of the ending, and it's a lot of like, oh yeah, this feels like it should be cool, but it's not, kind of shit.
And yet, if they were like, yeah, in the new DC movie universe, we're gonna have Grant Gustin as the Flash, I would be okay with it.
There was a point where I would have been like,
although I think it would be funnier
if he was the Reverse Flash.
If he was in that movie and he was Eobard Thawne.
That would be great. I would be down for that. There was a point where I would have been like, and not because I don't like Grant Gustin, but because he was so done with the Flash after the Flash. Like, he was beyond done.
Which is fair after playing it for like 9 years.
I was like, hey man, leave him alone. Like, but by this point,
but it's been long enough now.
At this point, and he's been asked about it, and he does seem like he's interested. So like, if he's interested in it, then I would be down. I would totally be down to see him come back as the Flash. Certainly over Ezra Miller. I would love for him to come in and for them to do a similar thing like they do with Superman, where it's like he's been the Flash for like 5-6 years. Don't directly say whether or not he's the CW Flash. Kind of hint at it, but don't directly say it. And then have him where he's been Flash for like 5, or even if you go so far as like, he's the original Flash.
You don't even have to say that it was. You could imply that it was, but like the thing is they had that whole with the animated version. They had that whole thing where technically all the universes got merged into one, right? So like you could just be like, he is, but he isn't the CW one because all the universes got merged.
Yeah, it's true. They shoot.
So like you could subtly refer to certain things depending on who's willing to come back and who's willing to do without like direct. So like he could be like, oh man, I have to talk to Cisco.
Yeah,
but never show Cisco.
You do never see the in the Flash. They kind of eventually come around to it, but you never see the original Flash. Never once. You know, the original Flash that goes back in time to stop Eobard Thawne from killing his mom. The one. I
thought I had read that they did end up doing something with that. Well, he was from a different Earth or something.
No. So eventually, they never show him. They show him rushing out Barry, and then he runs off, and then we never see him again. And then in the last season, they do an episode where they do a few. They go back to that moment a lot, and they have different. I think by the end of the show, like there's 3 different Barrys who are there, but eventually they go back to that, and they imply that the Barry that's at the end of the show is the one that goes back in time at the beginning of the show. But that doesn't make any sense because they say what that Barry did in the future, and it's much later. Like the implication is that the Barry who comes back is like way older.
Yeah, the entire point of the show is that Reverse Harrison Wells, if you will, he came back and he jump started everything like 20 years earlier.
Yeah.
So like everything like the collider or whatever that makes the Flash, he kickstarts that way sooner.
Yeah, sooner, like 10 years.
The version that would have come back would have been like 20 years older.
Exactly. We see a version of this Flash go back in time and do that first episode, but we never actually see the original Flash.
And that original Flash would have had a completely different life because the mom wouldn't have died like that.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So we never that version of Flash never. They kind of do something with it, but that original version of the Flash, we never see him ever. Jordan, do you have anything further to say on the Flash show?
No, good show.
Good show. Good show.
For the most part.
Look, I committed to it weekly, every day, every week for like 7 years. So like, I had a rotation. It did. Flash was on at one point. There was 3. Flash was on at like 8. And then Arrow was on at 9. Like it was Flash, Arrow, and then the Legends of Tomorrow were on like a block of TV that I just had on my PVR for like ever. PVR kids, just before streaming,
that's the other
but after cable.
That's the other problem with watching this. And it's kind of
I
what is a
surmise it's
little
missing the
frustrating.
episode, the Arrow episode.
Not in this season because the Arrow stuff, it wasn't an official. It didn't seem to be a problem with season one.
It becomes a problem later on,
It's
though.
it becomes a problem later on though, where that's what I was gonna say, where like they have these multi crossover episodes where the other parts are on the other shows, but in today's streaming day,
Right?
not all shows are on all things. So it's
Right?
like I can't watch them all because part of it's on like Crave, part
Well,
of
it's
it's on
weird because
Netflix, part of it's on blah blah blah
yeah,
blah.
I know that at one point Arrow and Legends of Tomorrow were on Crave. Now they're not. Yeah, it's annoying. It's frustrating. It's very frustrating as a viewer. And like we had
But
to
yeah,
pause, be like, okay, so here's the things you missed. So anyway, the Flash. So
that's
my next thing, Jordan.
that's Flash.
That's Flash. My next thing, Jordan. Do you remember? Do you know the Muffin Man? No. Do you remember, Jordan? You remember a little movie called Suicide Squad?
I'm aware of it.
You know the one with Will Smith and Harley Quinn, and all those guys.
It's a thing that I have a passing knowledge of.
Well, Jordan, here's a fun story for you. Um, you know James Gunn, director
I
of
have
Guardians of the
I have
Galaxy.
I have heard that name once or twice before.
Well, way back in a long time ago, Jordan, James Gunn accidentally, not accidentally, James Gunn tweeted a bunch of really nasty jokes about children, of which I won't repeat. Because
That
James
seems
Gunn,
not
for those of you
okay.
who don't know James Gunn's filmography, is James Gunn came up in exploitation films. Like he made a movie called Slither, and so his whole thing is and Super, and he loves movies that are grimy and gross and has a lot of swearing in it and a lot of violence.
Sounds like Quentin Tarantino.
Kind of, yeah. And so he was, what's the word? He went through a period of his time where he was really edgy, So he made a bunch of edgy tweets that were jokes about kids. And people found out about that and dragged him for it. And so Marvel fired him. They fired him, and he wasn't going to get to make Guardians of the Galaxy 3. And so DC went, wait. How much money did Guardians of the Galaxy 1 and 2 make?
We like edgy.
We don't mind some edge. And they really wanted to make Guardians of the Galaxy. So they invited James Gunn, who just kind of came over and made R-rated Guardians of the Galaxy. This is
Let's be fair. Let's be fair, Justin. The DC execs didn't care about making a Guardians of the Galaxy. They just wanted money.
they wanted to make Guardians of the Galaxy money. And so James Gunn came over, and he made a movie called The Suicide Squad, which is sort of a sequel to the first one, but kind of not really. And Jordan, do you remember this movie? No? We watched this one in theaters.
I remember the first one where it's the witch and then she wants to open a portal or something.
Yeah, no, that's the second one was it's Starro is the bad guy, big starfish bad guy.
I have a passing memory.
Um,
I'm pretty sure I've only watched it the one time.
Yeah, you've only seen it the one time. And so this in terms of its history. So anyway, this movie made a bunch of money, and then Marvel went, "Oh no, we made a massive mistake. Come back, James Gunn." And then they let him make Guardians 3, happy ending. But this is the movie that basically led him and Peter Safran to take over DC. Yeah. And this is
back in there.
This is in that sort of like weird, as mentioned before, nebulous period of time where they don't know what to do. They kind of want to do. Walter Hamada, who is the president at the time, wants to continue on with the DCU, but the movies are doing terribly financially and critically. Nobody likes them, so there's a desire to kind of reboot. So like this movie doesn't make it clear one way or the other whether or not it takes place in the DCEU or not. It kind of sort of loosely references the events of the previous movie. It kind of, insofar as that now Task Force X has expanded. So instead of having one team, Amanda Waller has multiple teams that she can now set up, and she has multiple. Her Suicide Squad is now like at least 10 people. And this is one of those things where this movie's really violent, and there's a lot of cursing, a lot of F words, and it's that same problem I have with like where you're like, wait, So if they could say F words the whole time, why aren't they? Or if this was violent the whole time, why isn't it? But it's really like it's like watching this after having watched Supergirl. It was a revelation where I was like, oh yeah, James Gunn is a good director. Like all of the fucking action is tight. It's all easy to see. It's clear. The camera is still. It doesn't move. You could tell everything that's going on. When it like, there's a really excellent sequence involving Harley Quinn, where she kills a bunch of guys, and like you can see everything that's going on. Like the action is well directed. It's like there's a really fun bit where they're going through and they're killing a bunch of star-faced guys, and like you got King Shark, he's tearing people apart.
King Shark is a shark.
King Shark is really fun in this. He's played by Sylvester Stallone. Hand, yes, no, wait, that is your hand. He's having a great time. I even didn't hate Amanda Waller in this, and I don't like Amanda Waller in anything. And
King
yeah,
Shark is a shark.
It's funny. I actually liked it way more this because normally I the first time I watched James Gunn things, I don't jive with his sense of humor so much because he tends to write his characters stupid, where they're really dumb. But this time I don't know what it was. I thought it was really funny. Like there's a really funny bit where they Peter Capaldi is in it as the Thinker, and they've captured him, and it weirdly implies that he raped Starro. Like I googled it. There's a bit where you know who Starro is, right?
Yeah, he's a star monster that covers your head and he uses psychic stuff to keep you asleep while he controls your body.
Yes, and he was technically the first Justice League bad guy. He's the first bad guy that the Justice League. He's the reason the Justice League became the Justice League. He's the first thing they ever fought together. There's a bit where they're walking in and you see all the people with the Starro, and the Starro is talking through them, and he's like, he violated me, had his way with me, and then it pans over to Peter Capaldi, and he just shrugs. So like I'm unclear as to if that's supposed to be like he raped them, or if if it's just like, oh, when you say have his way with, do they just mean like he experimented on them? It's very strange. But like there's a funny bit where they're interrogating him or whatever, and they're walking, like they're doing this bit where they're walking across, like he's standing like here and they walk by him for like dramatic emphasis, and he's like, if you don't do what you say, you die. If you don't do this, you die. And then Harley Quinn walks by and she's like, if you sneeze without covering your mouth, you die. And like, no, not those last two things, but don't see this as an invitation to sneeze without covering your mouth. And yeah, it's really fun. I had a really good time watching it. It was again, the fact that the cinematography is good, it looks good. Having watched like Supergirl, like, and it's a bit more clever than the Blue Beetle was, because I think James Gunn is a better director. I do think if you like James Gunn, you will like this. You might find the violence a tad off-putting, is what I would say, but like there's a really funny, one of his things was he wanted to take Polka Dot Man and make him compelling. He's like, Polka Dot Man is like the lamest superhero ever, or supervillain ever, but I want to take him and make him compelling, and they do. I don't know if you would know. I feel like you would if you would recognize him if you saw him, but I don't know if anything. The only thing I could think that you would know him from is the Dark Knight. He's you remember the bit where they find the guy and he sniped the guy and they think he's the Joker, and they take off his thing and it's some random guy and he's laughing.
Oh, I think yeah.
He's Polka Dot Man
in the apartment.
Yeah, he's in this as Polka Dot Man. I can't think of what else you would know him from. I'm sure there's something, but I can't think of what it is right now. But he's in this as Polka Dot Man, and he's got this really tragic backstory. And his whole thing is like he shoots polka dots, but it's like it hurts him, and like he like vomits it out, and it causes him like physical pain if he doesn't shoot out these polka dots. So there's a bit early on where Sean Gunn is there as Calendar Man, and he's like Polka Dot Man, you're so fucking lame. And then you see what Polka Dot Man can do later with his polka dots as he shreds guys, and you're like, oh no, yeah, it turns out he's not actually all that lame. Yeah, I was really surprised that you didn't like this the first time you didn't jive with this the first time we watched this, and I can never figure out why. The other funny bit is it's got
I honestly don't know. I don't remember.
It's got Idris Elba in it. I think that was during that period where you were just set on hating DC no matter whether or not it was good or not.
I mean, to be fair, DC does historically have more bad than good.
But there's the other funny bit is that Idris Elba is in it as a character called Bloodsport.
That is funny.
And the character is more or less it's just Deadshot. Like when you read about the behind the scenes of this, you read that fuck off. Sorry, my charger is being annoying. You read that Will Smith was supposed to be in this as Deadshot, and he decided last minute to back out, and it's really obvious because Bloodsport has all the same. He shoots guns. He is really accurate, and he's got his motivation is his daughter is in trouble. He's got all the same, and he's black. He's literally just Deadshot. He was clearly left to be more or less Deadshot. So in the event that Will Smith last minute decided he wanted to be in this, he could change his mind.
Probably. That makes sense to me.
What else was in this? That was interesting. Oh, and then this obviously leads to Peacemaker. We're gonna come back to this, I think, because I would like you to watch this, and then you could see if you like it, and then I would like you to watch Peacemaker one day. So we'll do another DC episode one day, and hopefully Peacemaker will still be on Crave by that point. Yeah, this was the start of James Gunn's DCU, and it's an all right start. I think this is the Superman is technically the official, but to me this is where the tone, aesthetic, and general attitude of that version of the universe kind of begins. Anyway, that's the Suicide Squad.
I understand. My next one is called Green Lantern, Beware My Power.
Green Lantern's light.
Green Lantern, Beware My Power.
So is
which
this...
is
Sorry, go on.
It's an animated one. It's the overall 49th installment of the DC Universe animated original movies, and it's the 5th film in the DC animated movie universe second phase.
Which one was the second phase? Tell me about the preceding. Do you have it open? Can you tell me the preceding and
I just know that the second phase began with Superman Man of Tomorrow.
Oh, so this is the Tomorrowverse. Okay, so this is that was my first question. Is this the Tomorrowverse? That's what I thought.
So when we come into this one, the Justice League already exists. Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman are busy off planet or something is what's described.
Okay.
Was
the Green Lantern not in this version of the universe up to this point?
He was Hal Jordan.
Oh, okay.
Hal Jordan is already established in this.
Oh, okay.
This is just John Stewart's origins.
Because I've seen the first one in this universe. That one ironically also has Lobo in it. He's the bad guy in that movie.
Lobo is not in this one.
No, he's in Superman Man of Tomorrow.
Oh, I see.
Which is the first one of these.
Yeah, so basically, in this one, it's John Stewart's introduction. So one of the version
of the universe. I like the art style, and I like the animation.
One of the Guardians ends up on Earth. He ends up finding the Guardian. The Guardian goes to give him a ring, and then dies. John Stewart is like, "What the hell is this thing? Get it off my finger!" And the ring starts talking to him, and he's like, "Can you take me to someone who knows what the hell this thing is?" And the ring is all like, "Sure," and takes him up to the watchtower, where he gets into a brief conflict with Martian Manhunter.
You have to stop. You're being very selfish right now.
The Green Arrow, and some third one who I don't remember. Huntress, I think.
Third option. Third example.
Vixen. Sorry, it was Vixen.
Oh yeah, right. I forgot Vixen is one of the I forgot about Vixen. Vixen's a character in this. She was on. She comes from the Arrow. She was on a. They did like a web comic series or web series with her.
And so that's where we find out that the other the big three are not available for this movie. And
they're all busy.
They get upset because they think that he has killed Jon Stewart to take not Jon Stewart. Hal Jordan to take the ring. And then and Martian Manhunter is like, I don't know. These rings are very particular about who accepts them. Yada yada yada. And so then Hal Stewart and Green Arrow end up taking a spaceship to Oa, and we find out that all the Guardians and all the Green Lanterns have been murdered.
What?
And
that's crazy.
And a Tamararian or whatever, a Hawk Girl, begins to try to attack them because she thinks that they're this other species that they're at war with. Hold on.
Other species.
She thinks that it's the Ranians. The Ranians. And so then, basically, long story short, they end up becoming friends with Hawk Girl, and then they find a different Raninian hero who had a name which I vaguely recognize. Maybe it'll mean more to you. Adam Strange.
No, that doesn't mean anything to me.
Okay, well, he's a Ranian hero.
I think the reason why you think it sounds vaguely familiar because it sounds like Adam Warlock.
And Doctor Strange.
And Doctor Strange is probably why you recommend his name.
But anyways, we end up finding, over the course of the movie, that the people that are actually perpetuating the war and, making it happen.
Is it Sinestro?
Yes, and his Yellow Lanterns.
Of course it is. It's always Sinestro.
So they end up getting, the main group ends up getting captured by him. Hal Stewart has the ring taken away from him. We find out that we end up finding out that it was Hal Stewart's ring.
Jon Stewart.
No, Hal Jordan's
Hal Jordan's ring.
That
makes sense. That's usually Jon Stewart's story. Is usually he gets, and then they give him his own ring off the back of it.
So that's not what happens here.
Oh, really? Usually he gets his own ring eventually.
He keeps this ring. So we end up finding out they end up getting locked away, and meanwhile it's been this whole mystery, which I'm skipping over a lot of plot details, but there's been this whole mystery of what happened to Hal Jordan. Because he got hit by this one beam and seemingly just disappeared, right? Well, when they get captured by Sinestro, we find him in the cage, basically, right? So we're like, okay, Sinestro guy, and then we find out this backstory where he's like, yeah, I sent the ring away, so that Sinestro couldn't get it, basically, right?
Yeah.
And we're like, okay, well that's probably true, right? He's a good guy. We trust him. It's not going to pull a villain turn where he's the bad guy or anything.
Wait, does he turn out to be Parallax in this?
Yes.
No way! No way! Complete with costume?
He has it. Well, so it gets to the point where we end up to a point later on.
They've never done the Parallax costume.
It's
ever.
not like an accurate costume, but it's hard to explain. So, I mean, it's not hard to explain. I'm going to explain it, but it takes a second to explain. So, when he sent the ring away,
I gotta say, I didn't see that coming.
And this was a weird choice. When we're getting the flashback and he sends the ring away and he's on the alien planet laying in the dust, and Sinestro is standing over top of him. Hal Jordan sends the ring away and the costume fades off of him, and I guess my man just likes to walk around commando, because he wasn't wearing anything else. The ring was his clothes. So he's all of a sudden naked.
That's a choice.
Meanwhile, yeah, it is, because when Jon Stewart has the thing, he's wearing clothes, and it puts the costume on underneath his clothes.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's usually how it works. Usually he's wearing Hal Jordan's usually wearing his his pilot
civilian clothes or something. So yeah, that was a deliberate choice to be naked.
That's an unusual choice.
And so basically then after the ring gets sent away, we find out later on because Sinestro is like they beat Sinestro, and he's like you think you've beaten me, but you haven't beat my master, the one that I work for, and I'm like no, and John Stewart's like I don't remember exactly how it comes along, but like um I think it was Hal Jordan goes to steal the ring or something like that. Basically, oh no, there's a weapon they're going. Anyway, there's something that they're going after that Hal Jordan steals that makes them go like, "It was you. He was actually working for you the whole time." And basically, you find out that when he sent the Green Lantern ring away, um, Sinestro had the yellow parallax monster, the fear monster, which he shoves down Hal Jordan's throat, literally. And it starts corrupting Hal Jordan. And then that's where he's like, then I had the brilliant idea. I saw the truth of what the Guardians were. And like I knew that they needed to be stopped. Like they weren't
Parallax is bad
doing
enough
or whatever. They weren't doing enough or whatever, something like that. And so then we have it where it's like, okay, so it was him. He murdered all the Guardians, and so we then have it where he's got all of his hands. He shows all of his hands, which all of the fingers have like 3 or 4
that's
rings.
an iconic image. That is a very iconic image.
And like he turns green and he looks different and weird but he's still naked, Justin.
He's still naked. No, yeah, that image of him with the rings on all of his hands. That's like a legit. I think that's like an Alan Moore image, but like that's a very, very infamous.
It looked
image.
Familiar.
Yeah, very infamous.
So
and
like
most people don't like that parallax. To be fair, that the parallax being I think we talked about this before. Michael was supposed to come here and yell at us about this, but he was busy. But the parallax being an evil alien thing that was added later. Like to that storyline, it was he became evil, and it wasn't so much because there's a bunch of comics where Parallax isn't like
he absorbed the power of the main power battery or something and drove him crazy.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
in the original.
There's a period of time, or at least
and
there's,
then
there's a couple of stories where Parallax isn't strictly speaking a bad guy. Like he shows up in the story as like kind of an anti-hero.
Yeah. He's supposed to be Hal, who thinks he's doing the right thing, but he's not doing the right thing.
But it's off the base of Keystone City getting slaughtered, is that?
Yeah, he goes crazy, basically.
Yeah.
But they eventually, clearly, the comic book writers were clearly like, well, shit, we want him to be a hero again. How do we fix this?
Well,
yeah. Oh, it was just an alien that was corrupting him.
But there's a big he was Parallax in the comics for a while. Like that's when I first met Hal Jordan. Like and the storyline was he in the comics is he's Parallax, and then he sacrifices himself as Parallax, and I think it was Crisis. It might have been Identity. One of the crises. It might have been Identity Crisis, but it ends with him becoming the Spectre, and then he was the Spectre in the comics for like the longest time, and he merged with the original Spectre.
In this version of events, basically, he orchestrated the war between these two peoples, so that it would cause conflict, which would lead to the destruction of the universe. So he could use the power of the power batteries and the rings and stuff to recreate the universe in his image.
See, the thing is, I don't know. Did Hal Jordan have a movie prior to this where it was Hal Jordan?
I'm not sure.
In this version of the universe, because otherwise that doesn't work. The reason why that storyline worked in the comics was because you had like decades and decades of history, and him finally snapping. I think that might be the storyline where the term fridging comes from. But like, it was a culminating moment that I just don't think works in isolation.
Apparently, this movie is based on 3 different ones from the comics. Yeah. It's based on Emerald Twilight. Yeah. By Ron Mars. It's based on 0 Hour Crisis in Time by Dan Jurgens and Jerry Ordway. And it's based on Rand Thanagar War by Dave Gibbons.
That's the 0 Hour one. That's where the image of Parallax with all the rings on his hand. That's where that comes from.
That makes sense.
I've read that.
Yeah, as for what came before, I don't know.
Because otherwise, I'm like, within the context of this universe, it's one of those like it's taking for granted that you know who Hal Jordan is for that twist to work. But like, if this is the first time in this universe we're seeing Hal Jordan, that my sight unseen, my criticism is that doesn't work.
I'm trying to find out. Uh,
Yeah, the first one you're looking for is Superman Man of Tomorrow.
Second story arc, Tomorrowverse.
Yeah. So the first
Yeah,
one is...
so there was Superman Man of Tomorrow, then there was Justice Society World War II.
Right, yes.
Then there's Batman The Long Halloween Part 1 and 2. And then there's Green Lantern Beware My Power.
Oh, so they know. So he hasn't shown up in this universe as Green Lantern then. That's interesting.
He
Yeah,
might
I
have
don't know that would work for me then. I've seen it's funny.
He might have in Justice Society.
No, he's not. I've seen that movie. He's not in that. That movie is basically Flashpoint. But like
Then yes, it would seem that
this
this one's taken for granted. You know who he is because like it gets to the point basically where there's a point in the movie where they're giving the backstory of Hal Jordan because they do spend a fair amount of time in this movie giving the like kind of a backstory to him.
Just out of curiosity.
84 minutes.
Okay, so it's just under an hour and a half. Okay, I'm like, because I was gonna come back to this, but I'll mention it now. These movies are too short. They need to be like most
the animated ones. You mean
the animated ones?
Okay,
yeah. Most of them are too short by like 15-ish, 20-ish minutes. Like
I actually thought this one was the perfect length.
Oh, interesting. Because for me, like, there's a few of them I watched where they were like an hour 25, and I'm like, this would be much stronger if it were an hour and 45. It just needs like one or two more scenes to flesh this out a bit more.
I thought this one did pretty good.
I cannot say it. I haven't seen it, but like, a lot of these are like, this is an hour 20 minutes. This could be an hour and a half, and it would be a better movie.
And yeah, the way that it ends, basically, spoiler alert, is Hal Stewart sends the rings that, whatever, sends the rings that Hal had collected out into the universe to try and begin to rebuild the Green Lantern Corps, which to me seems odd because there's no Guardians now.
What's interesting
in this universe,
John Stewart,
like the Guardians very much all got murdered. So now it's a Green Lantern Corps which has him as the creator of it because he's the person that sends all the rings out. So
I don't know what they do with Green Lantern after this in this version. I mean, what's funny is this storyline. I'm pretty sure this is where Kyle Rayner becomes Green Lantern, not Hal Jordan, not John Stewart. Like John Stewart, he's like on the level of a Guy Gardner. He's like a third stringer. Like that's the idea behind him. He becomes Green Lantern. I think he's a paraplegic. I think.
Interesting. This version of Hal Jordan is Nolan North.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so that's interesting. Because wait, maybe not. Because I think no. Actually, I think he's played by not Nolan North, but the guy who sounds like Nolan North, Nathan Fillion. I think he's Nathan Fillion in the other ones.
I just know he's Nolan North in this one. He plays Hal Jordan, Green Lantern, Parallax, and Pariah.
See, I'm quite disappointed that.
But he's uncredited as Pariah.
Interesting. I've lost my train of thought. Completely gone.
That's Green Lantern.
Beware
my power. I actually like this one.
I did too. That version of the universe. I quite liked.
Yes.
Oh my God, what's the word I'm looking for?
Batman?
I quite like that version of the universe. I like Darren Criss' Superman. I like the animation. I thought it was good, so I was just trying to Google.
That's Green Lantern. Beware my power.
Oh, okay. No, apparently
what's your next
he's
one?
Not in this one. Okay, I've maybe got my guys confused. Anyway, my next one is that's a good question, George. What is my next one? My next one is Black Adam. That's my next one. This is one we watched in theaters.
So much like The Rock, it's not important.
It's not important. This is in a weird time, in a weird place, in the DCEU where they don't know what they're doing. They don't know where this is going, and this is during that brief period of time. And it's very funny to watch James Gunn try to spin his way around it, where The Rock tried to take over the DC movies. The hierarchy of the DC universe is changing forever. The Rock refused. He produced this, and he refused to have Black Adam fight Shazam. So a huge chunk of this movie makes no sense. It really comes across in the script that Hawkman was supposed to be Shazam, but he's not. The inclusion of the Justice Society is another one of those, like, wait, so if a whole group of people were, and like it tries to do like this is the first time that they're getting together thing, but it also severely undercuts it by implying that the Justice Society and Hawkman and Dr. Fate have been working together for like decades at this point. And so you're like, wait, so then why didn't it just feels like Dr. Fate would have been able to stop Zod. He feels like he could have very easily stopped Zod. And really the combo of him and Hawkman and the original Atom Smasher, who I completely forgot is Henry Winkler, which is very funny. I just feel like they could have stopped Zod in culmination with Superman. I feel like if they all worked together, they could have stopped Zod.
Some sort of team, like perhaps like a league of some sort.
Or I mean, if they're not ready for a society of some sort, they could have stopped Zod. Yeah. And like, no, this movie's not good. This is a very bad movie, and it ends with I think probably the worst post-credit scene in any DC movie. Not necessarily in a Marvel movie, because they've had some stinkers, but like certainly in a DC movie, the post-credit scene of, spoiler alert if you haven't seen this movie, everyone knows this scene is infamous, of Henry Cavill coming in and saying that him and Black Adam are going to do a big fight, is genuinely terrible. Like at the time, I was so taken aback by the fact that it was Henry Cavill Superman, and I was so enamored with the notion that maybe he might come back. I was distracted away from the technical aspects of that scene, but it's really fucking weird. Like it's Superman is framed as though he's a bad guy because Black Adam is the good guy of the movie. He's framed sinisterly. So, like, the music is sinister. Amanda Waller's like, yeah, man, if you don't listen to me, I'm going to have someone come in and beat you up. And then Superman shows up and he's like, Black Adam, if you don't behave, I'm going to beat you up. And he's, like, framed chest up. The lighting is dark. His entire demeanor is aggressive. It's super fucking weird. It's very threatening, and it's not Superman in a way that nobody noticed because they were so distracted by the fact that it was Henry Cavill. Like, it is truly, truly atrocious. That all having been said, there is kernels of a good movie in this. That's what's really frustrating about it. Like, again, I guess maybe it's because you're right. I watched an actual bad movie earlier in the week. Maybe it's because I watched Supergirl and it was like incompetently directed. This, like,
I feel like you're being really harsh.
It's incompetent. It's bad. This is at least competently directed. Like, you can see, like, anytime any of the action sequences are like actually fun to watch and dynamic. When Black Adam slaughters guys, like, there's a really sweet sequence, like the way they make him look, like the way he moves, where he's there one moment and then he just moves really fast and he's got a guy by the throat and he's like lightning people, like that initial sequence when he shows up and he just slaughters all those soldiers is kind of sick. Like, it's really awesome, and like the visuals are interesting, and like it looks cool. The story is crap and the script is bad. And like you said, it's really apparent that this is 3 different scripts that have been mishmashed together into one monstrosity of a script. It's got a bunch of different disordinate ideas. Again, it's weird that, like, this has the Shazam guy from Shazam in it. So it's got Dijon Mustard, the guy who played the wizard in the first movie, Damon Hanzu or whatever his name is. He's in this as Shazam. And there's a bit where basically the plot of it is like they're from Wakanda, not Wakanda. I forget the name of the city. They're the place. They're the country they're from. But in this movie, it's Wakanda. And they need a big old hero. And all of the Guardians give the powers to this kid. And you think that the kid is The Rock. the whole time. And then in the third act, big twist, you find out that the Rock's kid did a bunch of superhero and stuff, and so the evil king killed his mom and was about to kill the dad, and so then the Rock's kid gives the Black Adam powers to Black Adam, and he turns into Black Adam, and you find out that he actually used the Black Adam powers to kill the king and slaughter everybody in his rage, and the Shazam people trapped him inside the Rock in like a prison, and like everyone knows about him, but nobody goes, yeah, you know, but there is that kid in Fawcett Town, or wherever the fuck Shazam is from. There's that kid who has remarkably, you know, it's interesting how he looks just like the guy who looks just like this.
No,
it's red.
You're thinking too much into it.
It's
no,
red.
No.
Jordan, it's weird how there's that guy who looks just like you who's red.
It's a total coincidence.
And it's really obvious that like at one point, like there's this message of like you need to use your powers for good, and like there's this the Black Adam is like, you know, you may do things one way but I do things my way, and it's just really obvious that this message was going to be delivered by Shazam, but The Rock refused to let Shazam be in it for some reason, which I don't understand, because Shazam
ego.
No, but the thing is, like, he's sharing the screen anyway, but now it's incoherent. Like, he's still sharing. If you're like, oh, it's ego, he doesn't want to share the screen with Shazam, but he's sharing the screen with the Justice Society, who show up and hijack the fucking movie anyway. So like, why not have it where Amanda Waller is like, sorry, nose itchy, sneeze. Apparently, we're both sneezing today.
I understand.
Oh my god, I don't know.
I've been there.
I know. I was there early. I was there even before that. Why couldn't it have been like Amanda Waller is like, I have a guy who can do this, and she sends in Shazam to fight Black Adam, and Shazam sucks and gets his ass whooped by Black Adam, and then you still do the whole bit with Sabak, because interestingly enough, the bad guy of this movie, I don't know if you remember the bad guy from this movie, Jordan.
No, not really.
Basically what? Basically it's there's very long story, very very short. There's like one of the main characters in this is a woman, and she's working with some guy, and you think that guy's a good guy, and it turns out no, he's a bad guy. He wants the evil MacGuffin, which in this case is a crown, and like if you put the crown on, you get demon powers, but it doesn't seem to work. And then it turns out that, oh, big twist, that in order to get the demon powers, you have to put the crown on upside down and die and get killed. And when he gets killed, he gets sent to the demon world or whatever, hell or whatever. And the demons are like, oh, the Guardians have their champion. Well, we have our champion. And then they all give him, like, you know how like Shazam has like the power of whatever, Zeus, Solomon, whatever, it all spells out Shazam.
Yeah.
Well, there's a Shazam a Captain Marvel bad guy who he has all the demon powers, and his the demon powers spell out Sabak. And I thought he was a bad guy created specifically for this movie, but no, he is in fact a Shazam bad guy. There's like 3 or 4 different versions of him over the course of, and it's made all the more confusing when you're like, wait, but wasn't that Dr. Savano from the Shazam movie? This movie, it just doesn't work because Shazam exists in this universe, and the movie wants to be like, this exists in the same universe as Shazam does. And so Shazam could have gotten his ass beaten by Black Adam, and then he could have turned back into Billy Batson, and then he could have been standing over top of him, and he could have realized that Shazam is like just a kid. He's like, oh, he's just a kid, just like my son. And then as he's about to kill Shazam, he could be like, oh, or Billy Batson, he could be like, oh shit, I've gone too far. My son wouldn't want this, and this is not how my son would want to use my powers. He's just a kid like my son. And then he still gives up his powers. He still goes and gets put in jail by Argus, and he still gets taken away, and he still has the moment where he realizes he needs to be a hero or whatever, and he breaks out and he goes and he fights Sabak. And then Shazam and Black Adam can team up, and they can fight Sabak together, just like he does with the Justice Society. The Justice Society effectively do the same thing as Shazam would. The only difference is they look the same. Like, I don't understand why Shazam isn't in this movie. I don't understand why there's references to Black Adam in Shazam's movie. Like Shazam should have been the bad. Like what they should have done is they should have had Shazam 1, this movie, and then he should have fought Black Adam in Shazam 2. Why didn't that happen? And I know you're gonna say ego, but it's really, it makes this movie frustrating.
One part
and
ego,
confusing.
one part studio meddling.
I don't think it was in this instance. I don't think it was studio meddling. Well, yes, in the sense that The Rock is the studio. I think that there is The Rock meddling. Like there's a lot of very famous anecdotes of how The Rock tried to force himself into meetings with DC, so that basically he wanted to be, you know, what James Gunn is now.
Yeah.
He wanted to be that, and he came in and he tried to basically undercut James Gunn. That's why James Gunn, if you see in interviews, James Gunn will be like, somebody with like an implication, somebody came in and did this, like, and tried to do all this underhanded shit. So I think it was way more dramatic than even we know. Like, I know that Henry Cavill was like, he won't talk about what happened, but he was very famously, supposedly, why he's in this is because him and The Rock have the same agent, and the agent tricked him into this by convincing him that he would be in more Superman movies. So they misled him into being in this when James Gunn was already
misled.
Sorry?
Is a fancy way of saying lied.
He was
they
lied
to him.
Yeah, they lied to him. And like, there's a very famous story of how the James Gunn had to bring in Henry Cavill after this debacle, and apparently they shot it in like one day. Like, nobody knew it existed. Like, apparently it like blindsided James Gunn, and they had to like bring in Henry Cavill and be like, we're so sorry. Like, we're so sorry. There's room in here, but just not. We want to start clean. And apparently Henry Cavill was very amenable. I think personally, see, I don't know. I think the thing that prevents, besides his ego, because there have been rumors that The Rock has talked to James Gunn. I think Black Adam will come back. I think that The Rock will come back, or the Black Adam will come back as the Rock. I think that will happen. I think what is hindering that is, ironically, I still think it's Shazam, but I think it's because nobody likes Zachary Levi. Like, he's went on this weird pity me, nobody wants me after the Shazam 2 bombed. He made the mistake of blaming the audience and being like, it's the audience's fault. They just didn't get it. They just didn't understand what we were going for. And he's gone like full anti-vax, pro Donald Trump MAGA. And I just think that James Gunn being so anti that, I think he doesn't want to bring in Zachary Levi. And I think that's what's holding back that character in that universe. Which, again, is a shame, because the first movie's good, and he's a fun character, and I think he would, like, I really like his dynamic in the animated movies. We're going to talk about the animated movies later. But I like the notion of he's a 12-year-old. Like, if I were them, I would just not do the kid again. I would just have him stay as Zachary Levi in subsequent appearances. But, like, yeah, I think those characters are wasted. But I do think there is a chance that The Rock might come back. And I wouldn't be against it. I would be against seeing David Cornsweet Superman and this version of Black Adam, because I think the lesson of Black Adam, you can't just kill people who are getting your way. I think that lesson will work better with David Cornsweet Superman.
I understand.
I just don't think that the Henry Cavill Superman is the Superman to teach that lesson.
No, I think you need a more innocent one to connect with the childlike innocence of Shazam.
Exactly. But yeah, I would like to see. I would like to see. I can separate art from artists, but it would be kind of neat to see. Yeah, Shazam. I think a cameo in Man of Tomorrow. I think that's a spot to like start cameoing some of these superheroes who like you're unsure what you're gonna do with. I think, yeah. But anyway. That is Black Adam. It was all right. It's all right.
Okay. My next one we'll keep fast. It was bad. It's Steel, 1997. Um, Shaquille O'Neal did not do a very good job as a superhero. He does have a man in the chair,
Does he
who's
actually?
literally a woman in a chair because she's in a wheelchair.
Really?
Uh, yep.
Oh shit.
Uh,
I hear that this bears
Played
very little
by
resemblance to his comic book
Annabeth
counterpart.
Gish. She's his wheelchair using partner, Susan Sparks.
Hmm.
And then there's Judd Nelson, who's their rival or something. And I don't know, it's dumb. It's kind of like a combination between Iron Man and RoboCop,
Oh, I thought
but
you were gonna be like it's
but
kind of like a combination between Iron Man and Kazam.
I mean, insofar as the fact that Shaquille O'Neal can't act.
Insofar as the
Um,
fact that Shaquille O'Neal is in it and he's a terrible actor.
it's just always Shaquille O'Neal.
He
Um,
looks awkward, and I've never seen this, but like I've seen clips, and he just looks awkward in everything he's in. He's too big. He's too big of
he's
a
just
guy.
not. And I don't know how to say this without it coming across as mean, but like
No, he's never gonna watch this.
him and the girl
They
or
have like
whatever,
no
the
chemistry.
wheelchair girl, it's not even that. I'm just talking purely in terms of they're supposed to have built all this technology.
Oh, and you don't buy it
I
for a
don't
second.
believe for a second that he had any hand in building this technology.
No,
Um,
no.
like his suit is supposed to have like grappling shit built into it. His little hammer thing has like a magnet thing that he puts on, and it gathers every magnetic object around it within a certain range, and it's just all this
Does the costume at
technological
least look good?
stuff. And
No.
it
If
looks
you have to hesitate, that
no.
means no.
Well, it's hard because it came out in 1997.
Yeah, but I
So
mean,
my modern sensibilities and being spoiled by what they can do in modern like in show movies and stuff nowadays, no, I don't think it looked very good for 1997 when you're forced to do practical stuff and it has to be a practical suit. Arguable, but I still think no.
see, see. I don't know, cause like, hey man, Superman's from the 1970s, and that movie still looks good.
Does it?
The suit, the Christopher Reeve Superman suit.
Yeah, but that's a much
Come
more
on,
basic
incredible.
suit.
I know, but
That's a much.
it could look bad. It could look bad. I always tend to be like a practical suit always looks better than what am I doing?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't know. It's it's supposed to be like a steel suit, and it just doesn't really
No,
feel
fair,
like it.
fair enough. I've never been a fan of this character generally, so I just
I don't
like
know much about him. I just know that he shows up after Superman dies and
yep.
like takes his place.
He's one of the four when they did after Superman dies. Yes, they did a storyline called Rise of the Superman, and there was three. There was him. There was the Eradicator, who eventually turned out to be a bad guy, and then there was the initial first version of Superboy, which is not the one that's a clone of Lex. It's a different one, I think. I'm pretty sure. Uh,
So like, I don't know, man. This movie is just it was boring.
Yeah, fair. We're at that era where we can't do anything visually interesting, so it's a lot of shaky cam and the Shaquille O'Neal awkwardly and badly fighting people in a terrible looking costume.
It did not do well though,
Nope.
financially speaking.
Jordan, there's a reason why we don't talk about famed actor Shaquille O'Neal.
So yeah, I don't know. I can't even say that it was like so bad that it was fun.
No, it doesn't look like.
But
I can't
like,
believe it exists. That's my thing. They must have really been scraping the bottom of the superhero barrel. If some executive went, "Hear me out. I know we have Superman and I know we have Batman. Steel," and five other executives went, "Who?" Like,
I don't even know if it's that if it went that deep. I think it was just more what's the cheapest superhero we can license.
right? We can. Does DC like? Did DC produce this at all? Do they at least get an association with on this? I'm curious.
What would that be under produced?
Yeah, it would be under the production companies, yeah. Or
Oh,
distributed by.
production companies. You got Warner Brothers.
Oh,
You
okay.
got Quincy Jones, David Seisman
Never heard of him.
Entertainment.
That's it?
That's it.
Really? Warner Brothers produced this. Okay, fair enough. I guess they own the DC. Yeah, yeah. They were like the Warner Brothers was like, what's the cheapest DC character we can license?
Cinematography was Mark Irwin.
Bad cinematography.
Directed by Kenneth Johnson. Written by Kenneth Johnson.
Really? Oh, that's a bad sign. That explains why it's
Produced
bad.
by David Salzman, Quincy Jones, and Joel Simon.
Quincy, like that Quincy Jones, like the one
I don't know.
who did Fresh Prince, Quincy Jones,
Uh,
like famous music producer Quincy Jones. Can't all make
I'll
winners.
get back. I'll get back to you on that.
They can't all be winners, Jordan. Because yeah, I'm pretty sure the guy who created the Fresh Prince of Bel Air is Quincy Jones.
Filmography. Here we go. Quincy Jones
He's a
filmography.
famous
We're just gonna. He did Jigsaw in 1968. We're just gonna go to TV because that's the thing that you're asking about.
yeah.
If I can find it. There we are. He did the Bill Cosby Show. He did the new Bill Cosby Show.
There was two.
Yeah, he did. He did 148 episodes of The Fresh Prince of
No
Bel-Air.
way! No way! Wow, we
And then-
can't all make winning stuff, I guess.
And
He's
then
a
the
he's
six-
a well
and then-
known producer.
And then the 6 episodes of Bel Air when it was in 2022.
Yeah. He in Michael, you know the biopic about Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he's Michael's producer. He was Michael Jackson's producer.
Well, he did a bunch of the music videos for him. So he produced Michael Jackson's. He produced "Don't Stop Till You Get Enough." He did,
guessing
produced "Rock with You." He produced "Bad Man in the Mirror," and that's it.
Oh, interesting. But yeah, he's in that Michael Jackson. Yeah, I knew that he had made. Wow. He produced this.
He was also in Austin
What a
Powers
black mark.
Gold Member.
Interesting. Yeah. He's the
Cameos.
one. Yeah, he's the one at the beginning where when they're doing the ba-da-da-da, but he's the guy who's directing the music, and Austin Powers goes, "This is where the movie gets its mojo, baby." He's a very famous Motown producer. Like, he's a very famous producer. He's made a lot of shit. I can't believe he produced this. That's fucking wild. Not even executive produced. Produced. He was involved in choices. I wonder if he cast fucking Shaq. Because, like, that would make sense. Shaq was friends with Quincy Jones, and he's like, "Hey, man, I want to be in a movie." I'm pretty sure that's why he's in Kazam.
Apparently, production of the film started with music producer Quincy Jones and his partner David Salzman.
What?
They were fans of Steel.
What? No one's fans of Stats. Wild.
Especially Jones, who found personal reasons to support the project. Jones stated that he found children's perspective on the future has changed for the worse, and I hate seeing young people who don't believe in the future.
Sounds like a crock of shit.
Steel. And I don't want to use that word superhero because he doesn't fly or anything like that. Represents a role model. Let's just call him a superhuman being.
I don't.
Apparently, Wesley Snipes was their first choice for the lead role.
I can see that. See, he would have been much better. Not much better, but he would have been better. He's not a great actor either. I don't know that. I don't know that Steele had his own run of comics. Did he have his own run of comics?
Johnson later admitted that Shaq was a bad choice for the role.
Yeah, no shit. I'm curious. See, this is where I wish I had someone who was a bit more familiar with DC Comics. I don't know DC Comics nearly as well as I do Marvel, but I don't. Did Steele? I don't want. I'm too lazy to look it up. Did Steele have his own run of comics that anyone could be a fan of? To my knowledge, he's just kind of a supporting character in Superman comics. Like, he's a character that, like, stuck around.
He first appears in The Adventures of Superman number 500. And then he's the second character known as Steel.
He's John Henry Walker is his name, and he's based on the John Henry myth. That's why he has a hammer.
I don't know what that means.
The John Henry myth is? The John Henry myth is the concept of, like, the man versus the machine.
Yes.
Paul Bunyan? Actually, that's probably a better example. The Paul Bunyan?
It says here he's a weapons engineer for an Amertech. Yeah, so that's like this.
Yeah, his name is like John Henry Walker. But the Paul Bunyan myth?
No.
Where it's Paul Bunyan says that he can cut a bunch of trees all at once, faster than any machine, and then they bring in the machine. They're like, the machine can cut down 100 trees in a minute. And then they have a competition to see who can win Paul Bunyan or the machine.
Oh, I've heard a version of this. Yeah.
John Henry is the same deal. John Henry is instead of chopping axes. You've heard of a variation of it 1,000
It was
times.
like it was mining or
Yeah, it was
something in the
mining.
version
Yeah,
that I
he did a
heard.
hammer. Yeah, that's John Henry.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure when we went
Um,
to the mining museum in fucking whatever the fuck, they told that story because the
So
machine that's in that myth they use now.
according to Wikipedia, in the death of Superman, he was going to fall off a construction site, and then Superman saves him.
Yep.
And then the death of Superman shows up, and the four Supermen who seek to replace him show up, which is
John
the
Henry,
Eradicator,
Superboy.
Eradicator, Cyborg, Superman, Superboy, and Irons,
That's
which is
it.
him.
Yeah, and the Eradicator. See, I always get confused. I always confuse the Eradicator and Cyborg Superman, but the Eradicator because in the anime they combine them.
Irons is referred to as the Man of Steel,
Yeah.
which is later
But,
shortened to
The
Steel.
Eradicator is
So
a
then
Kryptonian robot that thinks that it can take over for Superman. They do a version of it in that Death of Superman movie.
This makes sense as to why they made this movie. So after that, the Death of Superman arc, Steel was spun into a solo series
Uh-huh.
it was from 1994 to 1998,
Wow,
and
that's
then this movie was made in 1997.
Oh yeah, so it did a four.
So like
year
right
solo
in
run.
the middle of right in the middle of that run is when they made this movie.
Anytime I've ever seen Steel, he's a supporting character in a Superman story. Yeah, the Eradicator was like a Kryptonian robot or something, and then the Cyborg Superman is Hank Henshaw, and then you got Superboy, and then you got John Henry Irons. I actually like John Henry Irons. I like Steel. I liked his costume. I liked how he had the metal S and the. Anyway, Jordan, is that all you have for Steel?
Yep.
Steel, Jordan. Steel
That
yourself.
that was also my last rapid fire.
Steel yourself, Jordan, as you prepare to hear about my next movie. The previous.
I'm not prepared.
You're not prepared? I don't think you are, Jordan. This was an example of this movie's too short. But so this is Justice League: Throne of Atlantis. Now this is the second movie in the previous storyline.
I think I saw that one.
I'm sure you did. It's the one that begins with Justice League War. So this is a direct sequel to that. So it's the Justice League after the events of the previous movie and Darkseid showing up. They're kind of sort of learning to work together. Like they're working out of Star Labs. They have a meeting place, but none of them really show up to meetings. And Cyborg is kind of running things, but nobody's really showing up except for maybe like Shazam. And in the meantime, the events of the plot of the first Aquaman movie happen. That's pretty much it. It's the same plot, right down to the fact that do you remember the pit part of the first Aquaman movie where the Power Rangers bad guys show up and fight Aquaman?
Not specifically, but I actively try to forget most of those movies.
Well, that happens in this. The Power Rangers bad guys show up to kill Aquaman, and the bad guy is Ocean Master, and he tricks everybody in Atlantis to thinking that the surface world has attacked them. And the bad guy is Black Manta, and they're working together, and it's an hour 25 minutes, and it moves at a fucking clip. My only real it's pretty solid. My one real criticism is that the Justice League are kind of drag it a little bit, where it cuts back to them every once in a while, and it pulls away from the Aquaman shit, which is like the more interesting shit that's happening in it, and it just kind of again drags. The other surprising bit was, do you remember Justice League Apocalypse War?
I'm aware of it. I don't know if I watched that one.
You did. You watched it for the show.
Then no.
It's where King Shark as a shark comes from.
Okay.
You made a reference to it earlier.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know if you remember that movie being ungodly violent and super bloody and super graphic. I don't remember. I know I've seen Justice League War. I remember that has the bit where Shazam goes to hit the dark side or the parademon, and he goes Shazam as he turns into. So I know I've seen it, and I don't know. Maybe it's because the bad guys in that movie are parademons, but like I don't remember that movie being violent. So like when it gets to Apocalypse War, and you've got like guys getting disemboweled and their heads getting cut off and chopped off and shit. That was really jarring for me. It's why I watched that movie, because I was like, this looks fucking sick. When King Shark disembowels a guy, this looks awesome.
I remember the King Shark being a shark thing from being from the Assault on Arkham.
Yes, that same universe. That those versions wind up in that, and that's where you find
that's what I was referring back to.
That's the
not this.
I know you've seen it because it's the one that ends with Constantine telling him to go do a flashpoint. But anyway, so I don't remember these movies being violent. So this movie is ungodly violent in a way that like it's funny because like if you don't like that Jason Momoa Aquaman movie, you should watch this, because Mira's fucking cool. She's so cool. She shows up and she like can control water, and she's like turning water into ice, and she's like decapitating guys and like slicing guys in half and just utterly decimating people. There's a really funny bit at the end where the Justice League have all got together and they're all working together and fighting the bad guys or whatever, and like the Justice League is going out of their way to make sure that the bad guys don't get harmed, and Mira's just like slicing them in half and like disemboweling them, and I'm like, I feel like you guys aren't on the same page with this. Like I feel like maybe you should have talked this out before, but it has easily my favorite Aquaman moment where Black Manta is in the middle of monologuing, and it's just after Aquaman has discovered he has the power to talk to fish, and he's doing this big long monologue, and just out of nowhere, mid monologue, a shark comes up, jumps out of the water, eats Black Manta, and takes him back into the water again and kills him instantly. And I'm like, this is blind. It's like, this is fucking great. Yeah, there's a really fun part where they it feels like the setup to like prior to this movie, you could not have convinced me of a fun, like, what would you do for an Aquaman show? An animated Aquaman show. Like, what would your bad guys be? Like, who would you fight? And like, there's a bunch of bits in this where they fight the underworlders or whatever, the caverners or whatever. And I'm like, okay, so that's your status quo. Those are your bad guys. That's your basic status quo. Yeah, I would totally watch an Aquaman show. Like, there's a really fun scene where like, yeah, they're just killing these I can't remember what they called them, but they killing these cavern dwellers. Like, they look like angler fish. They're all gnarly looking.
Bottom feeders.
Yeah, I can't remember. There's trenchers. They're from the trench. And they were bad guys in the Jason Momoa Aquaman movie. But yeah, my only real criticism of this is it's just not long enough. Like, it was an hour and 25 minutes, and it really could have been an hour 45. Like, it needed like a couple of more scenes.
Not everything needs to be an hour 45.
Hour 45 is the perfect length for.
Sometimes I like it being an hour and a half.
No, but this would really benefit from like.
I just don't think it would.
By at least 2 or 3 more scenes of like,
Yeah. Okay. Hour 20.
An hour and a half to hour 40 would be the perfect length, because
hour 30 I'll give you.
It needs more time to bake Aquaman a little bit. He's not like, I wish there was 1 or 2 more scenes with Aquaman. Like, it doesn't need much. Like, I'm not gonna be like, no, 2 hours, but an hour 40 to hour 35, hour 40, hour 45 would be like the perfect. A lot of these movies, like, that's a big thing I remember from the last time when I was watching these, where I just wish this was like a little longer. Like, this just needs to be like a little. A lot of these characters are underdeveloped, and like, it doesn't need much. I'm okay. I'm okay with like, the animation is cheap at times, but I recognize like that's just what this is, a direct-to-DVD movie. It's not gonna be a theatrical experience, so I can handle some cheap animation. But like, I was surprised by how much I like this. But yeah, I just wish it was longer, and I don't think wishing a movie was longer or thinking a movie should be longer is necessarily a bad thing. But yeah, I think a nice solid hour 40 would be. Anyway, that's Justice League. Throw it for Atlantis. It's a fun time. It's a fun, very violent time.
So this stream's already going on long enough, so I'm gonna try and push through some of these faster. 2025 Superman. Perfect movie, no notes.
Moving on.
Moving on.
No, it's funny because people have taken a real downturn on this. I didn't get a chance to. I ran out of time. I wanted to rewatch this, so I don't remember it a ton. It's a movie I enjoy watching in clips on TikTok. Like there's certain
perfect movie, no notes.
Certain scenes I like. I still love watching the fight where he's fighting them he's fighting the bad guys in the stadium or whatever. I still think that looked good. If people have taken a weird downturn on this, I don't understand. I don't understand why people don't like this. Like, this is one of those experiences where I don't get. I get it if you're not a James Gunn fan, because it does bear a lot of his sense of humor. But like, I don't understand how anyone could.
Yeah, but just in terms of sheer characterization,
it's the best Superman. Yeah, it is the best Superman. Like
you might, I can see, like, maybe you don't like the directorial style. Maybe you don't like you don't like
some of the writing.
You don't like Lex Luthor,
right?
But that's Superman, man.
Right? Like you could maybe come to me with the argument that his Superman is trapped in a bad movie. I don't think that. I don't think he is.
I don't think he is.
Sorry,
I could see the argument, but I don't think he is.
My thing that drives me crazy about...
I think it depends on what you're looking for out of a Superman. If you're looking for Superman, this is Superman.
Right.
If you're looking for a character that's not Superman, but it's Zack Snyder's weird approximation of a Batman who is wearing a Superman outfit, then yeah, I could see how maybe this one isn't for you, and you want the Zack Snyder version.
Right? Maybe I could see it. You'd be wrong, but I could see it.
You'd be wrong, but I could see your argument.
Right? Like, my thing with superhero shit, and people complain about this one with this one, is when people are like, but it doesn't offer... Like, the one thing that I do hate, I should say this first. The one thing I do hate is I hate the Krypton twist. I hate it. I hated it then. I hate it now. I continue to hate it. The Supergirl movie, that's the thing we didn't mention in Supergirl, but Supergirl is very clearly deeply ashamed of it because they really skirt it as much as they possibly can. It sucks. It's a bad thing, and the fact that James Gunn chose to double down on it makes him stupid, and it's a bad character choice. I hate it. It's the one thing I will agree with people who don't like it. I don't like it. But like, a thing that irritates me is when people complain about a thing and then the movies do the thing
I mean, I will say in the movie's defense, yeah, it does that, but at least it doesn't try to pretend like it's a good thing.
Right. It's very aware.
Like, it's very much like, yeah, no, they're Zionists who think like they're supremacists and they need that's a bad thing.
Right.
Superman thinks it's a bad thing.
Right.
His Earth parents are like, yeah, that's not great, but you don't have to be defined by that. That's the point.
Right.
It's a bad thing.
It's a bad thing. And like, I think it's idiotic to pretend that if you were human, if human scientists discovered that if we sent I like more concise way to put this, humans would do the same thing. They would have the same perspective, the same outlook. Like, it's idiotic to pretend that this makes them different. And like,
that's
no,
fictional.
Yeah, exactly. Jor-El has been a dick in the comics. There's precedent for it. I don't love it, but I understand it, and it works perfectly fine within the context.
I mean, yeah, if you want to compare it to Marvel, for example, he's the Reed Richards. Reed Richards is frequently arrogant
sucks.
asshole.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The big thing
not
for me
new.
with this, no, it's not new. A big thing for me with this that drove me crazy, because I think it's more, we've already talked about the movie. We love the movie. I think this is a space where until we move on to create enough room to get some videos out of it. I think it's worth talking about how people saw this, because we're like what? We're like almost 6 months, a year. When did the last one? Did the last one come out last July?
This one came
Has it really been a year?
This one came out July 7th. 2025 at the TCL Chinese Theater, and then July 11th, 2025 at everywhere else.
Because like, yeah, people's the thing that and the same.
It's also only 129 minutes, which means it's the perfect length.
It's 100, so just over 2 hours.
something like that.
Yeah, I think superhero movies. I know I said an hour 45 is the perfect length. Superhero movies need a bit more time to cook. So like a good superhero movie is around 2 hours. Like I think 210 is pushing it for length, but 2 hours is kind of the perfect length for a superhero movie.
It had a budget of 225 million and it made 618.7 million back.
It did okay. It didn't do great. It did okay. It didn't do as good as I would have liked it to.
Yeah.
But the thing that irritated me with this was, and the people did the same shit with Spider-Man, where people bitched and moaned about, oh, we don't want to do the, like when Amazing Spider-Man came out, oh, we don't want to do the origin story again. We did the origin story again. So then they made a movie where we skipped over the origin story, and everyone's like, oh, but I want the origin story again. And they did the same thing with this fucking shit, where they were like, oh, we don't want the origin story. We get it. He comes from Krypton. We understand. We don't need it explained. We don't need it spoon-fed to us. And then they made that where it's like, okay, it's been 2 years. He's already been Superman. We're not doing the Kents. We're not doing he went to Kansas. We're not doing the origin. We're skipping over all of it.
He already knows Lois. Lois knows he's Superman.
Right? We're skipping over all that boring shit. We don't need any of it. And then everyone went, but we want all that shit. And I'm like, oh my God, make up our fucking mind, man.
You people don't know what you want.
Yeah, you people don't know what you want. That's it. Perfect movie. No notes. Anything else you want to say about Superman 2025?
No notes other than those few notes that we have.
Other than those limited notes that we
I
have.
genuinely think he's a really good Superman. You want to argue whether or not he's in a good and competent movie? That's fair. You can have a conversation about that. But I think we all need to at least admit. Same with Supergirl. Like, yeah, you want to argue the movie she's in, that's one thing, but I think she's good at the role.
Yeah, no. My issues with that movie have everything to do with the director. Like, all my issues, literally every single issue I have with Supergirl, none of it had... I liked her since the moment she walked out in this. I like the fact that she's flawed. I like the fact that she's broken. I think she counterpoints this Superman so beautifully. The sequence where they meet is so good. Like, it's the best scene in that fucking movie. I love how G. Willikers odd G. Shucks he is. It works. It's so fucking good. Like, say what you will about James Gunn, he knows how to write Superman. Like,
yeah.
Like, it feels like, what's his face? Virus said this, and he was like, the reason why this movie is so good is because it feels like, and the Brand New Day accomplishes it, which is why I'm surprised he didn't jive with that one as much. But it's like I picked up a Superman comic. That's what this movie feels like. I don't understand why people did, but I just think they did this fucking toxic TikTok. I know we're part of the problem, but this toxic TikTok.
You're part of the problem.
It's true. I encourage you to be part of the problem, but this toxic TikTok culture of like everyone needs everything to be fucking perfect, and all we want to do is bitch, whine, and moan. Is like irony poisoned everybody into being like. Yeah, like, we hate it. Like, it's so frustrating to me because we do these swings and roundabouts that everyone hated the fucking Snyder movies, and then we want something different. We want the time.
That's not true. Not everybody hated it. There was quite a few people that actually really liked it, and they're part of the problem.
Most people hated those movies, though. Like, most people hated those movies, and like. They wanted something, or most audiences demanded something different because those DCEU movies bombed almost every single one. So like, you've given them something new. I don't get people. This is another example I don't understand. I do and I don't, because there's definitely moments when I'm watching Peacemaker where I'm like, yeah, I don't jive with James Gunn's writing all the time. Some of it makes me cringe, but David Cornsweet as Superman. To me, like, there's just certain people that will forever. Like, people want to be like, oh, Henry Cavill. No, to me, there are certain people who are just that character. Ryan Reynolds Deadpool, Tom Holland Spider-Man, like David Cornsweet Superman, like pitch fucking perfect casting. Like, he knows this character, he respects this character. Like there's a bunch of behind the scenes on this that is brilliant. Like his approach to it is so well done. Love it. So you put him on...
I put him on the same level as the CW version of Superman.
Yes,
where it's like
absolutely.
They're
absolutely. I really want to watch. Like no joke, no word of a lie.
I feel like, and I don't know if this is true, but I feel like the guy who does it in this movie watched that version.
Yeah, for sure. For sure he did.
And learned a lot.
It's got that. It's definitely it's got more Tyler Hoechlin Superman in it, and it's got a little bit of Chris Reeve Superman in it. But it definitely I could definitely see why you say that.
Whereas I just don't believe that Ezra Miller did that for the
No,
Flash.
God, no, 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 no. Well, maybe at a point, he might have. The thing is, there was a
No,
point. There was
I
a
don't
period.
believe
Well, there was a
that.
period where he was relatively normal, well-adjusted, and just kind of quirky. There's
I
a
just mean
period
in terms
before
of
he
his
became.
performance, I don't believe that.
I mean, no, no, I'm not going to defend Ezra Miller. No, I don't think he did either. I certainly don't think it informs the performance in any meaningful way.
No,
No, no,
no,
no,
me
no.
neither.
No, but it doesn't feel like Ezra
Yeah,
Miller picked up a fucking comic. Like with
no, it
David
doesn't.
Cornsweet, I feel like he's read a Superman comic. Like I
Or
feel
seen
that.
as Superman something, or
Yeah.
at least engaged with the character in some
Yeah,
way.
I like Tyler Hoechlin enough that I wish Lois and Superman were on something in Canada, like streaming. I wish it was. I can't commit to watching it non-legally because watching shows non-legally is too much work. But I wish it was on Crave, or I would sit down and watch that show because I hear it's good. It looks good. I've seen clips from it. Like it looks like it's like like the best, one of the best of those CW shows. Like I genuinely want to watch it. I think he's a great Superman. But yeah, I see what you mean. Anyway,
Yeah.
Superman
All I
2025.
know is that
How
Jason
stoked
Gunn
are you
had-
for
Jason
Man
Gunn
Tomorrow?
had his hands all over this one.
Oh, for sure.
He directed it. He read it. He
He
wrote
wrote
it. He
it. He
produced
produced
it.
it. Yeah. No, this was his baby.
I'm surprised he's not in it.
Quite honestly, yeah, I am too. I'm surprised he's not in it as well. I'm honestly, the thing is, after Supergirl, my enthusiasm is dampened quite a bit for the non-James Gunn entries into this.
That's fair.
I don't know what else is coming out other than Clayface, and I'm not really all that jazzed on Clayface. But I'm really stoked on Man of Tomorrow. Are you more stoked on Man of Tomorrow after rewatching this?
Is it still being handled
Yeah, it's
by
directed by
James
James
Gunn?
Gunn. Yeah.
Then yes.
I'm pretty sure he's directed and written it. But it's like, okay, Lex Luthor, Brainiac is the bad guy. Lex Luthor in a comic accurate power suit. You got Blue Beetle and Supergirl, all in the same movie. This kind of looks like it's gonna be like the Justice League, like sort of a Justice League level crossover event kind of movie. Like I'm genuinely stoked on it. I think it's gonna be good. I will watch any Superman movie.
I need to see a trailer, but I'm definitely this one's really good. So.
David Cornsweet, I will watch him in most anything Superman related. Like he's doing a lot of heavy lifting for me right now. He has to fuck up a great deal for me to not want to see anything further. Anyway, speaking of bad things, Jordan, we talked about a really good thing. We have to balance it out by talking about a bad thing very quickly.
Oh, I mean, the rest of my things are arguably all bad things. So
yeah, no, they're all none of the rest of this is good. Most of it is wasted and limited potential. This next thing, Jordan, is oh my god, I'm blanking. Is Green Lantern. Speaking of Green Lantern, this is the Ryan Reynolds Green Lantern. The movie, very famously, he makes fun of it in Deadpool because the suit is animated. And I'm not going to lie to you, Jordan, I don't completely hate this movie as much as I used to. I used to really hate this, like a lot.
You disgust me.
Like a lot. I remember the first time I watched this made me so mad.
You make me sick.
I don't even know why. I'm not even a huge Parallax fan. I guess I was at that point because I was really into the comics at the time. I guess I would have been kind of a Parallax fan. I don't think Ryan Reynolds is the worst thing in this. I don't hate his characterization of Hal Jordan.
He's not the worst part in it. The worst part in it is Parallax.
I don't even hate the CGI costume. I understand.
The worst part in it is Parallax, and the fact that they have fucking Sinestro there, and don't just do the classic story of having Sinestro be the bad guy.
No, here's the thing. I don't actually hate. I know I hate what they did to Parallax. I really do. But also when you find out that he's just a kind of a big giant bug creature, it's honestly what he is not far off from what this is. It still sucks.
You disgust
It's a big cloud with a head. It sucks. Honestly, Parallax is like in retrospect. Okay, he's not the worst part of this. He's bad,
yes, he is.
And he sucks. And the climax of Ryan Reynolds with the ring going sucks, and it's bad. But the worst character in this movie is the fucking Skarsgård. The guy who gets a weird allergic reaction to Parallax juice. That's what's happening, Jordan. He's going through severe anaphylactic shock, and he's swelling up like a balloon because he's allergic to yellow parallax
Yeah,
juice.
but I argue that he is a symptom of the fact that it has a bad
His
parallax.
shit is, yeah, but he would be bad independent of parallax. I guess that's my point. Like, his shit is weird, and it feels like it's from, once again, a different script, a different draft of the script, because they try to do this thing where him, Blake Lively, and Ryan Reynolds are all childhood friends.
When did this come out?
2008, I think.
Hold on, you keep talking.
They're all childhood friends. Like, it's doing this thing where they're all childhood friends, and Ryan Reynolds grew up to be hot, and the girl will wind up with him, and the Skarsgård, he winds up as a sad loser, but like, he has this, you know who I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, the guy who his brain turns big.
The guy with the creepy mustache.
The one whose brain turns big.
Yeah, his dad is the guy from Shawshank Redemption in this movie.
Yours came out in 2007.
I want to say 2008. The Ryan Reynolds Green Lantern.
Yeah,
I want to say 2008. No, I lied. No, maybe 2011. It's in the 2000s. That much I know. I'm pretty sure it's post X-Men Origins.
I'm trying to do this from far away. I have a theory for why they did what they did, but I need to know.
Are you trying to figure out if it came out after Galactus was a big cloud?
No.
Because they came out after Galactus was a big cloud. This is now the second.
No, I was going for hold on. Okay, yeah. Green Lantern was 2011.
Oh, okay, no, 2008, 2011.
I was going Incredible Hulk when you have Pendansky and his brain starts growing.
Oh, I think so. I think they are equivalent characters of the comics. Yes, I think he's sort of similar to the Thinker, which is not the Thinker. I can't remember what that character's name is.
Yeah, but in terms of a movie making thing, like they're trying to latch on to.
I don't think so. No, I don't think that it was influenced by the other. But yes, in terms of characters, yeah, they are similar. I can see why you would say that. But the guy with the mustache, his dad in the movie is, obviously remember Shawshank Redemption.
Yeah.
You know Andy Dufresne.
Yes.
He's his dad in that movie.
Huh.
And the guy who's supposed to be his son, they look like they're the same age. I don't know if it's because of his greasy hair or the awful mustache, but he's supposed to be his son, and they look like they're the same age. It's fucking weird. Yeah, but he's awful. All of his shit is awful. There's random moments where, like, there's a moment in the climax where he kidnaps the girl, but he kidnaps the girl off screen, and Hal Jordan shows up to rescue her, but there's no moment where he finds out that she needs to be rescued. He just kind of shows up to rescue her randomly. Like, he goes to ask the Guardians for help to fight Parallax. They say no, and he's like, all right, okay, I'm on my own, I guess. And he goes to fight Parallax, but then he just shows up in this warehouse where the mustache guy has the girlfriend kidnapped. But he has no reason to know that she's there. He just shows up because clearly the scene where he finds out was cut. Because apparently a bunch of this movie got cut out by executives. Apparently it got diced to shit, which is believable. Because, yeah, there's a bunch of interstitial connective transition scenes that are just fucking missing. Like Hal Jordan as the Green Lantern just is apparently psychic. Because he just shows up to places without knowing that he's supposed to be there. He just kind of shows up there.
The Ring tells him.
Yeah, okay. That feels lazy.
Well, I mean, in the comics, the Rings talk to them.
I know,
so.
But in terms of to put your own words back, yeah. But this is a movie, and in terms of movie language, it doesn't really specifically say that. It just kind of, which by fair, maybe the scene where they explain that the Ring is telling him got cut out because he just kind of randomly shows up in the climax to save her sight unseen. Unless they do say it, and I was so bored I missed it. You know who else is in this movie?
Also possible.
You know who else is in this movie who I completely forgot was in this movie? Taika Waititi. You're pretty close. Taika Waititi.
Oh, okay.
He's in this and he has an American accent, and it's weird because I know what he sounds like in real life, and it's very strange. He exists as a guy that Hal Jordan tells that he's Green Lantern for no real reason. But yeah, this is one of those, like, badly written movie, horrendously written. Visuals are ugly. All of the aliens look bad. There's an entire sequence where the bit where he's being trained by Kilowog and Sinestro, where it's just Ryan Reynolds on a green screen, and there's a moment where he does this, and you could tell like when he was filming it, like it looks like that. It doesn't look like Hal Jordan looking around like he's on some alien planet. It looks like Ryan Reynolds in a green screen room, looking around an empty green screen room in his motion capture suit, being like, "How did I get here? How did we wind up in this position? How did this?
How much are they paying me again?
How much am I making?" That's what it looks like. It's really really bad. The other casting I don't hate. I don't hate Mark Strong as Sinestro.
I don't remember well enough to know.
Mark Strong is. Do you know who Mark Strong is by name?
No, I just said I don't remember well enough to know.
Mark Strong is the. Do you remember in Kick-Ass?
Yeah.
You know the evil boss guy, evil mob boss.
Yeah, sure.
That's Mark Strong. He's all right. Michael Clark Duncan is Kilowog, and he's great. I wish he was in the movie more. The whatchamacallit? Sinestro not becoming the bad guy or not being the bad guy of the movie. I don't actually hate that. I would prefer that.
Yeah, well, then you're part of the problem.
Well, no. Okay, hear me out.
I won't.
Let me cook. Because I think that allowing Sinestro's arc of him, because in the comics and in that Green Lantern movie, he starts off as a good guy, and then you find out that he's using his Green Lantern powers to be an authoritarian.
He's being a dirty cop, basically.
Yeah, he's using his Green Lantern powers to be an authoritarian on his home planet. So I think where you cut out Parallax, cut him out completely.
Yes.
Cut out the concept of the Yellow Lantern altogether, and you have Sinestro's the bad guy, and you have it where Hal Jordan finds out he's a dictator on his own planet or whatever. Make the movie's core defining relationship a bromanship, a bro between Mark Strong as him, and like have it where they form a strong, tight like mentor-mentee relationship, and then the twist can be that he's a big space Hitler, and then they do a hold on, let me finish cooking. You can taste it in a second. Let me finish cooking, and then in the
I've already tasted it. It's a different movie. It's the animated one. It's
but in the animated one he becomes. There's a difference coming. In the animated one he becomes the Yellow Lantern in the climax, and he fights him as the Yellow Lantern. In my version, we don't do that. Hold on. Let me cook. We don't do the Yellow Lantern. On the other hand, I kind of like the idea of their fighting. Like we get to the end and he fights him as like it's Green Lantern versus Green Lantern, and then in the next one we do Yellow Lantern Sinestro, and then maybe we can introduce Bug Parallax at that point. But I do kind of like the image of its Hal Jordan and Sinestro fighting, and as they're fighting, Sinestro's Green Lantern like outfit is turning yellow. I do kind of like that image. I think that would be kind of fun. But I kind of like the idea of Sinestro stays a good guy for the first one. We find another Green Lantern bad guy for him to fight, and then in the second one, after we've had a movie of establishing their friendship, in the second one, when he betrays them, it'll be more heartbreaking because we will have already been attached to him from the first one. So when he inevitably betrays Hal Jordan, which we know is coming, it'll hurt more. And then we have a bad guy for the second one. Yeah, Parallax only exists because in the comic, the Green Lantern's weakness was yellow, and a bunch of 12-year-olds went, "What the? That's so uncool." What do you mean yellow? Like you mean like the color yellow? Yeah, no, his weakness is the color yellow. Why? I don't know. His weakness is just the color yellow, and so they needed a reason why, and then that's when they retconned in Parallax and the concept of yellow meaning fear, and the concept of the Green Lantern being will and all that shit. That came in what is easily the worst, and I know you like it. I know you like it because it introduced the Red Lanterns, but it comes with like the worst Green Lantern storyline, which is the multicolored Lantern Corps, which I hate.
No, you can fuck off. I like
It's
the Red
awful.
Lantern.
It sucks. It diminishes the coolness of the Green Lanterns and makes them less important in the universe. It cuts into their story, and generally speaking, most of them are not very good. Never liked the multicolored. It's one of those ones where certain multicolored of the lanterns, it has turned me around on. But as a concept, I can't stand it. Like, I like Agent Orange. I think Agent Orange is a fun character where he's just one guy and he's huddling over his one lantern. I do like him, and I like the concept of the black lanterns and the white lanterns, and how the spectrum of the different lanterns come from that. I don't mind that, but yeah, the fact they're like no, but there's blue ones. Never liked it. And also they also retconned one of, that's who they could have done. They could have done Star Sapphire. It retcons one of the Green Lantern's bad guys, who is Star Sapphire, into saying that she was a violet lantern the whole time, Jordan. That's why she has vaguely similar powers to the Green Lantern, because she was a violet lantern. It's really stupid. I didn't like it then, don't like it now. Don't like dumb retcons. Don't like it. But also, that was when Kyle Rayner became Ion, and his costume as Ion is cool. That's it. That's the last Green Lantern thing. Let's talk about Batman Forever, Jordan.
Yeah, we're gonna keep it short.
So you say that every time, and then we don't.
Well, I try to, and then you don't let me. I don't have a lot to say about this one. I didn't think it was very good. I thought it was long. I thought it was boring. Two-Face isn't Two-Face. He's the Joker. And Jim Carrey as the Riddler is not very interesting.
It's interesting that you say that the Two-Face is the Joker in this. You
Yes.
No. Let me finish my question. And you didn't say that the Riddler is just the Joker, because that's normally what most people say about this, is the Riddler is just the Joker. That's what I used to say about it. But I don't. That's so fascinating.
I mean, I think they're both two different Jokers.
Interesting. So okay, I agree with you on
Like
Two-Face.
I would say Two-Face is like the what's his name, the Jack Nicholson Joker, whereas I would say that Jim Carrey is trying to do the Mark Hamill Joker.
That's an interesting thing, because okay, here's the thing.
They're both ultimately the Joker, but it's
honestly,
just different versions.
what might surprise you, and because I thought about this, because I was like the Riddler is just the Joker, but when you think about it, they're both the same villain fundamentally in concept. They just are slight variations of each other. So the Joker tells
so they're two
jokes.
different versions. They're two different versions of the Joker.
The Joker tells jokes. The Riddler tells riddles. So the idea of the Riddler being wacky is not is he is that. He is basically the Joker. Like when he's on the Jim Carrey's version of the Riddler in this is very similar to the one from the 1960s. And this is basically what he was like. He told jokes. He did the crazy, insane laugh, and like all the shit that Jim Carrey was doing. He's basically doing 1960s Riddler. And I always thought that was over the top. And it's interesting that you're like, it's not, because it's not over the top for the Riddler. The Riddler is basically the Joker.
He reminds me of the. It's funny that you say the 1960s. I've never seen that version, but he definitely reminds me of the one who wore the green outfit from the 90s.
From the 90s show, yeah. I mean, that's basically just a take on. It's all varying takes on the one from the 1960s.
Sure.
But just like how every version is Cesar Romero from the 1960s.
My point is that, so when I see him acting like that in this, I'm like, A, it's already a bad movie. So to me, it's just a bad take.
He's not the worst
just
part of it,
right off. But no, he's not. The worst one is Two-Face, because Two-Face isn't any version of I've seen of him anyway isn't a lose your mind
right. He's not
kind
of
character.
And he's also he's not. He doesn't have two personalities, which is like a key part of
I think I see him flip a coin. I think I remember seeing him flip a coin like once
one time. The one that gets me is, we talked about this off air, but it's that anecdote of Jim Carrey talking about that story of talking about how he ran into Tommy Lee Jones at a restaurant, and he walked up to him, grabbed him, and turned pale white. And when I hate you, and he said, "I cannot sanction your buffoonery." And you're just as
I was just
gonna say that offends me if he did that at the beginning of making that movie, that offends me because of what he went on to do. What do you mean? At least he's doing a performance that's in line with what his character is supposed to be. I don't know what note you received.
You clearly got told that you were going to be the Joker.
Or something, yeah, something. Like your performance
not or something. The Joker.
Your performance is downright embarrassing.
Just being the Joker.
It's all embarrassing. The design is embarrassing. I hate the fact that it's fucking pink for some reason. It looks terrible. The other interesting thing about this is that this is technically the Tim Burton Batman universe still. Actually, technically speaking, I believe all the way up to Batman and Robin, it's still. But this, I didn't know this. I didn't know that this was that this was produced by Tim Burton. That legit surprised me that he produced this.
It's technically considered a standalone sequel to Batman Returns.
Yeah. They make references to Batman Returns in this.
Yeah, they do. Like when the chick is like, "Oh, what do I need to wear black latex leather?"
Yeah, to get your attention. Yeah.
For you to be to get your attention. Attention, and it's a direct reference to Catwoman.
Also, of the many, I don't hate these movies. In fact I hate Batman Returns way more. But there's a lot of things about this I don't like. Like I've never liked this version of Robin, like ever, even when I was a kid.
I mean, I wouldn't say I hate this movie. I just think it's boring.
I'm
really boring.
There's a segment of people out there who are like, this is in the bottom of the list of Batman movies, and I don't disagree. But like,
Something has to be.
I don't.
But I mean, it's to me, this is still better than Batman versus Superman. So
I think that I don't. Some people would disagree with you on that. Yeah, I don't like this version of Robin. I don't. They're trying to do he's a mentor thing, but it's weird because they're the same age. Like literally, yeah. I'm pretty sure they're like within 5 years of each other.
I don't know if they're supposed to be.
No, they're not. But Val Kilmer, I think, is like I can't remember how much older he is, but it's like it's enough that it's not believable. Like it's close. They're close enough in age. I'm pretty sure they're either the same age or like within a couple of years of each other. But it doesn't. I think they try to morph it a little bit into like more of a brother thing than a father-son thing, but it doesn't. It's not really working. I don't like it. And they've never done Robin in the movie since, and it's an utter shame. It's an underserving of that character. I'm trying to think if there's anything else.
I don't have anything else to say about this one.
Fun fact about this one. This is where the song "Kiss by a Rose." Yeah. This is where that song comes from.
I just don't think that's true. I feel like that one would have come from the one with the Poison Ivy.
You would think, but no. This was during that period of time where they used to specifically write songs for movies, and this was the hit single off of the Batman Forever soundtrack.
That just doesn't make any sense to me.
I know. But are you Googling it?
Well, I'm just looking up the music section for this Wikipedia.
Yeah, it should be Kiss by a Rose by Seal.
Hit singles from the soundtrack include "Hold Me, Thrill Me, Kiss Me, Kill Me" by U2, and "Kiss from a Rose."
Kiss from a Rose, yeah. It was written specifically for this movie. People don't know that, but it was. Sort of like how Hero was written for Spider-Man. Same difference. Same deal.
Yeah, but that at least makes sense.
I'm not saying it doesn't. It feels like it was
what the hell does "Kiss with a Rose" have to do with Batman?
Feels like they went to
again. That makes sense to me if we're talking about the next one, which has Poison Ivy.
I think the idea of that song is it's about leaving a rose on someone's grave. So I think thematically the idea, truthfully, I think they said to Seal, "Hey Seal, you want to write a song for the Batman movie?" And he went, "All right." And then like the day before, he realized he needed to have a song for the Batman movie, so he just picked a random song he had written off the next album. But if I'm analyzing it, I would say that it's kind of like that shit. I need to be Shakespeare in 5 minutes. Hello. This shit. That made me forget what I was gonna say. If I were over analyzing it, I would say that the song's connection to Batman would be that his parents are dead and he leaves roses on their grave. Also, doesn't Alfred? No, that's the next one.
Dick Grayson's family also dies.
Yeah, Dick Grayson's family also dies. Yeah. Cartoonish fucking Two-Face kills them. It's stupid. I hate it.
I think you mean the Joker.
I think you mean. I'm gonna call him Joker Face.
That makes sense.
So he's Joker face. Even though we're done talking about this and we're no longer going to talk. No, we are going to talk
Oh
about
yeah,
it.
no,
We'll come back to
bad.
this another time because I still have to do this for the show. So we'll probably come back
That's
to this
bad.
another time.
That's Batman Forever. That's my last tab scene.
Speaking of overly long Batman movies, oh sweet Lord in heaven, Jordan. We gotta talk
Okay,
about Batman.
give me the Cliff Notes version.
Cliff Notes version of it is it's too long. No, the Batman.
All right,
Jordan.
there we go. Okay, we can move on then.
The Batman, Jordan.
Seriously, we're at like 4:24. Let's try and not make this a 6-hour thing, Justin.
Don't worry. I think this is the last thing I have a lot to say about. So, the last two things I don't have a lot to say about. For whatever reason, I wanted you to talk about Batman Forever first, so I could compare this to Batman Forever, and I can't remember why I wanted to compare this to Batman Forever. Completely blanking on it. What do I have left after this? I have the Doom That Came to Gotham and Supergirl. So no, there's no. The rest of this.
I got Wonder Woman 1984 and Birds of Prey.
Yeah, no, we'll probably smooth by this, but anyway,
because my butt and my back are getting sore, and I would like to not be sitting here anymore.
That's fair enough. You knew what this was gonna be. The Batman. So yes, the Batman.
Yes, the Batman. It's long and it's boring.
It's long and it's boring. No, here's the thing. I often say this about Spider-Man. There's a difference between what makes a good movie and what makes a good Spider-Man movie. They have never made a good Batman movie, like ever. There's never been a movie which has been an.
Justin, what about The Dark Knight?
It's not a Batman movie. The Dark Knight is very famously a crime drama that happens to have Batman in it. It's not a Batman movie. It is, in fact, a very bad Batman movie. All the Christopher Nolan movies are bad Batman movies. They are good movies. Like, The Dark Knight is a good movie, and perhaps the Joker in that is a good characterization of the Joker. But he's not Batman. He's a bad Batman. This is probably the closest thing to a good Batman movie. A good Batman movie. Not necessarily a good movie, but a good Batman movie. And I want to love this movie so much. I do. I want to love it. There's so much in this that I genuinely do love. Like, there's the sound design in this movie is fucking incredible. Like, when he hits a guy, you feel it. You feel it in your bones, especially if you have good sound, you feel it. I love how he wears lifts. I think that's funny. I like how he wears these big, thick boots that make him taller, so that when he stands like next to people, he's taller. He's taller than everybody, even though Robert Pattinson is not that tall. Like, I love that. That's such a cool detail. I love how when he walks, all of his steps are heavy. Thud, thud, thud. And I love how quick he is. I love how he's like a rattlesnake, where he seems like he's slow and he's lumbering, and then out of nowhere he'll be like pow, and he'll get you like a snake. Like, I love that shit. It's the best Batman. Like, as much as we said that the new Spider-Man movie took inspiration from the Spider-Man games, the Insomniac ones, this has clearly taken a lot of inspiration from the Arkham games, because all of Batman's fighting in this is clean, it's easy to follow, it's fluid, it looks good, it's fun to watch. But like Spider-Man, I
only watched it once, and I remember it being long and boring.
That's why I'm saying all the good shit up front. Like Spider-Man No Way Home, it has the audacity to have scenes where Batman is just Batman. Like a lot of other Batman exists in previous Batman movies to just be an action sequence or something like an action moment. He doesn't get to be his own character. Batman, like Spider-Man, has yet to be his own character, because just as much as Spider-Man is his own character, so is Batman. And the best, and in my opinion, my favorite sections in this movie are when Batman is, for the most part, with Catwoman. The romantic shit is awful. It sucks. But, like, there's a scene, which is my favorite scene in the movie, which isn't an action scene, where it's, Catwoman is going into this super. We won't get into the plot of this because we'll be here all day. But there's a moment where Batman and Cat is investigating. This is a movie that we really get to see the detective side of Batman, a side that we've never really seen explored before. The Nolan movies is the closest thing we've got to the detective Batman, and even then, they kind of don't really do it. So my favorite scene in this movie is where Catwoman is trying to break into the club underneath the club where all the mob guys hang out, and Batman has her wearing contacts. And the thing I like about this movie is Batman is as teched up as he would be at that moment in his career. So he's a Batman who's been Batman for 2 years. So he has he's slightly elevated in his technology, but he doesn't have a bat computer yet. So his thing is he has these contacts which allows him to that basically are video cameras that allows him to rewatch the events of him being Batman. And so he gives Catwoman a pair of them and sends her into this club. And I love that scene because it's Batman just being Batman. I love the dynamic, and I love how Batman has levity. It's a thing that these movies have never fully understood, where Batman has a sense of humor. Batman has so this movie is at its most agonizing when Robert Pattinson is channeling his inner Edward Cullen and is doing low energy like this, and it's all down to the fact that he's got fucking emo hair, where people made fun of emo Spider-Man, but this is emo Bruce Wayne, and it's him talking about how everything is all sad and hard, and I'm sad and hard, and it's just real. And when it's shit like that,
I'm Batman,
and he's doing his approximation of Bruce Wayne Batman. It sucks, but also that feels intentional. Throughout the movie, Robert Pattinson can't decide whether or not he wants to do Kevin Conroy Batman or whether or not he wants to do Christian Bale Batman. And depending on who he talks to, his Batman voice is different. And I don't know if that's the actor or the character, but I like that. My headcanon is it's still Batman as he's 2 years in. He hasn't really talked to people, so he's still kind of figuring out what the Batman voice is. That's kind of my theory. But when he's talking to Catwoman and he's talking her through breaking into this place, he's not doing the Christian Bale voice. It's more closer to the Kevin Conroy Batman voice, and I really like that attention to detail. I was going somewhere tangentially related to that. The Batman voice, the investigating. Andy Serkis is really good. The sound design. I really like Colin Farrell as the Penguin. I enjoy his characterization as the Penguin. It's one of the few times I've enjoyed the Penguin. Oh, the Riddler. It's funny because I didn't love the Riddler the first time, but this time I was kind of I was kind of into it a bit more. It's just funny because I remember you the first time you were oh, he's just the Joker. Yeah, but as previously discussed, the Joker is kind of just the Riddler. So they're both kind of the same character in conception. So I could see why you would say that.
But with this one, it's particularly bad because this movie was just being The Dark Knight.
But it's not really The Dark Knight.
But it was.
The plot is not. There's some twists in the back end where, it turns out that the Waynes and the Arkhams have this sordid history, and the Arkhams helped cover up the. And I do kind of like the dumbest thing in this movie.
The only thing that I remember about this movie, Justin, which speaks to it, is it was boring and long.
Yeah. A big part of it is there's stuff in here that's kind of interesting, and there's ideas that are interesting. The one of the big twists is that the Riddler is an orphan who hates Bruce Wayne, and the entire movie it implies that the Riddler knows that Bruce Wayne is Batman. The entire movie. And there's a bit at the end where he's saying hold on, let me finish. He's saying something, and it looks like Batman is realizing that he thinks that he knows that he's Batman, and then it turns out that the Riddler doesn't actually know that he's Batman. Sorry, you were gonna say something. Say your thing.
I was just gonna say that my thing with this movie though I don't know enough about this Batman to care.
That's kind of an issue, right? Where I'm like, no, I don't really need an origin story for Batman again, but like there isn't there for this one. They've gone in such a direction where he has his Bruce Wayne shit is awful. It's bad. He's terrible as Bruce Wayne, and it's frustrating because Robert Pattinson has such a great sense of humor. He's really funny. We both watched
Mickey 14.
yeah, Mickey 17. And he brought such a humor to that Batman desperately fucking needs. Um, and
He needs someone around him to bring that levity.
well,
Like a Robin.
that was the point I was getting at. That's the thing I forgot. In that scene where he's on the headset with Catwoman, and he can see where all the guys are looking. He goes, "Oh, none of these guys know how to make eye contact." That's funny. That's a funny joke. Like, yes, Batman has a sense of humor. Like, Batman isn't all brooding. Like, these movies think that Batman is all brooding, but also that feels intentioned. That feels like that's part of it. Like, this movie, because the big thing, and it's a really annoying thing, where all the characters in this movie call him Vengeance for some reason. They don't call him Batman. Catwoman and the Penguin call him Vengeance. It's really dumb because it's a reference to the opening bit where he beats up the criminals and he goes, "I'm vengeance." But neither the Penguin nor Catwoman were there for that, so why they call him Vengeance is beyond me. But it all culminates in the end of the movie where he realizes, and it's a bit I like from I can't remember which one. Oh, the Justice Society movie, where Superman goes to see Batman after extended period of time, and Batman now has a Robin, and Superman's like, "Why do you have a Robin?" And Batman's like, "I set out to scare criminals, not kids." And now he has a more friendly costume. So, and I know they're not going to do this, but and this is my hot take for the Robert Pattinson franchise. I think Robert Pattinson should have a Robin.
Who would you have play the Robin?
I don't know, but I would go young. Like, I would go 12. I would go like 10, 12, 11. Maybe someone new. I think I would go like unknown, complete unknown. But I think Robert Pattinson. I think that the next one, and it's funny because this is gonna run counter to everything I've ever said up until this point about how much I hate this concept. But I think they should do a time skip. They're not gonna. I've read what the next one about. It sounds like it's not very good, but I'm gonna spare you. We'll talk about it when that movie comes out.
Or we won't.
No, because I do want to see it. I would give Robert Pattinson, I would do a time skip of about 5 years, and I would have it where Robert Pattinson has been Batman for about 7 years, and I would have him take on a Robin, and I would give him a cloth costume. Like, the thing I thought when I was watching this, I'm like, it's so bizarre that all of Batman's fights in every single one of his movies, including your Batman Forever, look stiff as shit when 90% of his run he wears a cloth costume. So like I would give him a like a really old school like blue gray. I would give him a blue gray cloth costume, and then I would have it be like that movie is about him trying to be like a more friendly Batman, and then I would introduce like this movie completely misses the fact that Bruce Wayne's supposed to be charismatic, and he has no charisma as Bruce Wayne, and I would have the next movie focus on that charisma and focus on lightening up Batman. Because the end of this is they have a really on the nose fucking moment where they're like, he's like, "Oh, Batman, I thought I was vengeance, but now I understand that Batman can be a beacon of light." And it has a bit where he's carrying a literal torch, a literal beacon of light, and he's walking out of a dark area and all the people are walking behind him. Like, it could not be more on the nose. That all having been said, that's all the shit I like about this movie. Mm-hmm. What I don't like is a much shorter list. It's too long. Jordan's already said this. It's too long. It is too long. This movie could be 45 minutes shorter, and it would be a much better movie. You could pretty well cut, like, this movie has 4 endings, and you could cut it at any point. You could cut it when they capture Riddler the first time, and there's the big twist that the Riddler doesn't realize because he's so blinded by his hatred for Bruce Wayne, and he loves the Batman so thoroughly. The big twist that it's one of the many twists that they rapid fire at you is that the Riddler thinks that him and Batman are working together. You could end it there and have him be like, no, 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 and then the movie ends. You could end it there. Where the movie should end is after the flood has happened. Is a bit where like he's helping a child onto like a gurney, and the child's getting carried away, and he's doing this big long monologue about how that's the one I mentioned where he's like, oh, I should be the hope of the universe or the omniverse or whatever. It should have ended. That's where the movie needed to end. It's already too long at that point, but that's like 10 minutes of movie. It could have been a 2 hour and 25-minute movie. It still would have been too long, but it would have been at least better. I would have cut out all of that. I would have cut out the scene with the Joker and the Riddler in Arkham talking to each other and becoming friends. Would have cut that. Would have cut the Joker. There's a really long, agonizingly long scene at the end where the Catwoman and Batman are having this conversation in a graveyard for some reason, and then they both stop talking to each other, get on their respective motorcycles, drive out of the cemetery, and the movie shows one of them following the other. Then they get to the exit of the cemetery, and they both drive off into completely opposite directions. And then finally, there's a close-up on Robert Pattinson's face, and then the movie finally mercifully ends. You could, and even with, there's a bunch of scenes in this individually that are too long, that go on for too long. You could easily chop an easy with no change to the movie whatsoever. You could chop off the last 40 minutes and you would not notice a thing. It's too long. It's too long. It was too long the first time I watched it. It's too long now. And it sucks because it makes it hard for me to recommend what is honestly the best Batman movie. Like, not the best Batman movie. Like, not the best. It's the best. You know what I mean. Do you want to help me articulate this?
It's the best movie about Batman. It's not necessarily a best
movie about Batman.
About Batman.
That doesn't make any sense. Basically, it's the best Batman movie, but it's not the best movie about Batman. There we go. I got it. The best movie about Batman is probably still The Dark Knight. But, like, this is the best in terms of, like, I felt like I was watching a Batman comic, or I felt more better. I felt like I was watching a slightly PG-13 to R-rated version of Batman the Animated Series. Like, this is the closest approximation, in my opinion, apart from the bad, stupid twists, which we're not going to talk about. One day Jordan will come back and he'll watch the Batman again, and we'll talk about it again.
I don't know. I don't think I have like 3 hours to waste.
Jordan will do it for content. He'll do it for. I'll say you don't have to do it, and then 1 week it'll be on his list because he'll be like, I'm doing it for content. That's the only reason we'll ever talk about this again. It's really frustrating because I quite like.
When it gets to be that long, it gets hard for me to want to do it. I could do so much more content if I did something else.
I really like Robert Pattinson's Batman, and honestly,
someone has to.
I think he would be a great counterbalance to the David Corenswet Batman or Superman. I think he should be the DCU Batman, and I think he'd be a great counterbalance to that version of Superman. I think like you could have a version, because this movie's cinematography and color grading is so dark. I think it would be an excellent version. We could do like a version of that variant cover of that you always like to reference, of Batman and Superman standing on the ledges, where it's the like Gotham looks really dark and then Metropolis looks really bright. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
You could do that, but on film, and I think it would look really cool. I think it would lend really cool imagery. Anyway, yeah, I wanted to like this so much, and every time I'm like, it bums. It's an example of like it bums me out when I don't like it. When I'm having a bad time. When I'm having a good time, I'm like, yeah, I'm having a good time. But when I'm having a bad time, I'm like, I wish this was shorter. Like, if this, if I were a better editor, I'd love for an editor to go out and create like the truncated version, to go in and like cut out like an hour, not an hour, cut like 40 minutes. Like, if it were 2 hours and 10 minutes, it'd be the perfect length. And there's so much you could cut out where you could get it down to 2 hours and 10 minutes. I think 2 hours would be too short, and I think an hour 45 would be too short. And I think 225 would be too long. But on the other hand, no, Spider-Man Brand New Day did feel too long. That did feel too long. Anyway, that's the Batman.
Okay. So my two have not seens.
Also, real quick, Jordan, look at it this way. You don't have to do this again next week.
Yeah, okay. My two have not scenes. One I really didn't like, and one I was passively about. Um,
Really
Wonder Woman 1984. I don't think is that bad. I just think it's average.
interesting.
Uh,
Interesting. I it's funny. I keep saying it's really bad, but I went back.
I think this is one of those situations where you made it sound so bad,
Yeah.
like so bad, that my expectations were for it to be like
How do you know?
garbage.
How do you know I didn't do that on purpose, Jordan?
I don't know anything.
Um,
But my expectations was for it to be like garbage. And in a week where I had to watch Doing a Poo,
that's true. It's not as bad as doing a poo.
it's just so much
Uh,
better than that.
it's what's funny is I remember it. It's one of those movies where like we're not going to get into a dissertation about it because I've already done that about exactly precisely what I hate about it. Um, it's one of those I know I dislike it and I can never specifically remember exactly. Apart from the fact that it was definitely two scripts that was mashed into one. Like there's the Max Lord stuff is from a completely different movie. Like legit, it feels like it was two movies that, and I know it is. I know it was two movies that was edited together because this movie very famously went through post production hell. So like I know that it is that, but it feels like that. Like there's a couple of specific moments in there which don't his powers don't make sense from what I can recall.
Well, his powers are basically he had a there was the magic stone which allowed them to grant wishes or whatever monkey paw wishes. He wished he was the stone.
Yeah, yeah, it's been too long.
What do you mean? I just told you what it
No,
is.
no, but I mean too
He
long for
wishes
me.
he's the stone
No, but there's
so
something
that
else.
he is.
Yeah, but him being the stone thing, there's an element to it which is like there's smarter people than me who have pointed this out. Jake would be one to point it out, but there's something specifically about his it's under explained because yeah they cut a scene which or it's like why is it he seems to arbitrarily get to decide what the rules are. Like at one point he walks up, he's like, "Oh, now everything I own," and yeah, it seems to be a monkey paw
Yeah,
situation.
he's able
Sometimes, but other
because
times,
he is because he is the monkey paw. He gets to choose what the monkey paw curse is.
yeah, that's stupid.
So people make their wish because he's dying. He's dying because the stone is like causing tumor. That's his monkey paw thing. Is it's draining his energy or whatever. So he's like, if I get everybody else to make the wish, I get to choose their like their monkey paw thing, and their monkey paw thing is they're feeding me.
Um, so
Also there, also there's apparently a canceled sequel.
yes, there is. Um, so Jordan, this is what I said on Facebook 6 years ago. I said, so yeah, Wonder Woman 84 is bad, but not the. Sorry, I would like you to say if you agree with this or not. So yeah, Wonder Woman 84 is bad, but not the make you angry kind of bad, but the disappointing kind of bad. Scenes range from being pointless and easily cut out of the bloated runtime, or overly long and boring. The action sequences have laughably bad effects. The villains are either too likable, so it's not fun when Wonder Woman finally gets to punch them because it's honestly kind of sad, or have powers and motivations that are undefined and nonsensical. They needed to pick one villain and stick with it. According to the director, it was meant to be campy and cheesy, but it's not campy enough to be fun. It's not deep or emotionally resonating enough to be thought-provoking or interesting. Overall, it's not as bad as Batman vs Superman or Justice League, but it's not good. Also, and this is just a personal gripe, Max Lord is good enough for one thing in the comics, and they don't do that here, and I, for one, was disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't think this movie is good. I just don't think it's bad.
So that's we largely we I think we sort of agreed of like
We're
it's
basically
yeah
agreeing, yeah.
yeah it's too it's too long. It's too long.
Fine. It's definitely too long.
There's a lot like I remember that opening sequence, the opening scene where she's racing.
I will say
it's an
I was
agonizingly long
confused,
scene.
and it takes a little bit too long to explain how Chris Pine is suddenly there.
Yeah, oh yeah, there's a
I
dubious
found
consent
that
involved in Chris Pine and him hijacking a man's body and then Wonder Woman sexually assaulting him. Because Jordan, that man's body cannot consent.
Again, that's a weird way to put it, but
That's how everyone else puts it. he
I
can't
mean,
consent. It's
it doesn't make it any less of a weird way to put it.
that man did not consent to having sex with. I mean, I feel like he probably would have, but he didn't, and consent is important.
Anyways, I don't
Um,
really have anything else to say about this one.
I I I,
Um,
I don't
I
remember. I don't remember exactly what my gripes were.
stupid. I'm getting real tired of fighting with this, man.
That's valid. That's valid. That's fine. That's valid. We've said all we have to say. While you're fiddling with that, I can move on to my first half scene, which I don't have much to
First
say.
have seen.
Have not seen. You know.
Okay, that's
you
bad.
knew what I meant. Um,
No, I didn't.
this
I was
is
confused.
okay. This is Batman. I'd like to know. Let's start this off with a question, Jordan.
Didn't you just do Batman?
Haven't you, Jordan? Have you ever watched or read a Batman comic or show?
Yes. Yes, I
And
have.
have you ever said to yourself, what if Batman fought a Cthulhu?
No, no, I haven't.
Have you ever been like, I'd like to see him fight a Cthulhu?
No, but I saw him fight Dracula once.
This is pretty much on par with watching him fight a Cthulhu. This is Batman, the doom that came to Gotham. Jordan, this movie's not very good.
Shocker. It's DC.
No, but this is an animated one, so they're usually good.
That is surprising.
Number one,
man.
and I don't like to criticize like the animation in these movies because that's not fair. They're straight to DVD. They don't have the money, but the animation in this is horrendous at times. Not all the time, but like enough of the time. Like there's a point where Bruce Wayne tells a joke and a character laughs, but he looks like he has fucking Botox because he doesn't smile when he laughs. Because clearly they didn't have enough frames to animate him smiling, so he does a smileless laugh. It looks weird, and there's a lot of times where like the animation just looks cheap and weird and bad and like off model and like, oh, this is ugly looking. The plot of it is it takes place in an alternate version of Gotham, which is the 1920s. Batman has gone off to do the part of being Batman where he does all the training and shit, and he has returned to he's in the middle of investigating investigator Cobblepot, who has discovered something along with his crew, and it turns out that the thing they discovered is a Cthulhu monster, but Batman, Bruce Wayne, thinks it's a prehistoric monster. So they go back to Gotham, and it's the first time he's going. My main criticism of this movie is it's 3 issues of one comic mashed into an hour and 25-minute movie. So like it just breezes through a ton of shit. So like Batman shows up and he's never been Batman before, but he already has a Bat family. But like they all get murdered like pretty immediately. Like they're not in this movie enough for you to care about any of them beyond the fact that like the one of them is Dick Grayson.
I mean, they're not very competent if they get killed that easily.
Well, they one of them is Dick Grayson. The other one is Jason Todd. So it's Jason Todd, but he's Indian, and it's not Jason, it's Jason. And then there's I can't remember what her name is, but there's a third girl, and she's Cassandra Cain, who's the Asian girl from the Harley Quinn movie. Her.
Sure.
It's her, and they're like his Bat family, and one of the expeditions gets possessed, and one of the things that's kind of cool about this movie is the Batman villains show up as like gothic horror versions of themselves. So like Dr. Freeze is in this, so he gets possessed by like a ice demon or whatever. And like he's Dr. Freeze, but he's a demon, and it's kind of cool. Later on, Poison Ivy shows up, and she's like a plant demon thing, and that's kind of cool. It's a big like any Batman thing. It turns out it's a big conspiracy, and it turns out that they eventually run into Oliver Queen, and like him and Batman are like, or Bruce Wayne are like childhood chums and friends and whatever. And they stay with him, like they have dinner with him, and then they stay with him, and he goes off and he's Batman for the first time. But like it's like he's been Batman for a while. It's not like he's Batman so it's very strange. It's like the plot addition of him being new to being Batman is unnecessary, and it doesn't add anything to this other than like, why is he so competent in being Batman if he's never been Batman before? And so while he's off being Batman, they leave Jason Todd. They leave him with the guy who's possessed, who's the Mr. Freeze Frost Demon, and the Frost Demon kills him. That's where he dies. And then they go to find him, help him or whatever, and then the Frost Demon also in the process kills Dick Grayson. So they're both dead. And like, you don't know them well enough, these versions of them well enough to really care, but the movie pretends like you should, because this is a 3-issue comic book and it's clearly much longer than this movie. And so then turns out that the whole conspiracy, it's Ra's al Ghul, but it's Ra's al Ghul, Jordan, you know, like that creature. And
you
they
are proud of yourself.
No, that's the name of the character. No, I'm not. It's bad. And the version of Ra's al Ghul in this is a Middle Eastern stereotype, complete with like Indian style robes, and it's kind of borderline offensive and not very. But it turns out he's the one who wants to summon the Cthulhu monster, and it turns out big twist. I'm only saying this because it's really fucking stupid. It turns out, Jordan, that because eventually you find out that Oliver Queen's dad is the one who killed Batman's parents.
No, that's not right, and I don't like that.
And so earlier in the movie,
it's Joe Chill, Justin. Joe Chill kills Bruce Wayne's parents.
Earlier in the movie,
not something Queen. No.
Earlier in the movie,
no.
Robert Queen. Earlier in the movie,
whatever. No.
Earlier in the movie, there's a bit where they're at his house, like they're having dinner with him, catching up friends, whatever, and they stay with him. The Bat family stays with him, and he gets like plastered drunk, and he seems like he's just kind of an eccentric rich guy. And so then in like 2 scenes later, it cuts, and he's now like wearing medieval armor, and he's like, yeah man, I travel around the world and I kill monsters. And you're like, and he's like hyper competent, and you're like, what the fuck, where did this come from? He was an alcoholic who couldn't handle his liquor in the previous scene. Where this. And so it's one of those, like, this is based on a long-running comic book, and this is clearly more of a thing that gets established in that they just kind of rush through. So this is one of those ones where it's a similar deal where I'm like, this would benefit from like an additional 5 to 10 minutes. But yeah, Poison Ivy shows up, and she's like a plant demon, and he fights her and kills her, and it's actually kind of cool. But yeah, so that it gets to the end, and they summon the bad guys. Eventually, summon the Cthulhu monster. And Batman's fighting the Cthulhu monster, and there's a thing where one of the characters is Etrigan, who's a demon, and he's
the riddle demon.
Yes, he shows up in this and tells Batman this prophecy about how he must accept his batness, and you think that that's a metaphor, but no, Jordan. It turns out that that's quite literal. That when he was a kid, basically it turns out that Bruce Wayne's dad, Oliver Queen's dad, the guy who is Man-Bat in the comics, Penguin, and I can't remember if there's one more. They are all pilgrims from Pilgrim Time, and they discovered Gotham before it was built, and they made some sort of deal, or they discovered like some sort of magic, which allowed them to live forever, and granted them all sorts of powers and wealth and riches and whatnot. And using that spell caused the evil Cthulhu monster to become to gain proximity to their universe, and that Cthulhu monster is what's possessing all of these people. And Penguin turns into like a weird naked penguin demon, and that's why
Everything
Queen,
you're describing is just making my eyes cross because it just sounds like madness.
Robert Queen killed Bruce Wayne or Thomas Wayne and Martha Wayne, because the demon, the Cthulhu monster, had possessed him and caused him to go crazy. That's why he killed. And so at a point he's like, Bruce, Oliver Queen's like, Bruce, I'm so sorry that my dad killed your parents. He's like, it's okay. You're a good guy. So it turns out that the reason why Batman became Batman is because a bunch of bat demons found him when he was a kid after his parents had been killed, and told him that he is to defeat the evil Cthulhu monster when the evil at the right time, and then wipes his memory of this until he becomes Batman. Then he remembers this, and he accepts his batness, and he turns into a bat demon. He turns
Yeah,
into
I think you've had enough
he
of the
he turns
Kool-Aid for the
he
day,
turns into a
Justin.
bat creature, and then he beats the Cthulhu monster who is possessed Ra's al Ghul, who is half Ra's
Okay.
al Ghul, half Cthulhu
So
monster, and then
I think
and then Batman, who says he's like, I am Batman, and you're like, no, actually you're man bat, you're not Batman. He goes, I am Batman. You're like, no, you're man bat. You're the other guy. You're not Batman. And then the movie ends with, you think, Jordan, you'd think the movie would end with him turning back into Bruce Wayne and it having a happy ending, but in fact it doesn't, because the movie ends and he's still a bat creature, and it ends with Batman's funeral. It's a real downer ending for some reason. It's supposed to be hopeful because you're like, oh, Cassandra Cain's gonna rebuild Gotham or whatever, but no, it's kind of a downer because Batman's dead. Yeah, Jordan, it wasn't very good. Like, this is kind of bad. Like, I walked out of it being like, this is bad. This was not good. This is probably one of the worst one of these. Like, to be fair, Elseworlds comics are like hit and miss at the best of times. And I would say my biggest thing when I was watching it, and there's like, number one, Batman kills like 5 people. He kills people and then he does a quippy one-liner after he's killed them. Number 2, which is, again, not Batman. Number 2, there's so many moments in this where it's like Batman fighting a magic thing or using magic, and I'm like, I know that Batman has encountered magic in the comics, but it just doesn't feel like Batman. This feels like a Doctor Strange thing that Batman has been shoved into, and like, this is a statement on this story generally. I just don't think it suits Batman. Like, even if I read this in comic book form, I just don't imagine a world where the comic book of this is better than this. I imagine that in terms of a story, it's going to be largely the same for me. I'd be curious. This is another one of those. I'd be curious to see if you hated this or not. I think you would hate this, but then again, you might not, because you do like Cthulhu monsters. So.
And I like a good Elseworlds story.
And you do like, you're more amenable to an Elseworlds story than I am. I've discovered, where I'm like, it has to be the correct. I'm not so much anymore, because I think Elseworlds stories have become a dime a dozen at this point. Like, when I was a kid, they were special, and so like I loved them because they were unique. Now it's like every third thing they're putting out is an Elseworlds thing, where it's like, yeah, now okay, we've got Cthulhu Batman, we've got steampunk Batman. We've got loincloth Batman.
We've got Game of Thrones.
You've got Game of Thrones Batman. People. Yeah, exactly. Where it's like, yeah, I like to see a normal Batman thing. It's why I'm when I was making my list, I was like, oh, I want to be unique. You always want to be unique. But like, I would like to watch some of the Jensen Ackles Batman stuff, because I hear it's good and I haven't seen any of it. We're gonna come back to this as well, to DC generally as well, because I would like to watch Nightfall, and I cannot think of another excuse to do so. Joe, what's your final thing?
I watched the Birds of Prey and the Fantabulous Emancipation of One Harley Quinn. It was bad. I didn't much care for it. I also didn't realize that the main bad guy is Ewan
McGregor?
Ian McGregor. Ewan McGregor. I can't say it.
Really? You didn't realize that was Ian McGregor?
No.
That's a testament to his performance then. My thing with that character...
Or it's a testament to how much crappy makeup they had on him.
Yeah, that's true. My thing is, like, I'm not a massive Black Mask fan. Like, I'm familiar with him. I know who he is. I'm familiar with him from the comics.
I know of him.
I don't think I've played... He was the bad guy in one of the Arkham games. I don't think I played that one. But I've read of him in a comic. And he's effectively Kingpin in the comics. But, like...
Yeah.
My thing with him in this
I would also attribute him to, like, he's like one part Kingpin, one part Tombstone.
I could see why you would say that. But like my big thing with this is like, he's not unhinged. He's hinged. He's very hinged. That's his thing.
He's just kind of Dorian from the Mask.
He's the Joker in this. Like that's my like.
He's just kind of Dorian from the Mask. He's just the
Joker. Like my thing with this is this began.
I wouldn't even say that Dorian from the Mask is the Joker. I think he's more like Carmine, or like one of the boring regular mobsters. He's from Marvel. He's Iron, the one that's the rival of the Kingpin.
Ironmonger or whatever.
No. The one that's in the Spider Noir.
Spider Noir. Tombstone?
Not Tombstone, but he's the guy that's played by or he plays Mad Eye Moody.
Oh, Silvermane.
Silvermane. Yeah,
Silvermane.
he's in this, and the guy in this is just Silvermane.
Oh, for sure.
Like,
But I
he's
mean,
just,
in terms of his function in the screenplay, the big thing for me is like once you find out that this was a Joker Harley Quinn movie, it just you're just like, oh yeah, because Black Mask, before he becomes Black Mask, when he's just Roman, I think is what his character's name is before he puts on the Black Mask, but he's
something
just
like
the
that.
Joker. Like all of his dialogue, not even just that he's just the Joker. He's the Jared Leto Joker. Like all of his dialogue, close your eyes and picture the Jared Leto Joker saying it, and you can. This movie goes out of its way to hardcore distance itself from the Jared Leto Joker so hard. Like,
I mean, my
noticeably
big
hard.
my big problem with this movie is it can't figure out what it wants to do. Is it
Yes.
about Harley Quinn? Is it
Absolutely.
about the Birds of Prey? There's these 3 Birds of Prey actresses who are brought in for this, which again, when I see them in this, it just makes me think of
Right?
Madam Web.
And they do
like
a thing.
I'm like
Yes,
specifically
I
for
can see
their
why you would
characters.
say that. Yes. Now that
Like
you- yes.
I'm supposed to care about them, but I just don't.
Yeah, you know,
And
now that
then-
you said that, yes, absolutely. So when you said that yesterday, I was like, I don't see it. But yes, like the bit where you see them in the future and they're all like curb stomping the fucking bad guy
Yeah,
in the future,
like-
and you're like, this feels really unearned. Yes,
It's
that
just,
yes,
like, they just-
exactly, yes.
They come together at the end, and then they're just the Birds of Prey.
Yes,
even though
they
they've
do
never
this
met
big
each
hero
other.
moment, and you're like and they're doing this back and forth between them, like they've been together the whole movie, and you're like, you guys met 5 minutes ago. What do you don't? How do you
now
have this
you're
back
like
and forth?
sisters,
Right? Now you're like best friends because the Birds of Prey stuff is clearly from a different fucking movie. Like,
Yeah.
clearly the Birds of Prey script and the Harley Quinn and Joker movie script got mushed
mushed.
together. Yeah, it's
Absolutely.
very apparent. Yeah, it's very obvious.
That's why I say it has. I mean, that's why it has the Harley Quinn stuff in brackets in the title.
Absolutely.
Is because
yes.
very clearly the original, like, half of this movie was just Birds of Prey.
It's
And
frustrating.
it had those
'cause
3, and it didn't have Harley Quinn at all.
all the
and it
best
was
stuff
just
in this
those
is
3.
the Harley Quinn stuff.
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely. I don't give a shit about the Birds of Prey.
She has all the That's why when you were like, oh, Madam, I'm like, wait, but no, there's some action sequences in this that are legit fun. Like the
Right. They come from the Harley Quinn.
yeah,
movie.
absolutely, they come from the Harley Quinn script. But like the sequence where she's breaking into the police
Like the
lockup,
yeah, when she with the
where she's got the
with
shotgun. That's
where
great.
she's doing where she, I will note, where she is doing non-lethal shit.
Right. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. That scene's great. That is an objectively well filmed, well shot. That's when I said earlier with
But no,
Supergirl, I was like,
the parts
that's an
that I
incompetently
compared-
shot movie. This is a well shot
basically,
movie.
when I watch this movie, I see 2 movies. I see the Harley Quinn movie and I see the Birds of Prey movie. When I say that it's like the fucking Madam Web movie, I'm talking about the Birds of
Yeah, the
Prey.
Birds of
half.
Prey movie is the Madam Web movie. Yeah,
Yes.
that's foul. Yeah, that's the thing. This is a hard movie to hate because I liked a lot of
Oh,
it.
no, it's not. It's not a hard movie.
I
to
liked a
hate.
lot of this. I like.
I
There's
hate-
a lot
I
of
hate
gags
this
in this
movie.
that I really like Harley Quinn, and I really like her in this, and she has all the best scenes, and she has a lot of jokes that were funny, and her interactions with the girl are good. They're fun.
I like her, but, and this is clearly where the studio meddling came in, and they probably seem to agree. I don't think she holds a whole movie on her own,
Who, Harley Quinn?
which is why no, I
no,
don't.
absolutely not.
Not this version of her
No.
anyway. Which is clearly why in the first version of this they paired her with the
Yes,
Joker.
absolutely.
So she had someone.
Absolutely.
Then the Joker got cut, so she gets paired with the Birds of Prey.
Absolutely.
Or and more specifically in this movie, she gets paired with Cassandra.
Yeah. Yeah, and the Birds of
Cassandra
Prey are just
becomes-
kind of there. This movie might as well be called Harley Quinn, and the Birds of Prey are just kind of there.
So, like, quite frankly, if they just had this be about Harley Quinn and the Cassandra, the little girl
Yes,
character,
absolutely.
then it would have probably been a stronger movie.
Absolutely.
But because they're trying to divert attention between that and the other movie,
Nothing you're saying is incorrect.
it's just not pleasant to watch. So that's why
Absolutely.
That's why I'm like, as much as like Wonder Woman was also bad, it's better because it's focused. It's focused. focused on Wonder Woman.
I'm not gonna sit here and try to convince you that Wonder Woman 1984 is a better movie than this or worse movie than this, because like
I am
subjective. You know what I mean? It's all relative.
I'm gonna say that it's a better movie purely by the fact that it's focused on Wonder Woman.
I don't like either of these movies, so like you're not gonna hear a strong argument out of me that one is worse than the other. So I'll go with your take on this. Wonder Woman 84. I think Jake would probably say that Wonder Woman 1984 is worse, certainly. Yeah, but the thing is that the version of it that I think would be a better movie would involve the Jared Leto Joker. So like I'm kind of I would be like, let's just retcon, 100% retcon, and let's just do a new take on the Joker. Like let's just do a new take on the Joker.
I don't think we need to have the Joker in this. In fact,
let me. I have a pitch.
The way I'll let you give your pitch, but let me give my pitch first, right? Now my only thing is that this pitch is tied to the George Clooney, the one that was in Batman versus Superman. George Clooney.
For which character? Sorry, Batman.
For Batman.
Ben Affleck. George Clooney.
Ben
Affleck. Ben Affleck.
This one, unfortunately, because of when this comes out, we're still in that timeline, so we're tied. This is tied to him.
Towards the end,
but
of that,
it doesn't. But we're still in that. That's all that matters. So I would cut the Birds of Prey
kind of
entirely.
Yes, me too.
Like 100%.
100%.
I wouldn't have the Jared Leto, the Joker, but what I would have is I would have it start largely the same, where she's like, okay, so I haven't actually told anybody that me and the Joker have broken up because it affords me protection, right?
Yeah.
I would leave that. I would absolutely leave that part, but I would have it be I would basically have it be where she gets herself into trouble because one of the people that she's like trying to whatever finds out that she is broken, whether it be the Black Mask or whoever. And Batman comes in and saves her, and she then becomes like almost enamored with Batman, and we have this thing where she wants to be his sidekick.
Oh, that is interesting. She's
following
version of that.
Yeah, like where they're like where she's like almost kind of following. She's almost kind of following him like a fangirl kind of situation, and she wants to do the right thing.
That's a completely different movie, though.
Absolutely, it is.
My version of this, it's largely the same movie.
And it would be a better movie.
My version of this is it involves the Joker, but basically you just slot out Black Mask for the. It's probably the original version of this was, but you slot out Black Mask for the Joker, and it's still the Diamond. It's still everyone is out to get her. It's still the being with the Joker affords protection, but the Joker is trying to win her back. That's the point of conflict. And you still do that because she has this weird speech at the end about accepting herself that feels like it was meant for the Joker. Like it feels like it was meant to be said to the Joker. But it's largely the same. He sends goons after her, and then they do a big. She does the big "I don't need you, I break up with you" bit on the. And it's the same movie.
No, for me.
But we still completely gut the fucking Birds of Prey. They're gone. They're gone.
For me, the best version of this is she needs a straight man, so she needs Batman.
But I think,
or an equivalent to Batman.
I think the straight
you could have it. You could have it be where it's not Batman, and like you introduce a different, like another one. But like
I think the straight man is sort of supposed to be Cassandra Cain. Whether or not you
she doesn't work in that role.
That's what I'm saying. But the funny part for me about this one though, because this one came out after Suicide Squad. I don't know if you know that. So the Suicide Squad came out.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like 4 years after.
After this, yeah.
After the fall of the Enchantress.
No, wait, no, it did. Sorry, hold on. Now I'm confused. Was it this that came out first, and then the Suicide Squad, or is it the Suicide Squad?
I just know that this movie takes 4 years after the defeat of the Enchantress.
You have your Wikipedia open?
This came out January 25th, 2020 in Mexico City, and then February 7th, 2020 in the United States.
Okay, no, so this... Oh, interesting. See, for whatever reason in my brain, because the Suicide Squad is 2021, in my brain, for whatever reason, the Suicide Squad comes out for... Okay, so that's interesting. So that's an interesting through line. Because
so it did the first Suicide Squad, then it did this, and then it did the second.
In the Suicide Squad, which is the second one, she is broken up with the Joker in that as well. And that seems to reference the the events of it
So
doesn't
that's
really
after.
acknowledge. Yeah,
It's
yeah.
after this.
But the thing that's funny about the Suicide Squad does it less, but this one, every subsequent appearance of that version of Harley Quinn is clearly deeply ashamed of the fact that she has tattoos. Like every single one is like deeply ashamed of the fact that she has tattoos.
I don't know. There's one in this one where she literally looks down and sees the Joker on her arm. So
yeah, but it like really with it really de-emphasizes them, and like her makeup to make her look pale is really emphasized. Because they clearly don't want her to have those tattoos. Like in one of the later ones, they like try to hide the face tattoos because they clearly hate the tattoos. And I always just thought that was funny. This isn't that like period of time where you're like this is not good. These movies need to be better in order for this universe to survive, and it's still trying to exist within the DCEU, and it's still trying to like pretend that the DCEU isn't about to completely collapse. Like this is
well, I mean, if I had to boil it down to a single sentiment, it's that this movie is unfocused, and because it's unfocused, it's bad.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's what it boils down to.
Pretty much. She's kind of a secondary in a movie. Yeah, both of the parties are secondary characters.
It doesn't
in the movie,
know
yeah.
who it wants to focus on,
Right.
and so it doesn't focus on either.
Yeah,
and
there's long scenes.
It suffers as a result.
There's long scenes of not Siren. I forget what her character's name is. Black Canary. There's scenes of Black Canary that just go on forever. Where my go-to is always that bit from The Simpsons. Whereas like every time Poochie's not on screen, you should be asking, "Where's Poochie?" Well, it's the same deal. Every time Harley Quinn's on screen, I'm like, "Where's Harley Quinn?"
Or there's Renee Montoya, who I'm like, I don't remember her being one of the Birds of Prey.
No, she's not. She's not one of the Birds of Prey. Yeah, this movie really confidently thought they were going to make another one, and it was because they were going to do just a bird. The outcome of this was they were going to do just a Birds of Prey movie.
And they have to have Renee Montoya be there to be a Bird of Prey because they don't have Batgirl, who is one of the Birds of Prey.
One of the birds, and because I think that canceled Batgirl movie. I do think that this was going to come back in some fashion, and then they canceled it. But I do think it was going to kind of come back.
It does say that there was supposed to be a sequel.
Jordan, there's 2 people watching currently. Fascinating.
Yeah, one of them is me.
I'm pretty sure the other one's me. Anyway.
Yeah, I didn't much care for this. It was a bad way to end the week. I'm glad to be done talking about it. You have one more thing, right?
Yep.
All right, let's truck through this.
Speaking of bad things to end the week, Jordan, I
also I'm officially leaving the chat because this tablet's at 21%, so I'm just shutting it off.
Fair. That's okay. This is not going to take long, Jordan.
Good.
Jordan, if I had a nickel for every bad movie I watched this week that involved Supergirl, I'd have 2 nickels. But it's weird that it happened twice. So remember when I was like, "Oh, Supergirl's usually like G shucks, G Jolly Williker, I'm Supergirl."
Mm-hmm.
This is one of those.
Yeah. It's one thing about the Wonder Woman movie is it has an end credit scene where they have the girl who is the Amazonian who leaves the tribe or whatever.
Yeah.
To save the rest of them, and it ends up being the old Wonder Woman.
Linda Carter. Yeah, no, I do like that.
Yeah.
That's a nice touch.
Sorry, that made me think of that.
Yes.
Wonder Woman, G-Shocks Williker.
Yeah, she's a G-Shocks Williker kind of character. This is what I'm talking about. That's what she is in this. Jordan, this movie's bad. I don't have the time to go into all the reasons why it's bad. But number one.
Is it because it's old?
Sort of, yeah. It's a lot of cheap, shitty effects. This is a spin-off of the Christopher Reeves Superman. So this came out after Superman 3, and she is in this, Superman's cousin. This is the version of Supergirl that is from Argo, the little city.
So like the modern one.
Yeah, like the modern one. And
is it the one where Superman says, "Hey, G. Williker, shucks, if you weren't my cousin, I'd totally marry you"?
No, it's not that one.
Because he does say that in the comics at least a couple times.
Does he actually?
It's something like that.
That's uncomfortable.
I'll see if after the stream I'll see if I can find it.
Apparently, very famously, Christopher Reeves apparently refused to be in this. So he's kinda in it, in that there's one picture of him that you see one time, but that's kind of it. But like, to its credit, they do very much. They're like, he's my cousin, he's Superman, I'm Supergirl. Like they do. I had heard that there was no connection to the Christopher Reeve Superman in this. I didn't realize there was as many as there were, but it's kind of it. The plot of this is fucking stupid. It's involves magic. The villain of this movie is a witch who does magic. A major part of the plot of this is she does magic. It's really dumb.
Why is that dumb? Magic is a thing in the DC universe.
It's because this is the Christopher Reeve universe, and the Christopher Reeve universe is more or less it doesn't have magic. It's very anyway. I guess now it does have magic, but there's a magic dodecahedron that
A D20.
Yeah, that powers, that does magic and can do anything, that powers the city of Argo, and the Kryptonians on Argo have a wizard who lives with them, who wants to leave to go to Earth, and so he borrows the magic dodecahedron D20 that powers the city and lets Kara use it and gives Kara a magic wand, and Kara uses it to turn the thing into like a dragonfly or something, and the dodecahedron goes through the barrier that protects their little city and winds up on Earth, where a witch finds it, and Supergirl goes to Earth and already knows that that Clark Kent is Superman, and like she gets in the ship, and then the next scene is she like flies out of the water and she's just in the Supergirl costume, and it implies
okay. So at this point I have to ask two important questions. One, when did this come out?
1984.
Okay, so then that leads to the only other question that's important to this movie. Does she look cute in the suit?
Yeah. She's honestly
okay.
Like
nothing else matters.
The very ironic thing is she's honestly the best part of this. She's a good character trapped in a terrible fucking movie. Like
whoa,
randomly.
Does that feel familiar?
I know. It's weird. It happened twice. I'd have two nickels. The weird there's a weird part of the plot where she just kind of arbitrarily decides to go to this this boarding school where they're all wearing school uniforms. So she ends up going there, and like a not insignificant portion of the plot.
Yes, she randomly decides that she needs to go there. It definitely wasn't a studio executive that was like, "This'll sell."
And it's one of those like the movie takes for granted that you know certain things about Superman. So you know that Superman has a secret identity called Clark Kent where he disguises himself. So she just does that, where she puts on she can just inexplicably turn her hair to the color brown, and she disguises herself as like Linda Larkin or something like that, and like says that she's Clark Kent's cousin, but like she's never met Clark or otherwise spoken to him once. So like, where did she get the idea to put the disguise on?
Justin, it was
never explained.
It was something that was locked deep within her Kryptonian DNA.
And then the movie ends with her
just
going
this pure desire to put on costumes and pretend that you're someone else. It's deep in their DNA.
There's a bunch. Eventually, the evil witch, who's the bad guy, she decides for some reason that she's in love with this groundskeeper, so she magics him with this spell that makes it so the first person that he sees, he falls in love with.
And then he sees Supergirl.
He sees Supergirl and he falls in love with her. But like, she's a student and he's the groundskeeper, and it's unclear how much older he is than her, but it feels uncomfortable. And so then he's into her, but like he's being mind whammied, and then by the end of the movie it's indicated that no, the spell broke and now he actually is in love with her. It's very bizarre.
Typical 70s/80s.
Yeah, there's a bunch. She's come to the Earth to look for this thing, but instead of looking for this thing, she goes to school for no reason. None of the effects look very good. The only person who's any good is Helen Slater as Supergirl. I feel like if she had maybe got to make a movie with Christopher Reeve, it probably wouldn't have been so bad. But it's one of those ones where like I saw someone say you gotta watch it just to like experience its weirdness. And I do agree with that.
Taking the car crash.
Yeah, if you're like in the way that I can't think of the only way I can think of right now is Steel, but like just to see what superhero movies used to be like, It's worth
I
it in
mean, the
that
comparison
regard.
I would have given is Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man,
And the yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a good one. The not really. No, this
or
is
the
way
Ang,
worse than that.
or the Ang Lee Hulk.
No, no, that's actually probably a pretty close comparison. But the other bad thing about this is it's too long. It's a funny thing. It's a funny reoccurring thing. It's 2 hours and 20 minutes, and I checked the runtime 3 times. I checked it 40 minutes in. I checked it an hour in, and then an hour like 2 hour 45. I was like, for the love of God, I have a pot. I almost it was so long and so boring, and nothing was happening. I was like, I hit a point where it was like 10:30, where I was like, I get it. I could probably stop. I understand.
I could riff.
I can riff from here. I don't need to finish this, do I? Yeah, it was bad. It was bad. Oh, it's funny because I was stuck. I was like, what's worse? Supergirl 1984 or this one? Or the new one? And I think it's probably
From what you're describing, the old one.
Yeah, it's probably the old one. Probably definitely the old one. I at least Millie Alcock has the potential to go on and be in good movies. Helen Slater will only have ever been in that one bad one. I am legit excited to see Millie Alcock in Man of Tomorrow. Like I'm interested to see her interact with David Cornsweet some more. Man, take a shot every time I say David Cornsweet this episode.
I'd be dead.
You'd be dead. You'd be plastered. You'd be hammered. Oh, okay, that's it, Jordan. It was an extra long, extra bloated, extra jam-packed season finale of the show. That's it for season 6, everybody, of the Spur of the Moment podcast. We must solve the mystery. Will they be back for season 7, Jordan? Was that the final time? They'll be back for season 7. We can't go do a convention.
I quit.
We will be off our full show for next week. We will be here for a small,
we'll do the news,
significantly shorter bonus episode where we will talk about the news. I suspect it's probably not going to be that much news, not nearly as much news as today. But we will be here doing the news, and that's it. We're not watching any movies, and then we will be back the following week with more adventures in anime. I'd like to watch Shingo. I'd like to finish Shingo Wants to Be a Kamen Rider. We will be back for that, and then after that, we will be back for Tokusatsu. And then I'm going to finally watch The Sheep Detective. And by that, I mean we will finally watch The Sheep Detective. Because I hear that movie's good. But we will be back. We will be back next week for a short episode. And then we'll be back for the Season 7 premiere 2 weeks from now. So, with that, Jordan, for one final time in Season 6, where can the people find you other than Indianapolis?
I do Minecraft Mondays on Twitch, Zetgore187. When I'm not doing that, I'm here spending way too long on this podcast talking about terrible DC movies that were bad.
They were all
and
bad.
Kingdom Hearts.
Which is good?
Which is hopefully good?
Which will likely be good.
Well, I can't say likely, but there's a chance that it might be good.
There's a good chance. I'm Justin. You can find me on TikTok. Justin Spurr. You can find this show, Spur of the Moment P, on TikTok. The Final Frontier is currently on TikTok. I'm working on building that up. We need to get other social medias to plug, like a Facebook or an Instagram. We don't have that yet. If you want to email the show for any reason at all, if you want to just say hi, you can email me at itsjustinsbusiness@gmail.com. You can follow the Patreon. You could theoretically join the Discord, I guess, if you wanted to. I don't know why you'd want to, but you could. Or support Think of
the Animals.
Think of the Animals, and come check us out in October at VoltCon. Joe, where are we going?
Indianapolis, VoltCon, assuming everything goes according to plan.
VoltCon 2026. We'll be there.
Hopefully.
Or we will be square.
Hopefully not.
We will not be square. We will be there. We will see you all next week for a short episode, bonus episode. Bye, everybody. Have a good one. Peace be with you.
Bye.
Watch more movies. We need a catchphrase. Bye.